I'm back. Welcome to another Canadian Weather live stream. This is day 5 of our marathon of covering severe weather across Canada. We are looking at Ontario and Quebec today, and the environment right now is very loaded for severe storms, unfortunately, and especially on Canada Day, with everybody doing outdoor activities across the country. It is a little bit concerning. Storms have started to fire, so we're trying to get ahead of it and keep people up to date and give you guys as much information as we can. So we're going to look at what is going on right now and covering the storms that have activated. Then we'll look at what is happening as far as the outlooks, the potential, and all that kind of stuff. And then we will jump into the rest of it. So I do have to do something here. I just realized I didn't activate one of my components here. So bear with me for 1 second, folks. And I'm probably missing some messages because I didn't turn this on. But anyways, hopefully the chat will start working now. So again, yesterday was a crazy stream, to say the least. And Connor and I are so thankful for all the messages we've received, all the support, all that has been amazing. So let's jump into this right away. Right now, we have storms popping around Ottawa. There is one literally sitting over the western portion of Ottawa, Bell's Corners, and Canada. Right now, this is just basically a thunderstorm with some heavy rain on it, but it is expanding as it moves towards Ottawa, and this is moving eastward. We have severe warned storms on the Quebec side, just north of Petawawa. Those are on, again, the Quebec side. They fired kind of along the river, and I'll show you how those are moving as well. And then we have up here basically a LaBelle and northwest of Saint Donat near Mont Tremblant Park. This storm has gotten itself organized as well. So these are some early storms. We were expecting them a little bit later, but the environment is so primed at this point that things are going a bit early. So we also have a few storms. Give me 1 second here. We have a few storms popping back to the southwest near Bancroft. A few pushes have been trying down by Tweed. These are just thunder showers, isolated at this point, but you can see all this little popcorn stuff starting to go all over the place. This is what has brought us onto the stream today. We are expecting severe thunderstorms with some high-end potential for the Ottawa region, Ottawa Hull, Gatineau, and eastward into Montreal. There's a lot of areas in place right now that have severe thunderstorm watches, all the way from Sault Ste. Marie through the Highway 17 corridor, Sudbury, North Bay, through Algonquin Park, off of Georgian Bay, and then through most of eastern Ontario, all of western Quebec, essentially down to the south. And then up the St. Lawrence Seaway, you can see all these yellow boxes that extend all the way up here. We may run into some problems if we're watching storms up in the Saguenay region, as the radar is down, and it has been down for well over a week. No consistent working radar up there, so that could be problematic from a reporting side of things for us. However, we'll see what's going on. The other issue is that there's possibly a round 2 of storms that happen overnight. And this would hit in the eastern Ontario region after midnight. So it would be after midnight, even through Algonquin Park. And that possibly, again, this is just models, looks very bad, and so I'm a little concerned about it. But if I have to stream all night till 6 a.m., whatever it is, we will do it at this point, because this is my local community. I've grown up around the region. We obviously have a lot of friends and family, so we'll just stick with it as long as we have to. I hope that doesn't happen. Let's put it that way. I hope that the models are incorrect and none of those scenarios will take place. So kind of what's happening today, and I'll throw up a couple of outlooks. I know there's a lot of questions in the chat. I'm going to try and get to them. I just want to kind of lay things out for everybody, because we do have Canada Day events all over the place. But I'll show you the outlooks also from Environment Canada. So let me shut the radar off right now and look at those outlooks. Environment Canada and Ontario has gone high for this region. And like I said, we were talking from Sault Ste. Marie up to Temiskaming Shores, down the Ontario border with Quebec, all the way to basically almost Montreal. What this means, basically, we're talking saying numerous thunderstorms, 110-kilometer-hour winds, 2 to 4 centimeter hail. So that's just over 1 inch maximum, 30 to 50 millimeters of rain, and then the risk of risk of tornadoes, and that is a definite possibility today. Again, yesterday we had several circulations, that happened throughout the day. We were on since 11:30 in the morning till I want to say close to midnight yesterday, so or even earlier in the morning. But anyways, at the end of the day, that is what the risk looks like. South in here, where you have the gray, essentially 90-kilometer-hour winds and 2.5 centimeter hail. Alanis, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate the support. And again, thank you to everybody who supported us yesterday. It's overwhelming. So Connor and I are just overwhelmed with the support that was shown, and we're glad that this is reaching the right people. So, okay, now let's look on the Quebec side. So they have a moderate risk out, scattered thunderstorms, and there are several sections. So let me break that down. So you have one area here. So just so that we're clear, I want to make sure that I keep that as concise as possible. So right around here, there's a cutoff. This is one area that they've highlighted in Quebec. So for this area here, I will pull it up. Thunderstorm watch, obviously out for throughout those areas. Scattered thunderstorms up to 110-kilometer-hour winds, 2 centimeter hail, which would be a little over half an inch, 70 millimeters of rain, the maximum, and again, a risk of tornadoes. Now for the other area right up here, all in yellow, that area is also in a moderate risk. Talking about 110-kilometer-hour winds, 4 centimeter hail. So again, just over an inch there. 60 millimeters of rain is the maximum, just a little bit lower, and risk of tornadoes. Once again, if you're just joining us, that Saguenay radar is the issue because it currently is not reporting and it's down at this point. So that may make it very difficult for us to report anything north of Quebec City in the Saguenay region, I believe that's Lac Saint Jean, right? Yes. I've seen so many places, and bear with me, folks. This is day 5. I did over 12 hours yesterday, and the other streams have been 10 hours and, on from there. So I'm no spring chicken anymore. So it definitely wears on me, but we will, like I said, we'll stick with it. We're going to run with it and we'll do what we can. So Connor, as you can see, is already live streaming. He's sitting in the field. I'm going to address these storms that have fired right now going through Ottawa on the west side. So currently 416, 417, just very heavy downpour at this point. No hail indicated on that yet, and it is moving eastward. So let me activate the radar here and I'll show you what is happening. So these storms have fired. Some on the Quebec side were in early initiation, had hail in them. As you can see up here, I'll zoom in, those pink and purple pixels. That indicates hail in there, and that would be kind of grape-sized at most, down to probably pea-sized in reality, but that's roughly what you would expect in those. They have subsided, so they are losing a bit of their oomph, as they say. So these storms on the Quebec side may die off, especially the ones to the north. We'll see what happens. The ones across from Pembroke and Petawawa, so across the river basically. So we'll keep an eye on those to see how they progress, and then we're keeping an eye on all these little what we're going to call pushes. L. Beckstead, thank you very much. I really appreciate your donation as well. So these little pushes here, one by Bancroft, this already has a hail indicator on it. So that storm literally popped in the last, how many scans? In about 3 scans, this storm went from nothing to having hail on it. And check out the lightning that is being thrown around outside of the storm. And that's another indicator. If you were here on the live stream yesterday, whenever we see a storm throwing out bolts out ahead of it is indicative of a strong thunderstorm and a strong supercell if it's on its own, or a strong line of storms. This one is throwing them out a little bit ahead. So it is a storm that right now has a ton of precipitation in it and moving again through the Ottawa area. So the action is starting here. So I'm just going to show you how this is playing out right now. We will be looking back to the west after this is probably 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m. We're going to be looking at storms back to the west. Some of the models, and that's the reason we had that warning all the way up to here, had models popping north of the Highway 17 corridor between Sault Ste. Marie and Sudbury, and essentially running down on a southeast trajectory through Algonquin Park at around 1 or 2 a.m. in the middle of the night. So the worst possible scenario if that does come to fruition. And again, that doesn't mean it's going to happen. These are just models. And I have to reiterate that because a lot of platforms just go, oh, hey, look what's going to happen. That is a model. It's trying to predict the future. And yesterday we saw how the future goes as far as that's concerned. Models can only show so much. They give us kind of a directive as to what we can expect for the day. But at the end of the day, it unfolds how it unfolds. So, okay, so that's where we're at right now. So again, Ontario and Quebec, we are looking at severe thunderstorm watches out throughout those lighter yellow boxes with the thinner yellow lines. Those are watches. Watches means parameters are there or conditions are there favorable for bad storms. And when you get a warning, it means you have a storm where those conditions have come together. I kind of compare it to like baking a cake. Now the cake's in the oven and it's baking, so you need to pay attention to it. So Calgary Tech, thank you for the donations for the memberships. That's awesome, and getting those folks into the Sunshine Club. So thank you so much for that. So again, this storm here just has one a little area of hail. This is east of 117, just kind of southwest of the Mont Tremblant National Park, and that is moving eastward at this point a little bit. So right now, nothing on the Ontario side is severe warned, but that probably will change fairly quickly at this point, and we will update you guys as that's happening. And bear with me today. I'm going to try and preserve my voice as much as possible. Those are famous last words I'm going to say. But we will do our best because voice is definitely hurting. So give me 1 second here. I'm going to activate our satellite imagery. So bear with me for one moment. Okay, I want to show you guys. This is so right above me sits a satellite imagery. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go full screen on this. So what we just looked at on radar, you can see that from space, basically all those updrafts starting to pop. And that's the storms that are initiating on the Quebec side. And then you have the ones that are going to start activating on the Ontario side. So we as storm chasers monitor this kind of stuff so that we know what is happening, and it kind of gives us an indicator even before things show up on radar, because usually you're not going to see anything on radar till about 10,000 feet of elevation, depending on the radar, the proximity, and all that kind of stuff. So they've just updated both of the severe warnings on the Quebec side, so let me walk people through that. So 2:11 p.m. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm, obviously damaging winds, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. Again, this would be located to the north of Pembroke on the Quebec side. So Sheenborough is one locality, Waltham would be the other, but this is to the north. Right now, not showing any. Well, I was saying not showing any hail, but we have this one little pink pixel, so that would be pea-sized or less. Just the initial signs of hail. So again, that will help you understand the health of a storm too. So that's one of the things that we monitor. There is now a hail marker on the storm in Ottawa. There's about 3 or 4 pixels here that are showing some hail on there. So that is also indicative of a strong updraft. It is currently going obviously through Westboro Civic Hospital and then on its way kind of east from there, northeast. Excuse me, and reaching out a little bit onto the Hull-Gatineau side, but the intense precipitation obviously through Ottawa at this point. I am going to activate my weather cam, so bear with me on that for a second. So I am going to actually take a look at our weather cams because I have them in Nepean. So let's do this and see if our Nepean camera will come up because it looks like it's right under that very heavy precipitation at this point. So we may be able to give you guys a good view of that. Oh, yes. So this is what you can expect. I'm going to switch over here. Uh, so basically the weather cam here, this is the kind of precipitation. You can barely see the buildings across the way from this weather cam. So visibility dropping significantly. That is prolific rain at this point. The wind isn't bad as you can see. So that is not an issue yet, but it is absolutely a downpour. So LD Moore, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that. So this is kind of the view of what you can expect. You can see those large raindrops on the left-hand side with that darker background of the tree. So just heavy rain coming through the Ottawa area right now. So far, we've only had one marker of hail at this point. But again, these areas are going to be saturated with rain very quickly. Just something to keep in mind as well. The other thing, just want to bring on board again, Canadian Hail Repair and Auto Dentist are on board for sponsoring the stream today, helping us bring this to you folks. They've been a partner of ours for a long time, so great team. We'll talk about them a little bit, but they sponsored the stream yesterday as well. So again, without sponsors and the support of the community, we wouldn't be able to do this in any meaningful way. So again, we'll see where things end up at this point with the Ottawa storm. I suspect it's about to get severe warned if this hail starts to pick up that is currently over Westboro, and that may throw out a severe thunderstorm warning for that as it marches eastward. So we also, anybody that's new, we get our scans every 8 minutes from Environment Canada radar. So we have quite a bit of time between the radar and between when the radar scans and when we get the data, just because it takes time for that radar to rotate and get all the information. So again, about 8 minute window. So I always talk about that on the stream. We are at 2:11 p.m. on this scan about 4 minutes ago. I'm going to take a look from some other cameras that I've got looking out ahead of it. So bear with me for 1 second. I've got some, I don't need, give me 1 sec. I'm just going to see where I've got the other one. Okay, let's switch over. And then again, I know there's comments flying through there. Hopefully my moderators, thank you. If there's I don't even know if there's moderators in there right now, but I see Melissa's in there. So thank you, Melissa, for being in there. I believe Veronica's in there as well. So this is from a view from Cumberland. So this is as the storm is approaching. So this is what it looks like to the east of Ottawa. Our Cumberland weather cam looking due west at this. And you can see that that is a storm getting its act together very quickly. Obviously right now, just the biggest thing is heavy rain and lightning. The wind isn't a huge component at this point. But it's going to be picking up intensity, and it could improve. It could get worse in terms of the parameters around it. So yeah, that's what we're looking at. Again, these live weather cams, that's what helps us give you the view. The radar scans are great, but we don't see what's below the storm or at the lowest level of the storm. So these weather cams are amazing in what they are able to do for us, and we are the only ones doing this at this time in Canada. Connor is watching to see which storms he wants to go after. We're still, he looks at it obviously as a storm chasing perspective. So he's actually looking for the worst possible scenario as a storm chaser. And he's going to get the reputation like Jim Cantori in the U.S. If you see Jim Cantori in the afternoon or evening in your neighborhood, you better batten down the hatches type thing. So as a storm chaser, we're after the worst of it, and that's where he's going to be at, trying to get into it. So he is east of Ottawa at this point. We did discuss staging, places and stuff like that. So he's obviously trying to get good views as well as storms approach, so he can analyze them and see that. But what's nice for Connor is that he can actually use our weather cams to look at storms So he gets a bird's eye view to see whether he needs to chase that storm or if it doesn't look good at all. So again, many uses for those weather cams, but they finally got their use, or the proof of concept was yesterday. First time we had a really bad storm in eastern Ontario, and we definitely got that, showing up. So let me go right back to the main feed here and reactivate the radar. So we do have, again, this is kind of the cycle. These are moving a little bit southeast, but in Quebec, they're moving more east. So different storm motion depending on where you're looking at this point. The storm in Ottawa is moving almost eastward, due east at this point. As you can see, that popped in the last 20 minutes or half an hour or so, and is now moving directly east. So that is going for Navan, Carlsbad, into Greeley, Metcalfe, Russell, Limoges. So again, we have more cameras out there that I can take a quick look at. Let me switch over. My Greeley weather cam might be getting a good view of it just as it's coming in here. So let me rotate it. Gabs a lot, thank you very much. Really appreciate the donation. I always love your username because, like I said, I think we could compete on that front because, and I didn't know I had that skill set for talking for 12 hours per se. So let's just take that camera. Okay, there we go. Just taking a look at this camera, it's got already raindrops on it, but this is in the Greeley area. So let me switch over. So this is our Greeley weather cam. The storm is kind of coming from the right side of that view, but you can see the cloud cover, the anvil is already there, and raindrops already falling here in Osgood. So again, this is progressing eastward around the Ottawa area, and we've got another camera I can take a look at there. I'm going to see from Limoges as well, and we'll see what that camera looks like at this point. So I'm just gonna keep my interface here, and the Limoges camera is taking a little bit of time to come up here. Interesting. That one's usually pretty reliable. I also have a Manatic camera, so we'll try and take a look at that while we wait for this one. Thank you very much, Jennifer Brown, for the donation. Really appreciate that. So this is our Manatic camera looking kind of northeast. So this is the storm just firing around Ottawa. If you look on the left-hand side, where that camera is located at the top left, you've got that blue sky and then the white cloud. That is the anvil off of this storm already propagating way out back to the west. And then you can obviously see that to the north, you've got a pretty bad storm forming. And again, we did show you guys the view from our Cumberland camera, and that was not promising based on what we were seeing there. So let me just take a look here. Bring the back up the Cumberland camera. So that is Cumberland as this storm is approaching. So you can see they're getting darker and darker on the horizon, and obviously quite a bit of rain in that at this point. So we will, again, we will continue to monitor it. Connor is obviously on the move at this point. We may have some additional chasers out there. So right now, just addressing the storm in Ottawa, it is still not severe warned. So we'll watch some of the storms popping back to the southwest here on radar. As you can see here. So those are just what we call pushes. So far, nothing has established itself there, but it is indicative of a agitated environment. And that's your cue as a storm chaser or weather enthusiast to pay attention. It means, potentially storms are coming. Kristen, thank you very much for the donation. Happy Canada Day to you as well. So it's, yes, it's not the kind of Canada Day I was hoping I would have. Peter, thank you very much for the donation as well. Super appreciate that. We are expecting, so models were showing storms. This is going earlier than models were showing. So I want to be clear on that. These storms are popping earlier. We were showing on models kind of, 4 p.m. To 7 p.m. for storms to initiate, and possibly have some going right through Ottawa, and especially downtown Ottawa with all the people that are there. We want to get the word out ahead of time. This is one of the Canada days that I probably would not stay outside a whole lot if storms are in the area, because they have the potential of being pretty high end and pretty strong. We saw yesterday that storm was an absolute bulldozer all the way from Pembroke, Petawawa down to the St. Lawrence Seaway. I really hope we don't have that happening again. But we will see what happens as far as that's concerned. And again, we will be here to walk you folks through that. So let me just take a look here. I did see a comment I thought I wanted to jump on, but they're flying so fast and furious, I really can't keep up with them. So what else? Okay, so yeah, it's not a bad storm so far in Ottawa area, if that's what we're talking about. Again, it is just very heavy precipitation, lots of rain and lots of lightning. That's all we're talking about. So this is all throughout the area, and again, just staying on this side of the Ottawa River coming through Ottawa. It looks like it's splitting a little bit. Funky, thank you very much for the donation as well, and it is moving eastward at this point. So when you're watching this radar loop, folks, it's up to you to know where you live and kind of whether you're in the path of this or not. I cannot be naming, every single location out there. It's very obvious where the storm is, where it's headed on the radar loop, and we will try call stuff out in front of the storm. That's usually what we do. And so just make sure that you know where you are on the map, and that's your best bet. So again, we are watching these storms back to the west. There's one at Bancroft that has a little bit of a push on it, so we'll see if it continues to do so. If that does grow, we'll let you guys know. But right now, isolated thunderstorms back to the west of Ottawa, southwest of Ottawa. The only areas of concern at this point would be on the two severe warning storms on the Quebec side, and then the storm obviously trying to get organized here near Ottawa. It does look like it's going through a bit of a split at this point, or we have a second storm kind of behind it. But we're going to keep an eye on that and go from there. So I'm just looking at some of my cameras here, so bear with me for 1 second, and we'll see if we can get those not to act up. Then we'll continue to provide the coverage as this kind of unfolds at this point. Again, we are early on into this, so it's still a long day ahead, lots of potential out there. And just so people understand, we had dew points, which is moisture, how much moisture is in the environment, equivalent to what you would see down in Oklahoma, Kansas, when we normally storm chase down there. I walked out the door this morning to go get some groceries and food to stock up because I haven't had a chance to do anything, and that was a little difficult in itself. But literally, as soon as I opened the door, I said, "Oh God," because I can feel the environment, how sticky it is. There, when you've been storm chasing for a long time, you can tell when the environment is primed for bad things to happen. So we right now have, I'm noticing here actually, before I do anything else on this last scan, the storm that is near Pembroke and Petawawa has now got another one that's kind of slammed into it. They're combining. You can see these two separate storms, and you can see right here they're starting to get together, which could be one storm that takes over, and that's indicative of something you need to pay attention to. So that storm I'm going to watch, and then this one over Mont Tremblant Park, just showing some small hail, so pea-sized hail, that type of thing at this point. And I just need to address one of my other cameras, so bear with me for 1 second. It actually seems like it's okay now. Yeah, it's okay. So they act up sometimes, so I just want to make sure it's working for us because we will be using those cameras again today. So, okay. Getting a comment that there's hail in Bell's Corners with thunder and lightning. So some of the storm is obviously producing some small hail. So again, right now, heavy precipitation out of this storm. And again, we have it looks like two storms right now, trying to figure out which one's going to be boss. Kind of a dividing line here, one to the west, one to the right. The one back to the west, obviously stronger on reflectivity here. You've got dark reds, oranges, compared to the other side, which is mostly orange with some yellow and a bit of red on that leading edge going up into the Orleans area. So we also have cameras out in the Orleans area, so I'm going to take a look at those just to see whether we have a direction on that, but I think those ones are north and south, so we will probably just be able to see when the storm goes through there. So yeah, it's already getting dark there, but no precipitation yet, so not worth. I can't show it to you guys yet, but we will watch when that storm goes through on the next scan. I'm just seeing if those clouds are there. So already starting to rain on Orleans. That's what I was looking for. So the radar scan shows us this is on just on the Chapel Hill South area. Big raindrops, as you can see on the ground. This is just the leading edge of it, so it is just starting to rain in Orleans. And this is the skies are about to open up here as this moves through, but I'll show you on the radar, that weather cam is sitting right here. And the storm is approaching back from the west, coming eastward. So that radar scan is 2:23 p.m. 6 minutes ago. So we should see that advance significantly into the Orleans area as that's moving through. So I'm also getting reports of hail on Conroy, south end of Ottawa. So this storm is producing some small hail as it's moving through the Ottawa area. So definitely, if you want to protect things, keep your vehicle indoors. But if you do end up with hail damage, I would reach out to our sponsor, Canadian Hail Repair and Auto Dentist, based out of the Eastern Ontario. And Doug and Tim are a great crew over there. They will help you guys out. I've had my vehicle repaired from hail by them, and they do a phenomenal job. So just monitoring a couple of our chats here, folks. Let me just see here. 1 second. Yeah, I got to get into the audio for Connor, so sorry, I've just got to do that. We jumped on a little quick, but let me get that going for Connor here so he can hear what's going on. There we go. Connor should hear me in his ear now. So again, we're just kind of working through things in here. So just a lot of comments. So bear with me in one of my chats here. Just getting some photos. So we've got some photos on the Canada side of things. So let me bring that up as well. I've got those coming in. So I will get that going as well onto the computer here. So let's load that up as well. So again, long day ahead. I'm worried about this initial early evening probably is going to be the peak of it on this first round. The second portion could be overnight, and that is the concern there. So let me just bring up a photo. This is from Canada area, I believe, from Melissa. So let me help out there. So bring that up. So this is a photo from one of my moderators, Melissa, and this is in the Canada area. So again, the storm is right now not severe warned, but obviously we're getting minor hail. We're getting some wind. So obviously this is impacting the Ottawa area currently. And again, we have two storms. So this is what I was talking about on that weather cam. The precipitation is going to be moving over it. So let me just take a look here and see if that's... so here's the downpour on that weather cam again from Orleans. So this is Chapel Hill South. You're starting to see that the precipitation's picking up, and it will continue to pick up, but you're seeing the wind starting to also blow around. The very tall tree in the background is definitely swaying quite a bit. So the winds are going to pick up as this moves through. Hopefully not too bad, and I don't expect them to be too bad. But this is what we're seeing live out of the Orleans or Chapel Hill South area from one of our weather cams. Dave, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that. So let me zoom back out here and we're going to watch what the storms are doing. So obviously we have one popping around the Ottawa area. We have some further ones back to the west, kind of in the Bancroft area that we're watching. And we do have storm kind of getting its act together here just on the Quebec side to the northeast of Pembroke. And I'm going to bring back my weather cam in Orleans. So this is what the rain looks like as this thing comes through. So again, obviously heavy downpour. I'm not seeing any hail kind of bouncing off the ground there. I'm just watching to see if that's going to happen. But I don't see any hail right now. It could be very small, so it's not easy to pick up on the camera. But that's kind of what you can expect as this storm comes through in the Ottawa area at this point. So I'm watching this storm. The lightning picked up on this one as those storms got together. You can see the prolific lightning on that. So this is to the northwest of Otter Lake, just across the Ottawa River in the Quebec side. And again, moving eastward for the most part. We have a couple of storms over here that losing a little bit of intensity. There's only one here that's showing a little bit of hail near to the top of Saint Donat, Mont Tremblant Park. So that's what's happening on that area. So again, quite a bit of precipitation out of these. I'm watching the weather cam in Orleans, and the wind does pick up as well. So some wind associated with it, and we are getting reports of tiny hail in the chat there. So I'm just going to keep updating folks as much as I can. Okay, so we've got another chaser here. So let me see if I can get some chasers up on the stream. So Andrew Macklin is out there chasing. He's coming up the 416. That's south of Ottawa, so he can see the storm all the way from down there. We do have Connor Mockett on the left side as well, and Rick may be live as well. So we have a bunch of chasers out there, and we're doing our best to keep up with things. So yeah, definitely. This is an interesting photo from Melissa. This, I believe, is Melissa. Is this one from Canada as well? I'm just going to pull it up and show you guys. Let me see here. Okay. Okay, that's that. Sorry, just tackling a lot of stuff here, folks, trying to keep up. Okay, this is from Melissa in Canada. Again, obviously, the storm has a mean look to it as well. Sorry, that's not what I wanted to share. That's what I wanted to share there. So that's from Melissa just now, and I believe that's in the Canada area. So lots of stuff going on here. Storm is pretty dynamic. Right now, I'm just going to take a look at velocities as well. So we'll see whether we've got anything happening on that front. So we'll get all our live streams in here, and hopefully they'll keep up as well. So let's take a look. So far, no real tight rotation on any of these storms. And I want to reiterate, I know we have a lot of new people on the channel. Storms do normally rotate. That is a normal process of thunderstorms. When an updraft goes up, it doesn't just shoot straight up, it spins. And the question, so whenever you see somebody going, hey, it's rotating, it's not it's rotating, it's how much it's rotating and how tightly the rotation is happening. Those are the two things that you need to know. The other thing you need to know is how far off the ground that radar signature is. So I'm gonna show you guys with my little inspection tool. So right here in the bottom of the screen, it's 700 feet off the ground. If I move to the other side of Ottawa, it's 3,000 feet off the ground. So distance from radar and where that data is being picked up is crucial, because you need to know how far that rotation has to drill down into the storm for it to be a problem on the surface. So we'll keep monitoring all that kind of stuff. But right now, the heaviest of precipitation through Bell's Corners just went through, obviously, Canada, Stittsville, but heading towards through Nepean, Arlington, what is this? Trend Arlington. Nepean, obviously Bayshore, those areas there, but obviously showers over a lot of Ottawa on the west side. And then we have this leading storm out front that currently is over Orleans and making its way further east. So let me just take a look here, and I'm going to check one of my weather cams out in Cumberland. Let me get that. So again, we can expect heavy rain, some wind associated even already early on. Storms do take they do take some time to mature. So this is the storm view from our weather cam that's on or over Orleans, and this is the Cumberland weather cam. So you can see it's starting to get closer. Lots of precipitation in there, as I can see on the horizon. But out front of it, not a ton of wind. Bev, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that. So it is just a lot of precipitation in that buried in it, but they are splitting, and they just severe warned it as well. So I'm going to bring that up. So they've now severe warned this area. Obviously, hopefully due to the reports of small hail, that would be most likely why they've severe warned it. So let me pull that up. Just Environment Canada, meteorologists tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind gusts and up to quarter-size hail. So right now, as we can see here, the most intense precipitation, again, those dark reds and reds, that's on the higher end of the scale. When you get into the lighter orange, yellow, green, and blue, that's the lighter end of the scale. If you start seeing pinks and then eventually purples, that's just getting into the very, very large hail. And we'll see if that, I expect to see a bunch of pink today throughout the broadcast. So we've got, again, a storm still over the Quebec side. It doesn't look bad. It's not looking like it's got any hail in it right now based on radar reflectivity. So again, sometimes we don't see it on the radar, what's actually landing on the ground. So that's something you have to keep in mind when we're looking at this kind of stuff, because the Ottawa storm so far only had one little indicator of hail. We have had reports of hail throughout a couple of areas there. So that's, it shows you what's underneath the storm doesn't always get reflected on the radar itself. So that's why the weather cams are a great tool, because we can see the storm as it approaches or when we're in the storm. So give me a sec here. Okay. So I'm just keeping up with chats, folks, and trying to keep up. I know we've got a ton of questions. I'm just trying to dish out the information as much as I can and keep folks up to date. So right now through Ottawa, just that one severe thunderstorm. We are seeing more storms starting to try and get organized kind of south, I would say west and southwest of Ottawa. We will see if that's the case. Right now, they are just minor thunderstorms. They're non-severe. And then we have that storm north of Pembroke area. That one is considered severe on the Quebec side. It did have some indicators of hail on it. I'm going to see if our east camera in Pembroke sees that storm actually. It probably should. So let me see if I can load that up and bring it here. And again, we've also got Andrew, I believe, streaming here. So let's take a look at this camera. I'll bring it up. This is in Pembroke, looking at that storm across the river. Obviously, some trees in the way, so a little more difficult to see things. But let me see if I can adjust it and swing it around to see what the view looks back to the left. So bear with me for a second. So that's a little bit better view. You're seeing the base of it. This is across the river from Pembroke in obviously Quebec, but this is a live shot of it, and we're just going to scan around and you can see that it stretches all the way back here. We would be looking probably north at this point, and back to the left here. Actually, this is great view. That's as far as I can get. There's, oh, oops, there's a pole there, so I don't, what I want to point out On the far left, you can see those clouds going up that look like broccoli or cauliflower. Those are additional updrafts that are not showing up on radar yet. So this is what us as storm chasers look at so that we can tell what's happening in the atmosphere. So that storm has got additional updrafts going behind it. So that could be picking up some intensity there. So we are again looking kind of north and onto the Quebec side here. With this camera in Pembroke. So again, a very valuable tool for us. Okay, let's switch over here, and then I'll switch back. But again, we are getting very early on here. As far as storms are concerned, these have fired sooner than we were expecting. So got us a report here that we've had a flash of power in, it looks like, I believe Rockland, yes, Rockland as well. Power out in Orleans as well. So again, these storms do affect people just even from the power side of things. So my recommendation is if you are anywhere today where you still have power, I would charge my devices. If you have a battery bank, get that charged. Just be prepared to be without power. These storms are just getting started, and we're not even an hour into this broadcast, and we've already got storms, knocking power out and that kind of stuff. So this is just the early on. We are waiting to see what happens once this kind of develops and storms do mature. So let me just take a look at that storm on the Quebec side. Seeing some things there I don't like. Let me see. Let's see if we do have rotation there. We're going to have to pay attention to this storm on the Quebec side that we were just watching. I did, again, notice those updrafts going. So it has hail in it. So this would be small pea-sized hail again to the northeast of Waltham on the 148. My concern right now is whether this is an additional updraft or if this is a hook echo trying to form. And a hook echo is indicative of rotation trying to form on a storm. So I'm going to pay attention to that. We do have some rotating winds throughout the storm. This is very broad at this point, so nothing to get excited about. Again, rotation is normal. We just want to make sure that we watch how much it's rotating and where it's rotating. So very indicative quickly that this storm may be trying to do something, so I'm going to keep an eye on it. And that's after the two storms slammed into each other and one took over. I've got Connor with a view of a storm here. I'm just going to see where he's at. He is south of Ottawa, near Manotick area, so he is watching these storms, trying to get going. So he would be watching the bottom of this storm, essentially, roughly, near the Manotick area. So again, we do have a bunch of rain here throughout the Ottawa area, in Canada, Bell's Corners, obviously through Nepean, but the precipitation currently stops near Alta Vista area, not into downtown. Let's take a look. Parliament Hill is probably getting wet at this point. That's LeBreton Flats. So there's going to be Parliament Hill right there. So just minor showers. But if anybody is at the festivities in Ottawa, down at downtown, you guys are about to get a soaking even after that first storm. So view from, I was just going to say there was a view there from Andrew as he's approaching from the south there on the 416. I got to look at it, so we'll jump back in there when he gets that back up. Connor's just, again, south of the city at this point. And right now, I'm personally watching this storm to see what it does on the next few scans. 2:41 p.m. 5 minutes ago. We got 3 minutes till our next update. So we'll jump on that and keep an eye on that storm again northeast of Pembroke on the Quebec side. And then we'll continue to monitor the storms in Ottawa. Mont Tremblant National Park, a little bit of hail up there. I'm actually going to switch to the Blainville radar. It's closer. So there may be hail. There is hail indicated on one radar, and that's because it's further away. When you switch to a closer radar, it's scanning lower in the atmosphere, so the hail may be melting by the time it gets to the ground because it's going through warmer air. And we all know what ice does. So again, So Saint Donat just right now, according to the closest radar, heavy precipitation in that with lots of lightning being thrown around. And then we have our storm way back here from the Franktown radar. I want to see what that next scan is going to do. You can see sort of the image on Andrew's live stream to the south. He's coming in on the 416. That looks like he's probably close to Kempville, I would guess. Yeah, see, he's in my backyard literally. So anyways, he's coming from the south there, and he's got a view of that dark sky, and that's obviously the storms that are located right over Ottawa. And again, these are marching eastward essentially. We've had several of them fire, and so that's what's kind of going through the Ottawa area right now. And this is only the initial storms. We're going to see where the rest of them kind of organize themselves and where they head. We are seeing those popcorn storms back to the west and southwest starting to get a little more prolific. And again, that's an area that we need to watch as this all unfolds. I'm going to take a look down here just to see if anything's happening in Toronto. Nothing in Toronto right now. Over Lake Huron, though, it looks like there's something. There's a bunch of storms coming over from Lake Huron. I'm just trying to figure out what direction those are going in. So, because those will come into play later. So that's a solid line moving due east right now. So that is coming over Lake Huron right now. There is a severe warning out on the Bruce Peninsula. They do have a thunderstorm warning for this, so I'm going to read that to folks. So this is over the Bruce Peninsula because of that line that is approaching. Environment Canada tracking that line, moving quickly east at 70 kilometers an hour. So this storm is doing almost highway speeds. It is maximum wind 110 kilometers an hour. And 2.5 centimeter hail and 40 millimeter rain are the maximum values. So Tobermory, Bruce Peninsula National Park, and Sauble Beach. If people are out on the water today with the, enjoying the park, you need to be in shelter as this is coming across. That is a pretty significant line, and this will come into play possibly for us in Eastern Ontario. So I'm just watching that as it's progressing. So this is just to the south of Manitoulin Island. So a lot of weather, a lot of area to cover. I'm going to do my best to keep everybody up to date, folks. Again, just trying to, make sure that we put out the information as quickly and as accurately as possible. So is this our new scan? 247. So I do want to look at the storm on the Quebec side. So I want to see what kind of rotation is in there. There are some areas of rotation, but again, not significant to the point where I'm concerned about it. Again, quite a bit of hail kind of packing in here now on 148. That has expanded somewhat. So that hail core is intensifying on the Quebec side. We now have a storm over McLaren's Landing, Quillon, Buckham's Bay West, Constance Bay, and that will be moving more than likely east. Lots of lightning on that and some moderate to heavy rain. Western portion of Ottawa, tons of rain right now in there. It is windy as well. And again, this is moving through the Ottawa area, so I'll activate that. And we have our storm out by Cumberland at this point. Let's see if there's any rotation. There is absolutely no rotation in that storm at this point. So let me just bring up a weather cam and we'll see whether the Cumberland storm I can see as it approaches very closely on our weather cam. And they've now severe warned that severe warning has been expanded. That's why the box is flashing. So for the Quebec storm, they've expanded that as it moves eastward from there. And they've updated the severe warning to the north. So let me see if I can get that. The Cumberland camera not coming up right now. So maybe internet or power issue at this point. So we'll keep coming back to it. It says it's offline right now, so we'll definitely check back to see if that's the case, whether we can get it. So storm looks to be drawing up some stuff on Barrhaven. So let me move back to Barrhaven here. That would be the storm just over the Barrhaven area. I'm going to share a photo from Connor right now. He is driving off there, so I'm just going to pull it up. There is a bit of a what we call a ratty wall cloud, so I'm going to pull that up and show it. So wall cloud is a lowering that sits below the storm where the updraft is, and all that kind of cotton candy cloud that you're seeing here in the image, that is the storm inhaling or vacuuming that air up, and as it's being pulled up, it condenses and it gives you those that little cotton candy look. If this wall cloud was to grow and get bigger and start rotating, that's your first indicators that you have a storm trying to be dangerous. So again, we are very early on in this, and storms do take time to mature. So some can go very quickly, especially in the US, just because of the environment that they're in. But no power in Cumberland. I just saw that in the chat, so that explains why our camera is not accessible. Thank you very much for that as well. So again, I try and look as much as I can in the chat, but there's a lot going on right now, and we have a lot of areas that we are looking at. So I just would rather be able to, explain what is happening to folks as much as possible. I will try as much as I can. Real loud thunder now in Ottawa, Little Italy. That's from Reflection. Thank you very much for that. What else have we got here? Cumberland, look, I'm getting a lot of comments about Cumberland power flickering back and forth. So we are definitely seeing this develop quickly. And the storms, again, I told you they were trying to split. We do have that obvious split right now where you have one storm to the west, one to the right, and we're going to see which one will become dominant. Both of them could be, end up high-end severe, but we don't know that yet, so we will monitor it. We're 6 minutes into our cycle here, folks, so we will see whether we get another scan here in about 2 minutes from the Franktown radar. And again, I am watching the storms back to the southwest in this pocket right here to see if they get going. We will have to pay attention to them. Right now, they are just non-severe scattered thunderstorms at this point. And for those tuning in, they've updated the severe watches. They've put out far more of them because of this line that is approaching from the west. So let me just take a look at that. That is coming at the Bruce Peninsula, but it will come ashore at Port Elgin, Kincardine, Goderich, and that whole area as it's coming through. This is moving at 70 kilometers an hour according to Environment Canada. I'm just going to see what the winds look like in there. The leading edge doesn't look too bad, but let me switch to a closer radar here, folks, so I can get a better idea. Doesn't look too bad, but again, there are some winds associated with it, so batten down the hatches, get off the beach, get to shelter, that type of thing, and you don't want to be just in a tent. So obviously Environment Canada, Ontario, updating all sorts of severe thunderstorm watches. So if you are in a watch, you need to be weather aware today, and if you do get a warning, which means those conditions have come together and you need to be paying attention. So this is our latest scan. I'm going to look at the Quebec storm quickly at that. There is some rotation in there. I don't like that. Few spots of rotation. So again, I'm going to keep an eye on it. It is getting my attention a little bit. So again, we do also have some updrafts going to the west. We saw that on the camera when I was pointing that out. So they are now on radar. Constance Bay right now and Dunrobin in this heavier downpour with lightning. Let's take a look at our wind velocities in there. Nothing outrageous in terms of winds right now, still a young storm, so not mature enough. But on the Quebec side, 148, Luskville also getting some rain. Another pop-up shower storm actually at Fitzroy Harbor, just to the north of Goleta. And then this big storm here, this is the main storm over Ottawa, now reaches from basically the Ottawa, well, I'll say Hull area, Le Plateau, Manoir des Trembles. It's all the way from there, all the way down south to basically Osgood is reaching where that precipitation is right now. Looking at velocity scans, there are some winds in this. Let me just take a look here. So this would be just near the airport. We have some 60-kilometer-hour winds, so starting to pick up. Britannia about 55. That is not on the surface. That's a little above the surface, so you have to realize that on the surface they will be a little bit less, more than likely. So let's just take a look where this storm is headed around the Ottawa area. So this is the loop. So it's almost stationary over Ottawa somewhat. It's not it's moving eastward, but that bottom half is expanding on it. So that'll be something that we'll have to keep our eye on. And as I'm just hearing that Canada is out of power as well. So a lot of power issues right now with these storms, just with that prolific lightning that is being thrown around here. And again, last night, that was the same thing on the storm that just went to the west of Ottawa, dodging that bullet last night, because that storm coming through Ottawa would have been very, very problematic. So I'm just going to look over here at the storms near Mont Tremblant. Let's just take a look here. Those are dying off. So these storms near Saint Donat are just regular showers at this point. Those are not even severe. That's what we call sub-severe storms. Right now into Buckingham, those showers, Masson-Angers, right along the river. You see how bright red that is? Because it's picking up the moisture from the Ottawa River and using that to enhance the storm. So this is coming into Rockland. It'll come into probably Thurso, the Plantagenet, Kern, anywhere east of here. You need to be paying attention, and that is hugging the river somewhat. So I expect it to follow it eastward as this progresses. They are not moving very quickly in comparison to other storms. So just obviously some strong storms, and that's why they are severe warned. We have had reports of small hail throughout the city. Again, we are sponsored by Canadian Hail Repair and Auto Dentist. If you do end up with damage, definitely give them a shout. They'll be able to help you guys out. What do we got here? It's 2:53 p.m. We're about 2 minutes from our next scan. So we'll continue to look around. I keep zooming out just so I can get a bird's eye view of what's happening, and I can update folks what is going on right now. So HD asking, if I'm driving from Barrhaven towards Thurso today, is there a very bad time to go? I have to drive my baby home and I'm nervous. Thanks for your coverage. It's a tough call to make, because right now, if you were going from Barrhaven to Thurso, you are going to be driving right through the storms at this point. And unfortunately, there's more storms popping to the west, so it may be a situation of trying to dodge storms. Again, we will walk you through it, tell you where they are. Right now is not the time, because obviously we have two very strong storms kind of moving through the region. So hopefully if they move out, if they're less severe, if these are just these non-severe isolated thunderstorms, then yes, you'll have no problem with that. The concern is whether they consolidate and you get one strong storm coming out of that. So they have bumped the severe warning here for Ottawa, or Eastern Ontario. So all the way along the river, all back through Hawkesbury and essentially to the Ontario Quebec border. So let's just take a look at that. Tracking a severe cluster of severe thunderstorms capable of producing strong wind, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. So that's what's ongoing right now. Just going to try and keep up in my chats here, folks. Let me take a look here. Okay, so right now the two storms in Ottawa are our concern. There's also the one on the Quebec side. So this is what has happened over the last hour and a bit. We are 2:53 p.m. I should have a new scan here, so I'll do an analysis of them as we get there. Looking at the storm in Quebec, just taking a look. We still have that old scan, so I'm just going to wait till oh, there we go. It just popped just as I was looking for it. So still a strong thunderstorm. It looks a little more disorganized. So still very heavy rain, lots of lightning on the Quebec side, and it's even reaching out to the Ontario side. There are some lightnings. Oh, they just disappeared as soon as I zoomed in for some reason. I wonder if that just refreshed. So let's look back here in Ottawa. Constance Bay, definitely getting a ton of rain down to Dunrobin along the river. Back to Fitzroy Harbor, just coming out of that rain. And then on the Quebec side, Gatineau Park, and now Wakefield has a storm popping to the north of it. No real lightning indicated on that just yet. So let's take a look at our winds here. Clarence, Rockland, you are getting further away from the radar, but the leading edge of that storm showing some 90-kilometer-hour winds right now in the Rockland area at 3,000 feet. So at the surface, I would expect to be around 70 to 80 kilometers an hour roughly at this point. So that's what you're going to need to prepare for in Rockland, Clarence Point, up to Thurso. This is moving eastward for the most part. So those winds are intensifying and picking up. So that is going to come down the Ottawa River. If you're in any park camping, those 70, 80-kilometer-hour winds are going to start, moving stuff around, and it is picking up. So I will monitor that. That is a bright area, and that's how you can tell when you've got those brighter indicators on these velocity scans. Red is moving away from the radar. Green is moving towards the radar, and then obviously the brightness of the pixels, the brighter they are, the stronger those winds are. So right now that area just has some strong straight line winds just pushing out from that storm. So again, that's something you need to pay attention to if you're outside, if you're camping. We've got a beautiful view here down from Andrew, south of Ottawa, watching that storm develop. So I'm going to pull that up here. Andrew's on the live stream. Excuse me, obviously listening in his ear as to me babbling away, but he's right next to the 416, and you can kind of see that developing. So even back to the left, I want to point out on the left side of his view, you can see another kind of anvil cloud forming. That's another updraft that is going up. So even storms back to the west, I'm not sure which one that would be. That might be back to the Fitzroy Harbor, Constance Bay area, but that looks a little closer than that. So maybe it's just another updraft that is going. So lots of storms getting going here, and that's going to be our concern throughout the afternoon, is all these storms going and repeated rounds of precipitation, heavy rain, lightning. Obviously, if you are outside with these storms, lightning is the biggest threat to you right now because it will throw bolts way outside of that storm. As a storm chaser, I'm not afraid of tornadoes. I'm far more concerned about lightning than I am of any tornado I've ever seen. So again, you can look here, I'll zoom in how far these lightning bolts are from the storm. They're all the way out throughout here, and again, out ahead of the storm is the biggest indicator. So I'm just going to zoom in here, do a measurement. I'll move that down, and we'll see what's going on here. So this lightning bolt is about 4 kilometers away from the storm. So in clear air, you're just standing there and suddenly you've got a lightning bolt, planting itself right next to you. So that's my biggest concern with people outside for activities today, is obviously those strong winds and the lightning. Lightning strikes people. You just got to be careful of those. We are watching these storms down here near Westport. They are starting to get organized where they're coming together. And again, that's where you start to pay attention to them. So I'll back this up. You can see they're kind of individual storms here a few frames ago. And as I walk this forward, they reach out for each other, and now they're holding hands and walking forward. So through Westport, couple of lightning bolts, heavy rain right now, just early on. And again, this is just us looking ahead to see what is happening. I've got a Portland weather cam that may be able to see those organizing themselves. So let me pull that up as well. And we'll give you guys a live shot of that. Let's just take a look here. See if that comes up. There we go. Yeah, we do have a view there. So I'm going to turn that camera for you folks. We're going to see live as these storms are getting organized. This is just going to pan it over there. Bear with me. Thank you, Alfonso. Really appreciate you becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. That supports us and helps us out a lot here. So let me see. Just bear with me. I'm going to turn the camera, and you can see what that looks like. So this is back to the southwest looking towards Westport. If you are anywhere on the water near these storms, you need to get off the water. This is going to come in quickly, and you are going to get caught out there. I see a boat motoring right now, I believe right across the water there. So they're probably making the right choice getting out of there. And this is where the lightning strikes are dangerous, because if they strike out ahead of it and you're on a boat, you have a chance of getting smacked by lightning. So definitely playing with fire if you're out in water ahead of this type of storm, any type of thunderstorm. We had a story, Connor, yesterday. Anybody that wasn't on the stream, gentleman got caught in that morning storm that took place coming north of Kingston, and he said it was the scariest boat ride of his life because he wasn't aware of the storms, and it caught him out. So he definitely was in for a ride there. So let's just take a look here. 2:59 p.m. We should have, there's our new scan. I was going to say any second here. So let's see what this storm looks like on velocities here. That's one of the first things I check. The winds have moved kind of near Thurso, right over the river. They've gone through Rockland. Look a little bit weaker on this scan, just under 80 kilometers or right in that threshold, so a little less brightness on that. But obviously still some strong winds associated on that leading edge up there. Let me just take a look at reflectivity. So we have a whole bunch of shower activity now through Elmer to the east of Dunrobin along the Ottawa River. Carp, just east of there, thunderstorm has popped up as well. Again, moving eastward, primarily these storms are doing that. And right through downtown Ottawa, Parliament Hill, you're going to have soaking up there at this point with all these festivities. And then obviously the storm from essentially light rain from Castleman through Limoges up to Rockland, just getting very heavy doses of rain up there as well, and that wind and the lightning as well. So looking at this storm, I'm just going to take a look to see. It's interesting look to it. It looks like it's trying to wrap itself around the Ottawa River there as the river bends, but we have multiple updrafts going here. So Pembroke, a bunch of storms trying to go there, lots of heavy rain. The wind velocities aren't that strong yet, but we will continue to monitor them. Sorry, just want to click off on that. I'm going to pull off that camera and we're going to switch over to one of my other ones. So bear with me. No, that's not the one I want. There we go. Constant thunder in Pembroke. So I'm literally going to take a look at the camera here. So this is our west camera in Pembroke. So I'll bring that up. Again, you can see we're looking back west at those smaller updrafts. So they are just getting organized so they don't look too bad here. But obviously quite the thunderstorms in that area. And they are also getting themselves developed at this point. So another area we will need to monitor. I'm just going to turn a little further north so you can see that heavy rain just kind of to the northwest here. And then we're going to kind of look back at the river. So again, we've got a nice north view here of the storms developing. I can spin around. I'm not sure exactly how far I can get back over here. This is kind of looking south. Less of a view, but there's our pole. So I can switch to another camera there, but we obviously have thunderstorms developing. Okay, picture from Connor. This is on the Barhaven storm. I have to switch over to that, folks, so bear with me for a sec. Connor is saying that there is a significant wall cloud developing on the Barhaven storm. So let me pull that up. Give me one moment, share that with you folks. So this is in the Barhaven area. So what we're seeing here is a wall cloud below the storm starting to organize itself again. The storm is not mature yet, but it is trying to get there. And this portion where my arrow is, this is your wall cloud where you follow that white arrow and obviously below those trees. And on this side where you're seeing that cotton candy type looking cloud, that is getting pulled up into the storm. And as it's getting pulled up into the storm, that moisture that's in the air, that humidity that everybody's feeling, it is condensing into cloud and then it packs itself in here. If this starts to rotate, we are going to have a problem because that is indicative of a storm trying to do something we all don't want it to do. So again, I try and get the word out as early as possible, and that's why we are here. That's why we have chasers on the ground, being able to give out the information live from underneath the storm. That's the most important thing. Looks like I've even got Rick here as well, who's trying to live stream as well. So we've got Rick now on the road as well. So 3 chasers in the region. They're not all together, obviously holding hands. And, you know, I apologize, but cell service in Canada, the data isn't the best. So this is why these streams cut in and out. We are going to be upgrading some people to what am I trying to say? Starlink, which will definitely help things out there. So, okay. So again, in the Barhaven area, this is the storm currently over the Ottawa area, south of Ottawa. That is the storm that is getting organized. That's where that wall cloud is. So we need to pay attention to that. And Connor is going to continue to monitor it. If something does get dangerous, Connor is going to call me out. It's good to have him on the ground because our scans, again, are only every 8 minutes. So a lot can happen in that 8-minute time frame. 90% of tornadoes that exist or happen, are 2 minutes or less. They literally spin up quickly and they're gone. The really strong ones, they're rare. The long tracked ones, obviously rare. but that's what you can have happen. So that's why it's very important to have people on the ground that can report to you and let you know what's happening at this point. So we're going to concentrate on the storm right near the Barrhaven area. Currently, I don't see strong rotation on it. I do see some rotation, but we'll pay attention to it. And if it does start to pick up, then we'll have to start highlighting an area and warning people out in front of it. So exactly what we did yesterday with the morning storm, and the same thing that we did with the evening storm. If there's something of concern, we will let you know. You'll see my demeanor change. It's all about the information. I'm not going to make any jokes or anything like that. I try to keep it lighthearted because I understand that as far as storms, a lot of people have anxiety with it. So we realize that and we respect that as well. So just looking here, velocities right now. This is our newest scan that just came in. Zooming into Rockland area, very strong winds there still as this storm is moving through. So about 82 kilometers an hour off the surface, 85 kilometers an hour. So I would expect 60 kilometer hour wind gusts on the surface roughly at this point. Just going to zoom in here, take a look at the rotation or the wind velocities here in the Barrhaven area. We do have some noise in there. And what I mean by noise, folks, I'll zoom in here. This stuff that looks like Christmas confetti, that is polluted data or corrupted data coming from the radar, and we call it radar noise. And so sometimes it's hard to determine because you can see rotation with just 2 pixels, but if one of them's discolored, it definitely makes it more difficult. So right now, obviously storms all to the west of Ottawa, to the northwest through Constance Bay, up the river through the 148 on the Quebec side, into Canada, Beaverbrook on the north side. It's just a bunch of rain showers going through there with lots of lightning. And we're watching this storm that is happening over the Ottawa airport, very heavy precipitation in there. And then the storm that is east of Ottawa along the Ottawa River, still lots of strong wind in there as well, and lots of precipitation as this continues to move eastward. So we're going to watch what happens here. I haven't had an update here from Connor in a little bit, so I'm just going to see. It looks like the storm might be dissipating somewhat or losing its intensity, but we'll keep monitoring that. We'll see what's going on the next scan. And that's one of the things, these storms can go up and down in strength. Just because it's weakening doesn't mean it's over and done with, for example. So you get this cycling aspect to storms. Again, these are early on. We still don't know how mature these storms are. They've been going only for a short time. And I'm just going to watch this on the 148 right now. We do have some strong winds. These are about 70, 80 kilometers an hour off the ground. Again, 4,000 feet off the ground. This is probably in the neighborhood of almost a kilometer or roughly a kilometer up. Down at the surface, maybe 50 to 60 kilometer hour winds along that 148. So just an area of more increased winds at this point. So let's zoom back out here. I'm going to take a look around. There's a lot of these storms starting to get organized here. The Portland storm definitely looking like things are going on. Connor just commenting the same thing, that the storm looks like it's cycling, which is what it looked like on radar. So Connor confirming that for us. So again, we get this drop in intensity and then it can pick back up. So that's why we call it cycling, not pedaling a bike or anything like that. So let me just take a look here. Bear with me for 1 second. No, okay. I thought I saw something on a camera, but I didn't. So let me pull up our Portland camera. We're going to keep an eye on those storms developing down there because they may come into play. I'm going to go back and take a look to the west as well for that line coming off the water. This is an incredible shot of that Westport camera, the line moving over the area, and you can see that thunderstorm, how quickly that was on the left side of the image back there a short while ago, and now it's literally over top of the camera moving over the water. So again, down by Portland, Westport area, that's where these storms are located. And if you are out on the water, get off the water. That person in the boat shouldn't be out there. But to each their own, as they say. Just looking back, lots of precipitation back to the other side of Westport. And then we're just going to look a little bit northwest from here, but you can see how this is progressing. Again, this is southwest of Ottawa, down by Westport, Portland area. Just a lot of lakes out that way, and this is one of our weather cams that we have out there. So live shots make it so much easier for us to tell you what is actually happening. And you can see in the background of this image, that's another updraft happening back there to kind of to the southwest. So let's go and jump back in here. Just gonna see that I'm on with all the comments here. Okay. Okay, let's get back here. So that's southwest of Ottawa. I'm just going to take a look at the line on Exeter radar and just see. So that line is now over the Bruce Peninsula, and it is moving very quickly. So this would be packing some winds in there. This is now going to go over Georgian Bay and then end up crossing Highway 11, and 400 and all that stuff. So making its way eastward. I'll show you how that is marching here as it comes on the radar. And there's a jump in the radar. It looks like there was a data loss at some point on Exeter and possibly a couple others. We got a great view of the storm from Andrew at this point, south of Ottawa. So in the bottom corner there, he is south of the storm that was, we were talking about Barrhaven, where we had that wall cloud starting to form. So that's another area that we're paying attention to. So we do have two gentlemen live on that storm particularly. So lots of action right now with all these storms. So I'm going to swing back to the Ottawa area and let's just take a look at things. So looking here, we've got our latest scan. Let me take a look at velocities here. Some rotation, but very minor, nothing to be concerned about yet. Again, if there is anything to be concerned about, I will highlight this. More showers popping up over Cantley, north of there, St. Pierre de Wakefield. Rain is already in east of Thurso, coming into Papineauville, Plantagenet, into Alfred, and eventually along the river into L'Orignal, Hawkesbury, Grenville. That is all coming that way slowly but surely. This is not moving very fast, but definitely heading in that direction. And still that cluster of storms around the Pembroke area. Heavy rain through Pembroke right now, along the 148 on the Quebec side, and they have just updated that severe thunderstorm warning. So I'll take a look at that. Just saying they're tracking a storm that's capable of producing ping pong ball sized hail down to loony, wind gusts, and heavy rain. So I'm going to bring up Andrew's feed right here. You can see the view north of the 416, how dark that is. So obviously these storms are pretty dangerous. They are starting to pick up intensity, and again, that lightning and the wind is going to be the biggest issue there. So there's a feature there I think Andrew's trying to highlight in that cloud, so we're going to keep an eye on this, and if Andrew sees anything, I'll keep an eye on the chat and see if I have anything to worry about, or we have anything to worry about, I should say. So that's what's presently happening there. So we'll continue to monitor all of our streamers and keep you folks up to date. So again, thank you to anybody who's jumped on as a subscriber to the channel, and if you're a member of the Sunshine Club, and any donations, thank you. And I just noticed I missed one here. I can't even pronounce that. Ludovicus, thank you very much for the stars. And I try and keep up as much as possible, but it's not always the easiest, so bear with me. There's just a lot going on to be able to get this information out to you guys. I'm going to take a quick second here to thank our sponsor. I'll play a short commercial, and then we'll be right back. We've got some time between scans here, so we'll do that, and I'll be right back to you folks.
Specializing in hail damage repair, paintless dent repair, small damage paint repairs, and bumper cracks and scrapes. We have served Ottawa and surrounding areas for over 25 years. Come by for your free estimate at 151 Bentley Avenue, Unit 17 in Ottawa, or call us at 613-223-7077.
So again, that's the awesome team at Auto Dentist. If you do end up with any kind of hail damage today and you're anywhere in Eastern Ontario, or they cover a lot of Canada as well, Doug and Tim will help you guys out. I'll just bring up their website here quickly. Autodentist.ca. They obviously do paintless dent repair, micro paint refinishing, cosmetic repairs, that kind of stuff. So awesome team. Definitely reach out to them if you have any of these needs. 613-223-7077. And they're an awesome bunch. Like I said, I've had my car repaired by them in the past. So they do great work, folks. So anyways, let's get back into it here. I'm monitoring some more channels here and just watching what's going on. We continue to have these storms kind of orbiting around the Ottawa area, and you can see that there's more popping up in this last scan. If I zoom in around the Ottawa area on the Quebec side, starting to see more showers north of the city. Line is kind of forming at this point, so I'm just keeping an eye on that as well. And the storms back to the west here that are coming at us, we definitely need to pay attention to. Veronica, thank you. Oh, wow. Look at the shot from Andrew here. So let me bring this up again. This is coming from Andrew south on the 416. Let's see if we can get a video there. So you can see this storm looks like this is the North Gore exit, even though it says Belleville on his thing. He just hasn't turned on his locator. So I'm going to actually turn that off just so that it doesn't confuse people. Give me a sec there, and we'll bring that up. So that's good. Just don't want confusion. We have an app that tracks where they're roughly at, but sometimes they forget to turn it on. So not a big deal. Just don't want that confusion. So this is from the North Gore exit, heading to the north. So you can see the storm developing right over Ottawa, Barrhaven, and those areas. So that's what we've been monitoring. Also the storms around Pembroke area, and we now have additional storms firing north of Pembroke as well. So there's storms are starting to be all over the place at this point. So I'm going to just swing back here around Toronto area, and we are monitoring this line as it's coming in. It's all severe warned here. Lots of lightning coming off the water here. We'll see if that sustains as it gets onto land. What tends to happen with storms, when they're over water, they will pick up intensity, and then they will lose a bit as they come across land. So we'll see if this continues once it gets past to the other side of Georgian Bay. But Bruce Peninsula right now obviously being impacted by that line as it moves through. So we're going to take a look here. Connor's got a good view of the storm as well. Andrew looks like, I don't know what's going on, why it's shaking so much, but Andrew's trying to either get it into position or something. But anyways, he's outside just walking around. That's why. So anyways, we have these storms around the Ottawa area, definitely getting organized as well. Canada Day festivities going full tilt. And right now, downtown Ottawa under heavy rain at this point, and it will be for quite some time. Elmer, Gatineau, kind of along the river back to Dunrobin, almost into Constance Bay. Very heavy rain, lots of lightning. So not a day to be outside at this point, unfortunately, with Canada Day. I know that's difficult, but I would suggest that you stay indoors if you're anywhere near these storms, especially with all of that lightning that's happening right now. So lightning being the biggest, threat as far as those storms are concerned. So we need to pay attention to the lightning that gets thrown out ahead of it. And you can see that on the north side here, there's barely any storm or precipitation there. And north of Papineauville, there's a lightning bolt up there. There's several of them. So that's one of the dangers there as far as lightning is concerned. Right over 17, I have 1 pixel of pink. So there may be some small pea-sized hail in that. What else? Apparently, okay, they're talking about possibly festivities in Canada being shut down here. I'm seeing a comment. So again, with all the precipitation, that's not a bad call. It's just a question of what's going on. So I don't know if that's going to be for a long time or just for while this storm is happening, but just getting that comment through my chat here as well. Connor's got a view of it here, so let's just take a look. Connor is looking at this. I'm just trying to figure out where he is. He's kind of looking back towards Greeley, I want to say, possibly. That's what it looks like to me. So, the storm definitely going through some transitions here, but still, lots of prolific lightning and rain at this point. So, Connor's got a view on it, and then Andrew as well has a view on it. So what we're looking at right here are the storms around the Pembroke area. They are kind of sitting in that area. A lot of storms popping around it. Not as severe as they were originally. So just strong thunderstorms at this point, stretching from the Ontario side onto the Quebec side along that 148. Those are those storms there. And our storms on the east side have died off that we were watching or monitoring. We have additional storms to the north. Let me see if I've got, so again, lots of pop-up storms happening with these, isolated, spread out thunderstorms. And we're only going to be able to track the ones that are obviously significant in nature. Let's just take a look what's happening here by Mattawa. A couple of storms popping here at Mattawa and moving east from there. And then obviously we have that line coming across just over Manitoulin Island, a bunch of precipitation. South of Manitoulin Island, heavy rain over the water going into Georgian Bay and then over Bruce Peninsula. And then from there, so again, watching a bunch of different areas, lots of storms now forming back to the southwest of Ottawa. So these are going to be a concern because they are starting to get somewhat consolidated. So lots on the table right now. I'm going to look for Montreal area. Still nothing in the Montreal area. We are expecting stuff out that way later on at this point. So we are 3:30 p.m. almost. Very early on in the day, still plenty of day left at this point. And just again, through the Ottawa area, lots of thunder, lots of lightning, and heavy rain from Constance Bay through Nepean, back through the airport on the east side there to Leitrim. Those dark reds, that's where you're seeing that heavy precipitation. Obviously some through cottage country on the Quebec side, 307 St. Pierre to Wakefield, Cantley, and Perkins. And then we have through Thurso and on the Quebec side along the 50, some heavy rain. Then through 17 corridor going into Plantagenet and coming down the river. I do have a weather cam out that way, so let's go see what that one is showing. So let me pull that up. That's our good buddy Mike out there, who is our weather cam host. So let's just take a look at this. Wow, this is a pretty serious view here of the storm. I'm going to bring it up. This is out in L'Orignal, and I'll see if I can turn this camera around and give you guys a bit of a view. Let me just adjust that. Bear with me for 1 second. But you can see this is looking west back to the city of Ottawa, or back down the river. And I'm just going to tilt it down a little bit, and you can see here that storm is kind of on the Ottawa River, and then obviously quite the storm heading eastwards. This is all heading towards Hawkesbury, Grenville, out that way eventually. So quite the storm reaching out. This is looking back south at this point. So you can see where this storm is located, and on that right side you're seeing the sun, because in front of you is that anvil cloud from the storm. So again, we're giving you guys a look out in front as things are approaching, and just heavy rain in that at this point. And this is our latest scan. Precipitation has definitely gone down on the storm. I'm seeing a lot less red at this point, so it may be cycling, but we will keep you up to date on the next few scans just to see if that's the case. And then from there, we'll take a look at the rest of the storm. So again, through Ottawa, all the way from Manotick out just basically through South Gloucester, almost into Edwards, around the airport, Uplands Airport, or that's YOW anyways. That's the Ottawa McDonald-Cartier Airport as well, obviously. Heavy rain right now through Nepean, through Elmer, back up the Ottawa River essentially and along that 148 corridor. So we'll continue to monitor that. And I see why that looks different because I'm on the wrong radar. Bear with me, folks. Sorry. I was looking on the far side because we bounced between two radars. Connor's view right now on the storm looks pretty crazy. So let's bring that up. I'll see if we get a view of this UFO looking thing. It almost looks like a flying V, to be honest with you, the way it's orientated. But that's the view of the storm south of Ottawa as Connor continues to move with it. His location shows he's roughly in the Manotick area as he pursues this. So that's the view currently live right as the storm continues to track somewhat southward. So we'll bring that back up. Obviously, some trees in the way there. I'll see if Andrew's got a view of it as well. And it's coming, it's already showing on my camera here in Kempville, so definitely a storm packing a bit of a punch. We'll look at some velocities on this. Still seeing a bunch of wind. I'm curious about this area though. Give me 1 second. Is that, no, that's not rain. So hard to tell what's radar noise and what is actually legitimate data. I'm a little concerned about that. Got another view. Melissa, I just need to know where that is because I have no idea where you are. If you can send me what location you're at there, just so I can share that photo. So we have another photo from Melissa's on the road today trying to enjoy Canada Day festivities. I'm going to monitor that area around Manotick. Obviously, a bit of winds there, so that's looking towards Canada, heading home. Okay, so let me pull this up and I'll share this photo with you folks from again Melissa on the road there. Bring that up. So this is looking back towards Canada. She lives near Carleton Place area, so let me pull that image up. So this is on the on-ramp, obviously, heading back that way. So again, strong storms in the area. Some of them look menacing more than they actually are, but you always have to take weather seriously, and that's what we try and educate. It's not being scared of it, it's just understanding what is happening. That's the most important aspect. So you can see right along the Ottawa River where we're getting all this moisture, the storms are kind of hugging that river. You can see that in here. And then obviously our storm that we've been looking at from Connor and Andrew's perspectives is this cluster right here. So that's what's taking place at this point with the storms. Looks like a fairly stormy afternoon for most of the Ottawa area. Right now, no relief in sight. So again, daytime festivities for Canada Day are going to be dampened, and also again with all that lightning, I don't recommend that you're outside because that lightning is the more concerning aspect. I know you think it's a 1 in a million shot that you get hit by lightning, but the amount of times I've been so close to being hit by lightning in storm chasing, I would be a millionaire if I could have $1 for every time that happened. It's just one of the dangers of storm chasing, and you know, a lot of times I'm in my vehicle, luckily, when those lightning strikes happen, but there's been a few times where I've been outside and I'll tell you, my shorts needed to be changed a couple of times. Just one of those things you can't predict, and it just happens. So again, very heavy rain here along the Ottawa River, Britannia, Elmer, Bayshore, Nepean, just where you're seeing those big bright spots. Obviously stretching out towards the Manotick area as well. And Connor is continuing to move with the storm, as you can see on above me on that live feed. So we're doing our best here. Apparently almost 5,000 without power in Orleans, folks. So these storms, again, will cause interruptions one way or the other. Hopefully folks can get their power back on in the Orleans area. But right now, apparently about 5,000, according to Veronica, one of my moderators. So again, thank you. Jody saying... some hail right now and lightning in backyard. That's from Julien on the Elmer side. Thank you very much for that update. Also getting a little bit of hail in Ottawa Center. So hail normally shows up as pink on our radar. For some reason today, we aren't seeing that. I'm kind of curious about it because the radar should be indicating it and it's not. So I'm glad that people are reporting it from the ground. So definitely small hail. If you guys could tell us roughly how big it is, just so we can see it in the comments, then I can kind of share that with folks, or people will see it in the chat itself. 5,100 out of power from Richmond to Bridlewood area, roughly. So lots and lots of power outages. Hopefully it doesn't make its way here to the studio. I hope to dodge that aspect of it, but we do have some UPSs in place, and then if I had to, I would run out and start my generator. But we should be able to keep the stream going, and we will keep you folks updated as best as we can. If the stream ever does go down, we will do everything to get it back up and running. So again, we are streaming here, obviously, and on Facebook as well. So let me flip over here. Connor's just driving down some dirt road here out with this storm. So we'll see if I've got Andrew as well, but I don't know if Andrew's still streaming it. I'm actually going to try and reset his stream from here, because when we lose connection, sometimes it doesn't like coming back on its own. So let me pull up Connor while I wait for that. So that leading edge, what you're seeing on the front of that, that's what I refer to as a scary looking cloud, an SLC essentially. And it's a feature that looks dangerous on a storm, but really isn't. It's on the front edge of that storm. So it's not as dangerous as it looks. That's why we like to tell people about it. But obviously to the right, you've got an intense precipitation core, and it's definitely packing a punch at this point. So something to pay attention to. Just trying to see why my radar's gone down. Not my radar, my satellite imagery. There we go. Okay, I was wondering what was happening there. Technology is only good when it works, as they say, right? So again, so lots of storms throughout the nation's capital area on Canada Day. On the Quebec side, there's a storm that's consolidated around St. Pierre to Wakefield, going into Perkins, stretching into Buckingham a little bit. And then our storm here coming into Papineauville, Thurso. And I also have a cam right out in front of it. So let me see if I can switch over to that. That is my Lefebvre camera, so let's take a look and see what it's looking at along the Ottawa River there. Hopefully we'll get a view here. So that is the storm approaching. I'm going to share it up here. That's the weather cam. Obviously quite a bit windy in front of it, and the rain is now moving in here. This is again across from Montebello on the Ontario side. You can see that camera shaking a bit. So some winds associated with this line as it moves through, and then obviously quite a bit of heavy precipitation in behind it. So again, nothing we haven't experienced before, but just being prepared for it is the name of the game. So thank you. Another day, and you are still giving it 100%. Thank you for your the educational aspects of your stream. This is a passion of mine as well, and I appreciate the information. So that was a donation we just got here. What is it? UMAC me. So glad we can help you out, and we do try and give out the information so people can understand what they're looking at on their own, and don't necessarily have to rely, on a live stream, especially if you're traveling or you're in an area that we're not covering. It's good to be able to know what you're looking at and understanding it. So just looking back here at the storms around Pembroke and then through Campbell's Bay, Otter Lake, these do look less severe than they were before. There are some areas of stronger wind in them, but nothing that is too crazy. Lots of lightning, and obviously those red areas, very heavy precipitation. Just looking at a storm up to the north. Let me see what that's doing. We are getting into kind of a bit of no man's land, but this is west of Manawan. There's a severe warned storm up there on the Quebec side, just because there's some hail in that. So that is the reason they have severe warned it. Just going to take a look here at storms popping by Mattawa and kind of going off to the east from there, but nothing of any significance. Manitoulin Island, a whole pile of rain out there. No real lightning other than on the southeast corner as this line is marching through. It is now over Georgian Bay. Isolated heavy showers with a bit of lightning, but this thing is moving very quickly across the surface here at this point. So just looking at it from multiple places here, severe warned. The lightning, I'm just trying to see if the lightning is sustained on land, and you can see that to the north. So why I'm looking at the line kind of to the north of Kincardine is that you see all that red precipitation, all that orange. That is obviously intense precipitation as things are continuing along, and to the north of it as it came off the water, there's less of it up there. So hopefully the interference of being on land and not on a body of water is going to weaken those a little bit. So that's why I'm paying attention to it. You can see how strong they are as they go over the water. Lots of red, lots of lightning. So obviously very heavy precipitation in that. So the reason I'm paying attention to it is just trying to analyze what it's going to look like when it crosses over Georgian Bay and comes across that 400 and Highway 11 as it goes through Bracebridge, Parry Sound, Huntsville area. So we're going to see what that impact will be. And then we're seeing all these lightning bolts. I have no radar turned on, but you see all the lightning bolts southwest of Ottawa. That's indicative of those storms starting to get organized, and you can clearly see that at this point. So we'll show you what they're doing. They're all kind of congealing together. They're going to slam together here. I suspect one of them is going to take over, and there's going to be a large storm marching south of Ottawa. We'll see whether that takes place and how long that will be in eastern Ontario. And then we are also monitoring all the storms that are near and around Ottawa. Ottawa seems to be a bit of a magnet right now for these storms. They're not moving far off. They kind of move a little bit east, die off, and then there's another one that picks up behind it. It's kind of like this conveyor belt just of constant storm action here near Ottawa to the west side of it. So obviously through downtown, heavy downpour, lightning like crazy. So it is tossing. Oh, there was a lightning bolt literally just on Connor Stream there, just as I said that. So again, lightning is the biggest factor here in terms of danger. So don't be out on the water, don't be out in the open as these storms are coming through. That's one of the reasons they tell you to take shelter. So we're gonna keep an eye on this. Okay, got a comment here. My parents live at Otter Lake and are out of power. Lots of rain, wind, and thunder. So yes, these storms are definitely packing a punch. But again, for the most part, not, we're used to some of these storms intensity, but again, if they do ramp up, that's where we're going to get concerned for it. So right now, heavy rain around Montebello and that Lefebvre camera that I was showing you. That storm looks to be weakening as it's getting a little further eastward. If Marie Rochon is in the chat from Hawkesbury, who's been on the channel almost since day one, she has this cool button in Hawkesbury. She presses it and the storm shield gets activated. I'm obviously joking, but we always kid around about her missing storms in Hawkesbury, Grenville area because they just seem to split or die off before they get there. So I'm really curious if she's in the chat, but I'm just poking fun that she has a button. Obviously, she doesn't have a button. So again, back to the west of Smith Falls, Portland, Perth. We've got a cluster of storms trying to get themselves organized here along the Highway 7 corridor, again, moving eastward for the most part. I will take a look at our Smith Falls camera. We've got one that's going to see those storms approaching so we can see how they look and what to kind of expect as they're heading that way. So let me load that up and we'll bring it into the stream here as long as the camera comes up. So there we go. We've got that view here. So that's out over the water. Storm is kind of coming from the left a little bit, but you can see that the winds are starting to pick up in front of this, and that's what you can expect as these storms approach you. If you're in front of these smaller storms to the southwest, some wind out in front of it, and then obviously heavy precipitation as you go through, and then that heavy precip will continue. So I'm just going to turn the camera, look at it. It's fairly elevated, meaning that first cloud layer is high up off the ground, not as close to the ground as yesterday's storm was. Those storms were very close to the ground. But basically, this is what's approaching. So again, we're getting a bird's eye live view here over the water as that storm comes from Big Rideau Lake towards the Smith Falls area. These are also heading into Perth. On this camera, Perth would be essentially to the north there. If I turn it looking northward, you're going to see that that would be kind of looking up towards the Perth area. So again, we've got a great view here from the cameras, and thank you again to our hosts for the weather cams. That makes our job a lot easier when we're doing this. So we've got a bunch of them deployed, and we're trying to deploy even more of them throughout the region and across. We eventually would like to, big picture is across Canada, but that's obviously a big task to accomplish. But with our weather community and everybody that's been supporting us, that isn't out of the realm of possibilities. So just looking at storms back up to the north here, we are seeing some potential later on there. And again, I'm not sure this line of storms coming across Georgian Bay, how that's going to affect us here in Eastern Ontario. So we'll watch that just to keep an eye on things. So intense lightning in front of it again. Bolts way out of the precip is what Connor is reporting here to us. So again, that could be a sign of this storm is picking up intensity and may have been cycling. So we'll see what Connor has out in front of it as well. Okay, so apparently there's been some comments on some other social media accounts saying that there's a hook on this storm and that there's rotation and people should be taking shelter. So far, we have not seen anything that would indicate that. And again, Connor is live on the storm. If there was any kind of intense rotation, anything you need to take shelter from, we would be the first ones to tell you. So not sure what the other platform is talking about, but again, understanding the radar, understanding the height of it and where you're reading that data is very important. But we kind of try to keep it a little more real here, but I have not. I've been streaming for 5 days. I've reported on almost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 5 or 6 tornadoes over the last 5 days. Mostly obviously out west, but you know, it's again, we're not seeing anything. Environment Canada isn't doing it. There are platforms that do it to hype things up and, you know, fearmonger, that kind of stuff. I don't know if that's the case, but there is nothing happening on this storm where we're concerned that people should be taking shelter. You know, again, we keep it real here, and that's the whole, we're the calm in the storm. Somebody said that yesterday, and I'm going to run with that. We are the calm in the storm, and that's the whole purpose of this channel and why it exists, because there are other platforms that you don't even, you know, I'm not even going to speak to it, but anyways, at the end of the day, they do stuff to, you know, get people to click share and say, oh my God, we're, you know, it's doomsday scenario. That's not what we're about. I would rather tell you absolutely nothing is happening and you have nothing to worry about. So again, in the Ottawa area, no rotation that you need to be taking shelter on. Connor is literally out in front of the storm. So is Andrew. I'm just going to double check if I have his live feed here. I don't have it right now, but we'll see if it comes back. Connor's got a view of it right now. We're looking at that storm. So again, if there's something to worry about, we will you know, alert you guys. But again, I think there's a little bit of misinformation being shared on social media, unfortunately, which is normal. That's social media, folks. So anyways, just wanted to address that because I had some questions in our chat here. So again, I want to point that out and let people know. So again, nothing to be concerned about on rotation. I've been monitoring it. Rotation is normal in thunderstorms. And again, I've said it before, it's how much it's rotating, how high off the ground it is, and how tight that circulation is. So anyways, we'll continue on. Again, nothing to worry about here. It is a strong thunderstorm, absolutely. Lots of rain, lots of lightning, and you've seen what we've been broadcasting here for the last little while. But we're not seeing anything that would deem, an issue at this point right now. So just going to look at the storms by Quebec as well. That looks like Otter Lake, Campbell's Bay. This is kind of stretching out at this point. So we'll kind of see what the conditions have been for the last little bit. Not as severe as it was earlier. Still has some lightning on it, but you can see a lot of the red has disappeared out of the storm. If we go back to here, a lot of red and a lot of dark orange. And here we're seeing more yellow, some orange, and obviously some red. So a little bit of a drop on intensity there as well. Seeing this stuff to the north of Buckingham, heavy precipitation on that. Let's just take a look at some velocities. There's a bit of wind in there, nothing too outrageous at this point. And then I'm going to switch to the Montreal radar because it's seeing kind of the west or the east side of Ottawa a little bit better. Just going to double check our velocities from that radar. And heavy rain here, just north of Lefebvre, east of Montebello, along that 50 corridor in 148. Just a lot of rain in there. I'm not seeing any really strong winds at this point, but we'll continue to monitor that as well. And then let's just take a look at the storms. Oh, there's a storm now that just exploded over just near the radar. That what you're seeing in the center of the screen is where the radar is located, and it's a little blind usually. So here we have a storm that just popped in 2 scans here and is already throwing lightning bolts out ahead of it. So we're going to have to watch that. This is directly south of Franktown. And what's probably happened here is you have that line of storms marching forward. It's like a forcing mechanism, and it creates pressure and makes that stuff pop. So we're going to take a look at that, and I'm really curious what happens because these storms are marching kind of northeast or eastward. They're going to slam into this bigger storm, and then we may have something happen from there that may be concerning or may die out. You never know what happens when storms merge or slam into each other. So let me just take a look. Environment Canada just updating things as well, saying tracking a cluster of severe thunderstorms capable of producing strong wind gusts and up to quarter-size hail. They have not done anything as far as rotation either. Doesn't mean that it's not a thing, but I trust the experts. Let's put it that way to a certain extent. So what else is going on here? Heavy rain in Buckingham. I'm soaked. That's no fun. It's hopefully you didn't get caught outside and you're just meaning the area soaked, but hopefully you can dry off if you did get caught there as well. So yeah, Mother Nature doesn't seem to like Canada today. Not today in the Eastern Ontario area, and even into Quebec and stuff like that. So, but you can see the cluster of storms are hanging out here right around the Ottawa area and don't seem to want to leave. So, give me a sec here. Oh, what's going on here? Okay. Okay. I'm just going to take a look here. Connor just updated some messages. Sorry, just keeping up with that. Let's bring Connor in. I'm going to take a look at his view out there. He's watching lowering, and this is by, according to him, this is near a Vernon area south of Ottawa. So let me zoom in on our radar. That would be down in this area right here in the center of your screen. So we are watching that live from Connor's view. He's just going to keep an eye on that to see if there's any attempt at any kind of rotation. So in the center of the camera, I'm just going to highlight it here. The area Connor is looking at, if you see that farm with the elevator, the grain elevator above it, that is the area that he's watching for any activity. And he literally just sent me a photo of that, which is crazy that he's just did that as I was talking about it. This is why Connor and I are teamed up. We both understand storm chasing and storms very well. I come from 12 years of chasing and looking at things, not just radar. So I've actually seen storms. I've chased for 12 years, and it was only my thing. I did it for myself, basically. It was a hobby. So let me share this photo. So that's a zoomed in shot of it, which is phenomenal. So again, I'll highlight it here on the stream. This is your area of interest, which is a wall cloud trying to develop. And as you've seen, we've talked a few times about them. They do try to develop wall clouds, then it breaks apart, and then it tries again, and then it breaks apart. So this is the area of concern, this wall cloud where that is rising up into the storm. And if you had any rotation, it would be roughly in that area. I can tell you in my storm chasing career, I've chased a storm in, where was that? It was in Oklahoma. We chased it for almost 4 hours, and it tried to produce 3 or 4 or 5 times, and we were about to give up on it, and then it finally produced. So you can, you're talking hours that these storms can try and do that. But what we have, where we are specialists in terms of the severe weather, is the on the ground experience, seeing what the storm is doing. Again, I've seen nearly 100 tornadoes in my chase career, from tiny little things to absolute monsters. And I've been reading radar to do that hobby for the last 12 plus years. Same thing with Connor. So we're just paying attention to this. This is near the Vernon area again, what you're seeing on the stream, and we're going to watch that. Our scan is at 3:53 p.m., so we're about 4 minutes from our next one. We'll take a look and see if this intensifies in any way. So I'm just going to watch it here as it moves south of Ottawa somewhat. Again, that storm north of Smith Falls is starting to get really organized and getting, and it's going to head up to that storm. Now, the problem, so what can happen, there's a lot of them, unfortunately, or not unfortunately, there's a lot of storms now behind it. If this one, for example, goes in ahead of it and gets ingested by the storm, that can be like a little bit of a amplification to the storm, the main large storm. So we'll see if that's the case, but these are marching, essentially they are marching eastward while this storm is drifting kind of southeast. There's also a boundary out there as well that I'm noticing coming from this storm. So we'll see if any of that comes into play as these other storms move from the east and come into interaction with that storm. So a lot of dynamics in play right now, and we're trying to keep up with them as best as possible. They've put out a giant thunderstorm warning on the Quebec side. And again, the problem here is they put this giant warning out saying damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain. They don't tell you the location of the storms, where it's going, and how fast it's moving. So that's the frustrating part. Storms here by Campbell's Bay on the Quebec side, Lac des Loups, Otter Lake, all in that area. Heavy precipitation. We'll take a look. There's some strong winds. These are straight line winds down here. So I want to highlight that area. That's about 80 kilometers an hour I saw. It is 2,500 feet off the ground, so about 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on the surface. So that is an area that we need to pay attention to, and it just amplified on that last scan, kind of moving southeast at this point, or almost south. So just strong winds. We've seen a lot of tree damage from the storms. With straight line winds, you don't even need anything rotating. That's not a component that you must have for damage to happen, obviously. So just taking a look here. So we'll see what happens over the next little bit with this storm and all the ones coming back from the west. North on the Buckingham side, heavy precipitation along the 309 and the 50, back into kind of south of Wakefield or southeast of Wakefield, and then into St. Sixth, and where else? And then we have heavy rain on the 50 still. Let me just look from Blainville because that's closer. So north of the 50, we have heavy rain, moderate to heavy rain on the 50, and then a lot less down by Ontario side. So that storm is just kind of taken off. Looks like it's almost moving. It's moving northeast. So we have storms around Ottawa just kind of hovering there, moving south. This storm is moving east-northeast, and then we have the remaining storms coming in as well, moving eastward. So just a lot of dynamics at play here. So trying to keep everybody up to date. So what else? Oh, thank you very much for the donation. My spouse's flight to Yao diverted to Quebec. how bad are things right now? I thought transatlantic flights nearly always made it at least as far as YUL. So I don't know why they would have fallen short, but right now there's a giant storm right over the airport. And it's been there for quite some time. So right smack dab in the middle here, you're seeing those bright reds and oranges, and it's been sitting there for quite some time. So we have a large storm just kind of parking itself over Ottawa. It just shifted a little bit further south, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's take a look here. Watching from Connor's thing. Let's just take a look at reflectivity. I'm just looking at my velocity scans, just trying to see whether there's anything of concern. Right now, I don't see anything of concern. So that's good. And again, heavy rain in this, lots of lightning, and we're going to see what these storms, you can now see these are all congealing into one storm along that Highway 7 corridor. So that is coming towards Ottawa as well. So even if this storm does move off, these are going to slam into the city as well. So just a very dynamic afternoon in terms of weather. And I'm going to just flip back here and look at the line coming over Georgian Bay. So storms north of Parry Sound, but these are very isolated thunder showers and barely at that at this point. I suspect this will weaken as it comes onto shore in Parry Sound. So obviously a little bit more intense as it's moving through before it does. And then the line to the south definitely has a little more potential in it for the severe side of things. There are some stronger winds. Let's just take a look what Exeter sees on that. Exeter is down. I was like, why is the line further back? Oh God! So so we have 2 radars down now, I believe. Give me 1 second here. Exeter hasn't updated in 3:35 and 27 minutes. So I'm going to have to use this to look at it. King City radar. So we do have a radar down in the southwest of Ontario, but line marching through. Let's take a look at our velocities. There are some winds strong on that leading edge of it in certain pockets, so you just need to pay attention to that. And again, this is marching just kind of eastward at this point. Even though that southwest portion is kind of dragging behind it, it's all essentially moving to the east. So they're severe warning that all the way out in front of it because there are some stronger winds in it. So pay attention if you're out in that area. We'll swing back here to Ottawa and pay attention to what's happening with this large storm that is essentially just kind of parked over the southern portion of Ottawa. And just going to look at velocities in there. So, okay. So this is where we're at right now. We are 3:59 p.m., 4 minutes into this. So we'll continue to monitor it and then go from there. Getting a report of flooding on Highway 17 at Pinecrest Road. So if you guys are driving through there, the constant downpour is going to be the other issue if this thing parks itself over there. So flooding is going to be a problem down that way. So this storm just essentially, it is moving slightly to the east, but it is just, you can see here, it's just been kind of parked there. It may be finally moving off a little bit there and moving east down that 417, but we'll see over the next few scans. It hasn't really moved off very far. So what else? Power is now out in North Gower. That doesn't, that's not good for me. I'm just to the south of there. And there's lots of videos being reported and photos of flooding in the Ottawa area. Not surprised at all. You can see this has been raining for the last 2 hours and it's been raining very heavy. Kind of moved down the river a little bit at this point, which is phenomenal. Means it's kind of trying to get out of Ottawa. Let's hope it does that. And again, the question mark will be, what are these storms behind it doing? They may actually be the mechanism that is kind of forcing or pushing that storm off a little bit. So again, we're going to see what the interaction is there once those storms get closer to the main or principal storm that we've been talking about or dealing with. But lots of storms here. Smith Falls, Merrickville, coming up to my place here in Kempville. Lots of rain in Perth, and obviously a cluster of storms at this point. Not one single storm in there. So what else? Apparently I missed another donation that was sent on Facebook, and I apologize if I've missed it. There were stars sent on Facebook. And I can't go far enough back, so I apologize if I missed that. Again, thank you to everybody who's donating and who's supporting us here. This is amazing to see, and again, Connor and I are very overwhelmed with the support that we've been seeing. So, okay. What else? Just stopped in raining in Britannia, but power is still out. That'll be on the west side of Ottawa. So, what else? Connor just messaged here. Trying to keep up with my chat. 4:02 p.m. This is a picture from Andrew. I'm just looking at some photos here, folks, trying to make heads or tails of what's going on. Lots of gusts. Outflow is surging on this storm around the Ottawa area. That's what's currently taking place. I've got a photo here from one of our chasers, Andrew. So I'll pull that up. This is on the south end near the Manotick area, kind of along the 416. So let me share that with you. You can see that storm right there. So it's, again, a heavy rainstorm with lots of lightning and lots of precipitation, and not moving very quickly at this point, which is partially why we're seeing all that flooding happening in the Ottawa area. So just kind of getting more comments from the chasers out there. So just trying to make sure I know what's happening here. Okay. So yeah, we're all talking about these storms coming from the west, what that's going to do as it slams into this other storm. So again, we don't know what's going to take place there, but you can see that huge cluster of storms. There's lots of lightning on those, lots of rain as well, and there are some winds associated with those little beans. I call them little beans. They're just small storms at this point, but we'll keep an eye on that and go from there. So. Yeah, just a lot of stuff going on. So, what else have we got? Now we have some storms popping around Renfrew area, so south of there and kind of west of Arnprior. So there's more storms initiating there. Let me take a look back here at King City radar. That line is still coming across Georgian Bay, and then obviously west of Toronto through, Bruce Peninsula. It crossed there a while ago, but this line packing a bit of a punch with some winds in it as well. Going to look up to North Bay area, see if there's anything happening up there. Right now, nothing happening. Manitoulin Island, almost all the precip out of there at this point. And then we have some isolated storms coming across at Parry Sound. No real lightning on that at this point. So again, sub-severe or non-severe at this time. If you are joining us just now, again, Ottawa area seeing a lot of activity. We are watching that storm. We are also watching for storms. There's a potential for a second round tonight, and that's the one that has me a little more concerned for the reason that it's strong and it could be strong, and it's coming through in the middle of the night. Obviously, most people sleeping, that kind of thing. So I obviously get concerned when that happens. Sandra, thank you very much for the 99 stars. Really appreciate that. So we're waiting for another scan here while I talk about that 4:05 p.m. And that was 4 minutes ago. So we do have, again, chasers on the ground in front of this. Nobody is raising any alarm bells just yet. So we'll keep an eye on it just to see what's going on. Oh, and power is flickering at my house now. My equipment is trying to prevent things from getting toasted, as they say. So again, power flashes. If you don't have your stuff charged, I would recommend you get your, power banks charged, your phones charged, anything that you can in case the power goes out. We have tons of report in the chat where this is going and where it's been. There's lots of power outages being reported throughout the region. So Getting a question here. If there is a tornado, you need to be to shelter. Right now, we don't have anything as far as a tornado is concerned. Ideally, you want to go to a basement. So this is standard practices when we're talking about anything that's rotating and that would have tornado potential. We don't have that currently. I just got that question. I want to answer it. Go to a basement. If you don't have a basement, an interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A bathroom is always a good option because you can get in the bathtub, which is metal, and that will protect you a little more. And then maybe put a small mattress or something on top of you to protect you in the worst case scenario. So let's just take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning. Tracking a cluster of severe thunderstorms capable of producing strong wind gusts, hail, and rain, which is what's been going on all afternoon. So curious how close these storms will be going as far as when they come from the west and meet up with this larger storm. That's going to be the big question mark at this point. So, and Rick is showing us a live shot here. That's out the back window of the vehicle. He is moving. I've got a tracker on him, so bear with me for 1 second and I can take a look exactly where he is. He is coming into Smith Falls, so these storms are right behind him. Those are the storms you're seeing around the Smith Falls area. So he has the camera out the back of the vehicle, following. So he's seeing what's behind him and following him. Again, roughly in the Smith Falls area with all these storms popping up around their Perth. Heavy rain showers. Some lightning associated with it, and then again we're going to see what happens here with this big storm in the Ottawa area. So we'll monitor it and we'll go from there. I can't. Oh, there we go. I'm just trying to find something here. I'm going to try and get Connor's stream working again. Oh, there we go. Connor's stream is back up now. He's got a really good view of this storm, so I'm going to bring that up. There's a bit of a lowering back there, but it does look kind of what I call ratty or disorganized, but it's an area, it looks a little outflowy, this storm right now, so it may be going through a cycle, but we'll keep an eye on it and see what's going on. So that is Connor. I'll tell you where Connor is. He is to the west of Winchester, out there taking some photographs. So that's the storm. To the south of Ottawa, again, we do have a cloud feature there. It does look a little disorganized. I'm not seeing a ton of rotation on it either, but what we call that is an SLC, scary looking cloud. If you don't understand what it is, obviously that doesn't look good, but right now not seeing anything that jumps out at me on that particular video feed right now. So Andrew, thank you very much for the donation as well. Really appreciate that. And we're going to continue to monitor this. I'm waiting for another scan. It just came in, so let's take a look at our velocities on radar. Brian, thank you very much for the stars. Lots of wind behind this, so there's a ton of wind around Manotick along the North Gower 416, just kind of to my north here in the studio, so we'll see if that comes our way. Again, Connor kind of looking, I would assume he is looking kind of towards Dalmeny, Osgood area. There's maybe a little bit of rotation in there, but you can see that on the live stream coming into view better. That is like I said, a cloud feature, scary looking cloud, or an SLC. Again, nothing to get excited about right now. We will continue to monitor it. If there was anything happening, Connor would be kind of jumping up and down or even calling in here. But based on the video I'm seeing, there's nothing to worry about there. The flaky heard from customer service at the airline, operation suspended at Ottawa Airport. So thank you very much for that update. So anybody expecting flights out or in of the Ottawa Airport, not surprised to hear that things have been suspended just because of all the rain that has been parked over the airport. The good news is this is moving out a little bit, so there's clearing now. It will take them some time to get organized there. So, hello, Laura, just subscribed to our Sunshine Club. Thank you very much for that. Same with Bonnie. welcome to the Sunshine Club as well. Thank you for becoming a member. So storms slowly moving out of the west side of Ottawa. Probably because of the interaction that's happening here with the storms coming from the west, some forcing happening. So we'll see what happens over the next few scans as these kind of get together, and we'll go from there. So right now, nothing down south. I see a question how Kingston is looking. Kingston right now has nothing going on. You're outside of the severe warning and even outside of the severe watch, but just barely. So something you need to keep an eye out for. But right now, the storm in front of Connor here looks somewhat what we call outflowy, meaning that the storm is breathing out. When storms are getting their act together, they're breathing in. So they're like Mother Nature's vacuum cleaner is one way to look at it. So we'll flip back to Connor. He's just lost a bit of service there. So once he comes back up, we'll do that. We've got still the view out of the back of Rick's truck here near Smith Falls. Those are the storms that are following him in that area. So again, so far we're still early on. This is 4:15 p.m. We are still expecting a bunch of storms throughout until we get about 7 or 8 p.m. That's where our, maximum probabilities are, in the sense that if you have storms ongoing, you will get what's called the lower level jet increasing, and that sometimes can kind of turbocharge a storm in a short term. It's nothing long term, but you have to pay attention to that as we get towards dark. So again, only 4:15 in the afternoon. I'm assuming they'll be getting things going back down in downtown Ottawa because most of the rain has moved out of Ottawa. Just a little bit still tucked in back to the west of Nepean between Carp and Nepean. So through the Canada area to the north. But we've got more storms coming, as you can see here, folks. So it's just a short-term break at this point. Isolated storms on the Quebec side. Not sure. They don't look too bad. Campbell's Bay, a heavy precip up there around the 148 with those bright reds. And then near the Gatineau Park, we've also got some bright reds in here with heavy rain, obviously. So again, moving eastward for the most part as the afternoon unfolds. So actually southeastward, I should say, not eastward. And other storms are now starting to pop up between Renfrew and Arnprior coming into the area as well. So we will have to watch that to see what's going on. What else have we got here? Looks like the rain is catching up with Rick. He hasn't been able to stay up ahead of it because the window looks wet at this point. So he's having trouble keeping ahead of the storms. And with those ones back to the south, those ones are moving very quickly compared to the Ottawa storm, which was just parked over Ottawa, essentially. So just looking east of Ottawa and just seeing what that's, so they've died. Well, the storm got into Grenville to the north of Hawkesbury, but this is moderate to light rain. You'll see there's barely any lightning on it. So this is a dying storm as it moves over into Lachute on the 50. This is basically nothing to worry about. Sorry. The storms north of Thurso, Buckingham, that is just regular rain showers, moderate to light rain. And now we have that heavy precip tucked in between Manotick, Greeley, Metcalfe, out to Russell, Carlsbad Springs along the 417 and 416, Richmond, North Gower are going to have all that coming into play here. So you can see that the dynamics from the next storms coming in, they're all going to try and interact here. So I'm really curious what's going to happen. Very strong winds here at North Gower. These are straight line winds. So you've got some 70, 80 kilometers an hour, 1,000 feet off the ground, which is not very high. So you do need to pay attention to these because on the surface, you're probably about 70 kilometer an hour wind gusts. Those have ramped up a little bit here. So something to be concerned about over the last scan. They just exploded there as it's coming towards Kempville. Which is where I'm located, and usually trees fall on power lines here, so I'm not looking forward to that at this point. So again, a lot of dynamics in play. We have storms basically to the south of Ottawa, stretching southwest all the way down to Perth through Smith Falls, Merrickville, and I am going to take a look at my own camera here And you can see how fast this is coming here. So let me pull it up. This is the weather cam literally outside my window. Obviously, the storms are making their way in here, and then we have storms coming from the left that are also going to come into play. So we'll see how the dynamics unfold here. And we also have more storms forming between Winchester and Kemptville. So lots of stuff going on right now. Let me flip back here, go to see if I've got who I've got on the chase side of things. Rick is still trying to outrun storms. It looks like he's got a shelf cloud behind him, or maybe that's a stripe in his window. And then Connor racing out ahead of the storm as well. So right now, rain stretching almost moderate to heavier rain through Limoges, Russell, Metcalfe, Osgood, a bit into Manotick, coming through shortly into Kemptville. It's probably raining a little bit in Kemptville, back to the west to Smith Falls, Perth, and then down the Highway 7 corridor. These are severe warning storms. So we've been hearing a little bit about light hail. And what else is here? And Melissa reporting very windy, I believe, in Carlton Place. So strong winds with this line as well that's coming through. Let's take a look at some velocity scans on those. So again, some heavy winds near the Manotick North Gower area. 4:17 p.m. So that's 4 minutes ago. I am almost directly south here where that Kemptville weather cam is located. So about to get windy at my house. I'm going to monitor it on my camera, and if we can show it to you folks, we will as that moves through. So just watching what's happening here. A lot of dynamics at play here on the Ontario side. Quebec side, less severe. As far as the storms are concerned, just up until you get to, I'm going to take a look and see what we can from different radars. Franktown is the only one. So we do have some stronger storms to the west and northwest of Maniwaki, just heavy, heavy precipitation in there with some lightning. I'll take a look at some winds, not the strongest of winds in there, so that's pretty good. Again, our area of concentration right now is going to be this cluster of storms meeting up with the original storm that was over Ottawa and now has drifted south and east a little bit. So that's the one we're going to be paying attention to at this point. James, thank you very much for the donation as well. Really appreciate that. Getting Modern Cat, I see you're in the chat there. How are storms in Montreal looking? Come towards me or not? And how severe could it be? Right now, nothing heading for Montreal, and most of the stuff that has headed in that direction, far east Ontario, has died off as it's getting that way. But again, it's only 4:20 p.m., folks. Peak for severe thunderstorms is kind of in that 5 to 7 window. So Connor is out in front of it. He's watching as it's approaching. Connor is currently... where is Connor? He is west of Winchester on 43 roughly, looking back to the northwest. They have extended that severe warning through Winchester now, as you can see on the screen. So they've dropped the box a little bit further south. Just looking at those velocity scans, we should have another one, new one here in about 2 minutes or so. And I'm hearing thunder out my window, so that's not good. My neighbors are outside looking around what's happening. So I'm going to bring up actually my weather cam, and you can watch how quickly these clouds are moving across the screen. This is still not the storm. This is literally on the edge of it at this point. So just curious what's going to happen here. I suspect that we're going to see that this is going to become a lot windier, and we're going to have a lot more precipitation there. So again, that was the camera out of Kemptville. So okay. Right now, storms moved out of the Ottawa area for the most part, but again, we are talking about these storms here coming and slamming into the primary storm. So we saw that Ottawa storm sitting there. It has moved south now. There are additional storms in behind it coming from the Quebec side. So Ottawa has a bit of a break from rain, but there is more rain coming from two different directions, which that's when things start to kind of slam into each other. it can create a forcing effect and amplify storms. So we got to see what's happening here. We obviously have two lines, one from the left side of the screen and one from the top side of the screen, meeting right now around the Arnprior area and coming towards Ottawa. So a lot more storms still on the deck for Ottawa. You are not out of the clear just because the rain has moved out. So it's something to keep in mind here, folks. It'll give you a false sense of security that the main storm moved out. But again, back to the northwest, we have a bunch of clouds coming in, and we have a bunch of rain and a bunch of thunder and lightning. So show ain't over yet, unfortunately. I wish I was the bearer of good news, but this is generally my job to deliver the bad news. So again, that's what we're watching here. I can't answer the phone. I'm busy on a live stream. Not sure who even that was. So again, this is the dynamic in place right now. Storms to the south. Moving southward, these storms coming from the west along Highway 7 pushing into it. This is our latest scan, so let's take a look at some velocities in there. And I'm going to take a look. Connor's still relocating, and I don't see anything jumping out at me as far as velocities. The good news, the winds around North Gower did drop a little bit, so that is absolutely great news. They're not as strong, so a bit of subsiding on the wind side of things, as well as these storms start to interact with each other. And you can see that they are all slamming into each other, some of them right over my house. Basically, I'm looking at my camera outside just watching what's going on with the dynamics. So is south of Ottawa right now, a lot happening, and over the next few scans we'll have to figure out what will come out the other side. But again, watching these storms to the northwest of Ottawa, they are slamming into each other. So we have these storms marching this way, and then you have storms slamming into or marching that way, and they're meeting right now around the Arnprior area. So they're on a collision course right to the west of Ottawa. Again, sometimes that can weaken them, sometimes it can amplify them. So we will have to see what happens here over the next few scans. But do not think just because the rain has stopped in Ottawa that you are in the clear at this point. This is my early warning to you, because this could. You get that slamming action, and then it creates a very strong storm, lots of precipitation, and lots of wind. That's the other potential that's available there. So what else is going here? Let me see here. Okay, so I'm just caught up on my chats there, making sure my chasers are all good. Obviously, in the bottom left corner, you can see Connor is there. And now the rain has made it to my house. So far, the wind isn't bad, which is good. That's the last thing I need. We have some open areas here, and there's some tall pine trees that are right next to power lines, and they almost always fall on those power lines, and I lose power. But this is what's coming here. So this is the storm reaching out from Ottawa. A little bit of rain right now, obviously some large raindrops and just a little bit of wind. I'm going to continue to watch this just to see how this develops. But we obviously have a very large area right now of heavy precipitation and mixing winds that are taking place. So give me a sec here. I'm just getting a comment. Bear with me. I've got a million messages. So oh, Dominic has asked me to give his mom a shout out. Dominic's a storm chasing friend of ours, Eastern Ontario chaser. So Lynn, giving you a shout out from your son Dominic. So absolutely happy to do that. Again, those guys always help us out with things. So when we can, we try and help folks out. Connor again got a really good view of that storm as it's moving south, and he's trying to stay in front of it. I can bring up my weather cam here. The winds are picking up. The camera's starting to shake. There's been a bit of rain, not a lot on that leading edge, but the camera was starting to vibrate there. So far, not bad at all. This is just very mild. But if it does pick up, I'll throw it back on the screen here. So again, we'll monitor what's going on there. And bear with me for 1 second. Oh, Connor's turned the camera to the left. And now he's put it in the center. Okay, because he's got a few locations he can put his camera in the car now. That was one upgrade we did for this stream. So just watching the camera outside my house. So One more 4:23 p.m. We're 6 minutes into the scan. We're waiting for a new one here for Ottawa. That seems to be the area of intensity. Obviously, you see all these storms around the Ottawa area, and we're about to have some major collisions of storms. So I'm not sure what's going to come out the other side, and that's going to be the big question mark at this point. So things picking up at my house now. So this is a little bit heavier precipitation in the Kemptville area, so you can see that rain, big raindrops. Wind so far not bad, which is fantastic news. That wind is more dangerous than anything, and the lightning as well. So got a comment here from Canuck Tunes that Holly Acres Road westbound is flooded according to the OPP on X. So who warned people to avoid the area. So obviously throughout Ottawa, flooding is an issue for the simple fact that storms have been parked over there. And the problem is there's more storms coming. So we definitely need to pay attention to this. Again, waiting for the next scan here. We'll see what that looks like. 4:23 p.m. We're 7. Oh, here we go. It just popped up. So storms are colliding here at Arnprior, like I highlighted. This is the intersections of the storms coming from the west and from the north. Let's take a look at our winds in there. So far, not bad on this, so that is good. And then you can see how much rain is packed in here from Carleton Place through Munster, Ashton, Prospect, and Northgower, Osgood, Kemptville, right over my house right now. Very heavy rain, just showing you that so you can see what that heavy downpour is. And now imagine this for an hour or two. That's why Ottawa is flooding, because was what was parked over Ottawa for so long. Again, wind not a factor here, which is fantastic news. I'm just getting sideways rain in Kemptville, so it's definitely what I was going to say here, definitely heavy rain at this point. So let's take a look. And I'm just watching. So you can see now it's suddenly there's a lot less rain coming down as it's in small pockets, but I expect that to pick up again. So let's take a look what Connor's got on his view as he's diving south here at this point. So just a lot going on here, and let's take a look here. Lots of winds around the area. Zooming in, not too concerned about too much here. Like, again, rotation is normal with storms. That's something that does happen. It's what is rotating, how long it's rotating, and how much it's rotating. So again, there are some rotations in there, but very minor at this point. We'll continue to monitor it. And again, storms are moving in multiple directions. Oh goodness, this is my weather cam. So see how it was quiet, there was nothing going on, and look at the rain ripping off the roofs across, not ripping the roofs off, like flying off the roofs across the road. So here are those stronger winds. This is outside my studio. Again, in the Kemptville area, so heavy precip, and those winds are picking up. So this is what you can expect south of Ottawa as these storms are moving through. Just lots of rain, lightning, and wind is coming in bursts. Not consistent or steady, but just bursts of wind that are moving through the area. So just giving you a bird's eye view of what to expect as these storms continue to travel. So let's take a look at this. Connor is kind of to the south there. And you can see right now on our latest scan, storms are along the 43 corridor, essentially through Kemptville, Winchester, making their way through Merrickville. These are the storms to the west are coming east, and then the main body of the storm was moving south. So we're going to see what this collision looks like right around the Kemptville area, and then we also have that collision near the Arnprior area coming into Ottawa as well. So that is on the doorstep heading that particular direction. So still heavy rain here in the Kemptville area just outside the studio, and we are moving towards the seaway on, I'm going to draw the axis here, and we're going to see the dynamics change. Why won't that go away? Perfect. So right around here is where that line of storms came from the west. These pushed in this way. So that's where the storms came from, that direction. And the main storm here is dropping south. So what we're curious about is what's going to happen here where this is just slamming into it. Same aspect, what is going to happen up in this area around Arnprior as these storms collide. So, very heavy precip still ongoing. I'll show you the tree next door is very droopy at this point because it's getting a huge soaking, but you can see the winds have subsided. So we had some short bursts of wind as that moved through. So again, where I've drawn my circle, I'm curious as to what's going to come out of this as that collision happens. Connor's still motoring south, trying to keep ahead of this. He will eventually run out of country, other than if he's made that thing amphibious and he can go across the St. Lawrence. But he is going to run out of country as this goes into upstate New York, probably. And then we're going to have to look whether round 2 is going to be something or not. So that's the question mark at this point. Wow. Moving back here to Barrie and Collingwood, Wasaga Beach. In those areas to the west, this line has some serious intensity up here. I'm just checking King City radar. So that's the closest radar there. Very heavy rain. Wasaga Beach, obviously a very busy place today. Collingwood, they've got the purple boxes are squall warnings out over water to do with winds. So this continues to march eastward. I'll just show you guys what that's doing. One of our radars is down. So coming across and continue to march eastward behind these original storms in eastern Ontario. So that's what's happening back to the west. I'm going to take a look up north just to see if there's anything there. There's only one little storm, so nothing of concern. There are some isolated thunderstorms here south on 11 and near the 400, that type of thing. So let me swing back here to Franktown, 4:35 p.m. This is our latest scan. So let's take a look at what's happening. I'm going to look at velocities. Some strong winds in Vernon right now, just to the west of it, probably 75 kilometers an hour, roughly in that neighborhood. That's not far off the ground, so about 60 on the surface. So strong winds there, and we also have some additional strong winds here near Ashton. These are closer to the radar, but they are reading about 70 kilometers, 80 kilometers an hour in that area as well, as that continues to interact. There is some rotation in these storms. You're seeing reds and greens near each other. There's none that are really bright, but we do want to keep an eye on some of them just as this interaction takes place with the line slamming into that principal storm. Heavy downpour on the 416 right now, all the way along Kempville down to where would this be? This would be just Miller's Corners or Oxford Station along the 416. Prolific downpour out of that at this point. So again, this is all these storms that we're talking about right now are round 1. We could see these continue or carry out. And what we're going to watch is what's happening later on. Again, some of the models showed some storms moving through eastern Ontario after midnight with some probable issues. So we just got to see if that's going to happen or not. So nonstop thunder in Alexandria, getting that report in the chat here. Dale Curry, one of our weather cam hosts, asking if it's working. I will pull it up here. Just noticed that in the chat, so let's see if it's coming up. I'm gonna take a look. It did something really funky there. Let me reset it. It's doing some funky stuff there, Dale, so I'm gonna reset the camera. Thanks for kind of giving me the heads up there. Carlton Place. Cumberland looks like they're still out of power out there. I don't have our camera back up, so that's one way I know that power might be still an issue. So I'm going to do this, restart that camera, and we'll see if that comes back up. Dale Curry, like I said, is one of our weather cam hosts, so part of our weather community. So Reed saying Storm and Norman and Arnprior. Yes, you've got all that rain over top of you, and actually I've got a camera up that way, so I'll take a look at it. for that collision that's happening with the storms from the north and then slamming into the ones coming from the west. So let's take a look at it. This is what's happening in Arnprior, just heavy precipitation, and it's very heavy precip. So let me bring that up. There seems to be a lot of wind associated too. So this is kind of getting a little choppy here. The refresh rate, something's wrong. Either the internet isn't interneting properly because some of those pixels are kind of sticking there. See, they're refreshing every once in a while. But heavy rain doesn't look like there's a ton of wind in this, so that's good news. That's just probably the internet just not having fun with the weather right now, or the camera itself is just glitching out. But that's what's going on right there. So again, just a lot of severe thunderstorms around the Ottawa area, and we are still just 4:40 p.m. In terms of the storms. So this is far from over. We have potential much later on, and there is a line that is out to the west, coming eastward at this point. It is still a long ways off, but we're going to have to see what happens here. So this is essentially Ottawa in the center of the image there. And so you can see the dynamics that are at play here. We have storms moving to the south. We have storms moving from the coming in from the west, moving eastward. All sorts of stuff happening here, folks. So a lot going on. Connor says he made his vehicle amphibious, so I guess he's going into the water. Okay, what else is going on here? Okay, Andrew, thank you very much for streaming. Appreciate that today. Again, one of our chasers. Heather, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate the support. Connor's stream, I'm going to take a look here while we're watching the radar circulate here. So Connor right now, let's just take a look where he's at. He is kind of southeast of Winchester Springs, kind of keeping up ahead of this storm, just trying to see what's going to take place here after the other ones slam into it. So that's what we've been discussing here as things progress through the afternoon. So let's keep up with it. We're going to wait for another scan here, about 2 minutes out from our next scan. Again, they're every 8 minutes from Environment Canada, unless the radar decides to pack it in. So just taking a look. And Connor's now screaming in the chat that he almost got hit by lightning. So again, it goes back to what I was saying about lightning. It's the scariest component of weather because it's unpredictable and you never know where it's going to strike. I'm going to flip to the main screen here and let's just take a look at the thunderstorm warning that just got updated for Ottawa. 4:41 p.m. Tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball size hail, and heavy rain. The cut and paste. The reason they've rewarned it is those storms back to the northwest. That's what's coming into Ottawa, and you can see that right now. These are congealing or amalgamating right around Kinburn and Goleta. There's not a ton of wind in there, but there is a ton of rain. What is Almont looking at like for Audio Hill? You just had the storms move through there. So there were storms coming back from the west that just literally went through Almont. They've moved off. However, we have a line that is way back here that I'll show you here. There are storms moving eastward from back from that direction, which is obviously quite a distance away. So there could be a second round here, and we'll see how bad it's going to be and what the timing is going to be on that. I'm going to take a look at some velocity scans. The storm has kind of pushed itself further south. It is now almost into Shanley or Spencerville with that heavier precip. So coming down to that 401 corridor. Again, Connor is going to run out of road at this point. Strong winds here to the south of South Mountain after that merger. Or not that merger, I should say that collision, 80 kilometers an hour, just over just 1,900 feet off the ground. So 60 to 70 on the surface would be my take on that. And again, heading towards the 401 at this point. I'm just going to look around at velocities. There's some stronger winds back to the southwest of Perth, about 80 kilometers an hour there. and then a little bit around Vernon, but that doesn't look too bad. So just a major collision between storms, and they are dropping towards the 401 corridor. So Sarah just saying it's coming down really hard. Power keeps going off and on. It's a whopper. So definitely it is packing a punch. I do have another camera that I can look at down at Iroquois. So that is coming in that general direction. So let me pull that up and I'll see if that camera will give us a view. Yep. Oh, perfect. Let me pull it up and turn it around. So this is out in front of the storm. This is down at Iroquois, by basically by the 401 corridor. Again, one of our weather cam hosts. So you can see this is looking west at this point, and we're going to just take a look and see if I can turn it a little further north, just so we can see as that storm is approaching. It is moving very quickly. You can see that right on the stream, how that is kind of marching across. Nikki, thank you very much for the $10 donation. Really appreciate that. Huge capital letters. Whatever you do, do not drive on Highway 417. It is flooding. And again, I'm not surprised to hear that. Oh, it seems I can't turn it any further north. It's either hit a max. That's, oh no, we have it set up that way. So I can turn south, but I can't go any further north. So that is the storm coming from the north across the screen here. This is again at Iroquois. Big lightning strike just now at my house here in Kempville. So obviously a lot of lightning associated with it and a ton of rain. So we'll come back to the main screen here. Connor's trying to race in front of it again. And you can see our radar scans here. We have essentially this, I've never kind of seen this around Ottawa, but we have precipitation kind of forming in that direction. This is headed south. These storms are coming in this way, and then from the north you've got the storms plowing into there. So there's about to be a lot of action between these storms. What that's going to be is anybody's guess. I can't predict what's going to happen, but you do get weird stuff that does come out of storm collisions and mergers and that kind of stuff. So what's transpiring here in Eastern Ontario at this time, and we will definitely be looking at what is coming out later. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you for the comment. Do not go on the 417. So yeah, it's definitely flooding in areas. Another comment here, just drove from Rockland to Orleans, had to get off the road. It was impossible to see the road. Took me well over an hour to get to Orleans. All of Rockland is out of power, very scary. So again, these storms will impact us in different ways, and just trying to keep ahead of it with the information. So again, if you have power banks, if you have cell phones, charge up flashlights, batteries, all that kind of stuff, because these power outages could last a while, and the more there are, the less bodies there are to repair it, and the longer it's going to take. So let's see what our last scan here is, 4:41. So we're about 2 minutes out. I'm watching that camera in Iroquois because the wind is really starting to pick up there. I'll bring that back up as this storm gets down there. But it should be on top of Iroquois very shortly. David, thank you for joining the Sunshine Club and becoming a member. Really appreciate that. Yes, happy Canada Day to everybody. I'm the doomsday guy. We hate that, but I really appreciate everybody that's tuned in, and we can get the information to them. Connor's got a great view of this storm as he's moving south, trying to keep ahead of it. So definitely a dynamic storm, even after this merger or this collision that's happened. Luckily for now, no rotation that we've noticed that's of any danger. We'll continue to monitor that. But I'm going to show you guys the weather cam as well. You're starting to see the wind is picking up, the camera's moving, and that storm is coming overhead. So this is all the way down by the 401 Iroquois, just to the north of the 401 highway. So Connor is running out of real estate very quickly here with these storms to the south. So he'll probably do a reassessment and try and figure out what he's going to do from there. So we'll keep you guys posted, and appreciate everybody putting the comments in about travel, power, and all that into the chat so people can see it. Even if I cannot respond to it, it's great information. Please keep it relevant. Please don't post misinformation. That's my only thing. That I ask, because that just doesn't help anybody and it causes issues. So, Connor's got a good view of this thing coming down the pipe. As they say, this will be on top of him very quickly. And I'm going to monitor the radar here and see when our next scan happens. And I'll zoom in. So this actually is our next scan. Let's take a look at velocities on this. Woof. Strong winds in here. So let me switch it over while Connor's looking at it there. There are strong winds to the north of Iroquois. You can see that here. This would be probably about 80 kilometers an hour. So yeah, 85, 2,000 feet off the ground. So I would say that, you're talking 70 on the surface, but obviously pockets of it. This is not all the same speed. However, that bright red area does get your attention, and they have now extended the severe thunderstorm warning all the way down to the Seaway, and it's all the way back to almost Gananoque area. Just looking back here, there's some more storms around Portland happening again, but not as severe as what we're dealing here. And now storms walking into Ottawa, so coming through Canada, Stittsville, coming into Nepean shortly, and you're just seeing all this, all these storms kind of slamming into each other here, all this precipitation throughout this area. Let's take a look at some velocities in there. The winds are elevated, but they're not. Oh my goodness. I'm bringing up that. This is the wind that I was talking about just now. This is, in Iroquois. So this is coming through, and you see how that's bending that tree over. So there are some strong wind gusts in that. We'll go back to Ottawa there in a second, but I just noticed it on that camera from our weather cam. So the winds, as this is moving through, do pick up. So if you have lawn furniture, anything like that that you don't want tossed around, I know in Oklahoma, the state bird in Oklahoma is a flying trampoline because they get blown around all the time. Okay, so I'll come back from this camera. We're going to take a look at the radar. So right now, again, lots of rain moving through Fitzroy Harbor, Goleta, Constance Bay into the west side of Ottawa, Canada, Stittsville. It's going to go through Bell's Corners, Nepean, Barrhaven, and all of this is coming into downtown Ottawa. If you are outside in Ottawa, get indoors right now, because lots of rain, lots of wind, and lightning coming your way again for round 2 at this point. And then obviously, if you are anywhere from Long Sault, South Stormont, Morrisburg, Iroquois, Johnstown, Cardinal, Prescott, you need to pay attention, because this storm is making its way down there at this point. Heavy rain in Winchester. I actually have a camera there as well. We seem to have our cameras located really well throughout the region. And it's almost like we had some forethought on this. If you are interested, I'm going to go back to that in a second, but this is the prolific downpour in Winchester, and you can see the winds are gusting here. Obviously, the camera is soaked at this point, but we can see winds and heavy precip and loss of visibility as well. So another thing when you're driving, you've just got to be careful of. And imagine this is stationary, and if you're doing 80 kilometers an hour, it's going to be even harder to see, because that just amplifies things. And look at it picking up here. This is coming through Winchester right now, so getting very nasty there, live on camera. I'm just going to watch the velocities in Winchester just to see what's going on, because this is getting very windy right now. But you can see what to expect here. Again, coming through Winchester, moving southward towards Iroquois. And obviously camera shaking at this point, so please, when you're out in front of this storm, there's lots of precipitation and wind packed into this thing. I'm going to bring up a picture from Connor that he just pulled up here, so give me one sec here. Sorry, why can't I find? Oh, there it is. Okay. So this is Connor just in front of it. Let me take a look, bring this up. Photo from Connor just now. Obviously a lot of structure in that storm, very pretty. And this is heading again south to the 401 corridor. And then we have storms moving into the Ottawa area as well. So we are monitoring a whole bunch of spots right now. Ottawa's still going to get a ton of rain and a ton of wind here. I'm waiting for the next scan. We should see this entire area kind of fill in with that heavy precip as these storms kind of continue to slam into each other from the north and from the west. So we are not done with it in Ottawa by any stretch of the imagination. And let's just look on the Quebec side. To the north in Quebec, we do have some isolated thunderstorms way north on 117, up north of Maniwaki. You can see these clusters. These are moving eastward at this point. Thankfully, they're not coming south. But let me see if that's our latest scan. 453. Yes, this is our latest scan. Let me see velocities in here. Very windy in Nepean right now, folks, as this continue to slam each other. 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts coming into Nepean, going to go through Algonquin College area. We are going to be moving into Tangle and Rideau View and then through the rest of Ottawa near uplands. This is going to be strong winds by the airport. So this bright pink area is elevated winds from this collision that's happening with the storms. You can see that. You can almost draw the lines out where these storms are colliding. So we've got some precip kind of doing one of these, and then the storms from the west are doing that. So right now, ongoing collisions of storms in the Ottawa area, which is obviously going to amplify things as far as precip is concerned. And as we're seeing that forcing mechanism, we have those strong winds going into Vivian Cousineau. Thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. So these are going to more than likely continue eastward, hopefully through the south of downtown, because we have a lot of people in there for Canada Day. But I would be in shelter inside if you are anywhere in the Ottawa area outside for Canada Day stuff. This is about to get very windy, very rainy, and it's going to march eastward. So heed the warning now. Don't mess around. And then we still have this large storm heading for the 401 corridor along that St. Lawrence Seaway. They also have that squall watch along the Seaway. Get off the water. You have no business on the water with this coming at you, and it is coming very quick. So that's the other problem as well for people out on the water. I reiterate, we had a story yesterday. People, getting caught out on the water in a boat. Scariest ride of their life. So these storms are no joke, especially when you're exposed. And the most exposed is on water. And if you're camping in a tent or out there with no shelter, you're as exposed as it gets. So power is back on in Cumberland. No rain, no wind. That is about to change. Unfortunately, I'm the bearer of bad news, I think. But the storms, as they come through Ottawa, will end up going towards Cumberland and Rockland as well. We will walk you through it as it unfolds. Again, storm collisions and mergers are difficult to predict what's going to come out the other side. So we'll take a look here, but getting very windy, I'm sure, in the Nepean area. And I actually have a camera there, so let me flip that and have a look at it as well. We're just bouncing around all over the place right now. And Connor has still got real estate in front of him, so he's trying to get out in front of this as much as he can, but at some point he's going to have to let it run him over. Right now, that storm is over the 401 corridor and through Iroquois, reaching over the St. Lawrence Seaway. South of Winchester, our Nepean camera is offline. I suspect the power or the internet is out at this point. So we do have strong winds here over Williamsburg. That's another area of very strong winds. We were showing you there's some 95-kilometer-hour winds registered in here. This is only 2,600 feet off the ground, so 70 to 75 on the surface roughly. And these are intensifying as this storm is making its way southward. So very windy on the 401 right now between Morrisburg down to the 416 roughly. And there is more wind coming with that as it migrates that way. Just having a look around here. If anything else jumps out at me, nothing really. So let's flip back over to our reflectivity scan and see what's going on there. So like I said, all very dynamic at this point. And there are areas that are experiencing nothing, and there's other areas that are just getting slammed right now. Raining really heavily in Barhaven / Nepean from Sharon. Thank you very much. Obviously, getting that information from the ground is fantastic. What else have we got here? Just got another comment. Very strong winds and torrential rain in Nepean, so around that Barhaven area as well. And again, we were highlighting that on our velocity scans here. Let me flip that up. That's where you're seeing that Barhaven, Nepean. I think power has been knocked out in Nepean. Maybe somebody can confirm that, but we can't access our camera anymore. So I suspect power has gone out down there. And then there will be calm behind these storms for some folks, and we'll walk you through that. However, there may be additional rounds like what is happening in Ottawa right now. So there's no power in cars, stoplights out, and a few construction signs down in the cars area, which is south of Manotick area, which is right here. So we've got no power down that way. So again, power outages are going to start climbing. Let's take a look at our reflectivity here. So it's 4:53 p.m. We're about 1 minute out from the next scan, and I suspect that we're going to see a whole bunch of stuff happening here over the Ottawa River on the Gatineau and the Elmer-Gatineau side, and on the Ottawa-Nepean side. Just as soon as we get this next scan. So I'm going to sit and wait for that, and then we'll jump back at it here. Peggy, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate that. Connor and I appreciate all the support. Power outages all around Bell's Corner, Centertown. Thank you for that comment. While I wait for this scan here. Friends in Nepean have lost power. So yeah, a bunch of Nepean power outages. Here we go. This is our latest scan. So strong winds now, folks, coming right into downtown Ottawa, heading right for Parliament Hill. This is some strong wind velocity. So throughout most of Ottawa, 70 kilometers an hour, 80 kilometers an hour in there. It is going to blow stuff around. Blossom Park through the airport, registering 80 kilometers an hour. This is not far off the surface. So a lot of wind where you're seeing that bright pink. That is packed in winds there. Obviously a little less to the south, but still getting windy around Greeley, 60 kilometer hour winds. But those bright pink areas around the airport, obviously circulating to the north, east of Nepean, Rideau View, coming into Carleton University. Just a lot of wind at this point with this merger and these storms slamming into each other. So also associated obviously with very heavy rainfall. So we've got to watch that. And this is moving eastward again. So this is going to come through Orleans. It's going to go through Nav and Carlsbad Springs. It's going to go back through Cumberland again, off to Rockland more than likely, but we will update you as that continues to happen. Back to the south, let's take a look here. Storm, heavy rain just on Highway 2, or over the St. Lawrence Seaway, I should say there, south of Iroquois, but into Morrisburg as well. All this rain, let's take a look at velocities. Near Williamsburg, still some 80 kilometer hour pocket of winds, very strong in there, heading southward again. And all the way over to Long Sault, South Stormont, and then Morrisburg along that corridor there. This is where you're going to have that 401 getting intersected by the storm as this moves south. It is a slow mover, so there is going to be flooding happening with this storm as it continues. I'm going to flip over to my Winchester cam just to see how the rain, as it's gone through most of that area already, if there's any water issues over there. Okay. So I'm just bringing up my Winchester cam. Still pouring rain in Winchester. Not seeing a lot of pooling, but we don't have... we don't have much of a view here. So again, lots of precipitation coming down with this. Power is still obviously on as we see lights across the street, unless that's to do, unless they have a generator. But again, heavy rain, strong winds on the leading edge of this. So yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where we need to, I would not be outside anywhere with these storms coming in. You need to be inside. Again, we're not talking about any rotating winds. We're just talking about very strong straight line winds. You do not want to be outside with this. You definitely want to, also with all the lightning and the rain. So this is going to blow stuff around through Ottawa. There are going to be some crazy videos coming out of there because 80 kilometers an hour blowing through downtown, in a populated area are just going to start throwing stuff. And we don't know if this is going to increase on the next scan. Again, we have 8 minutes till the next scan. So right now, where you're seeing those bright pinks, that's where those strong winds are coming through Ottawa. So from the airport to downtown, back into Nepean, it just blew through there. Coming to Orleans, going to go across that 417 and 17 split, and probably going through Orleans, Navan, Carlsbad Springs, and up to Cumberland, and then along the river as well. So this is what our wind speeds look like here. And this is, this is our rain. So behind that, you have a ton of red and dark orange, and that is indicative of very heavy precipitation, folks. So again, I would not be hanging around outside today if any storms are in your area. Lightning is the biggest threat from a far distance. You can see Connor Stream here. He's driving through that heavy rainfall. Obviously, he can no longer keep ahead of the storm. Again, just so many things at play here, and a lot going on. So what else have we got here? Wow, so the wind is really picking up through Ottawa. I'm getting some reports there, and again, we are seeing 80-kilometer-hour winds on the radar, but one thing you got to remember is that's at 4:59. That's 6 minutes ago. So the wind can ramp up, and until we see the next scan, we don't know what's going on. So what else here? Sorry, I'm just trying to keep up with chats, folks. And the big thing we're going to see also with this, I'm just, where's my chaser chat? Okay, there, we're good there. Because there's been so much rain, there is going to be flooding issues in the Ottawa area, all surrounding on the Quebec side, Gatineau, but it has more been on the Ottawa side for now. But with this big cluster of storms, you are getting tons of precipitation. Again, all that bright red, all that bright dark orange, that is heavy, heavy rain coming through the region, and there's plenty behind it. It stretches all the way back to Arnprior, which has got to be about 30 or 40 kilometers, maybe more. Let me just see here. So from Ottawa itself to Arnprior, 50 kilometers. So there's a ton of rain packed in there in the back. Let's take a look. This is our latest scan. Wow, the winds have picked up, folks. Anybody out in front of this, you need to be taking a shelter indoors. 107 kilometers an hour being registered through Vanier. This is only 2,000 feet off the ground coming across that split. This is going to start causing damage, folks. If you are out in front of this to the east, you need to take shelter. You do not need to be outside. If you have anything outside that's going to get lofted, it's going to happen. We've got 90 to 100 kilometer hour winds here near Leitrim. Again, off the surface, but this would be somewhere in the 90 kilometer hour range as it's blowing through, and you can see those bright, bright pinks. When we get into flesh tone, you're seeing a lot of wind there. I'm just going to look here up at Cantley because I believe those are strong winds as well. It could be radar noise, so I'm just trying to determine if that's the case. Those are strong winds. It is kind of polluted. I just want to see where the radar scan on that is. Okay, yeah. So this is going to be strong winds in there as well, in the 80 kilometer hour range coming into Cantley along that Highway 5, and the wind is starting to kind of possibly, and I'm going to see whether this is the case on the next scan, but we kind of have a, let me redo that. We kind of have it bowing out somewhat like this. So if this does turn into what we call a windbag event, where you have just a bunch of winds in a line pushing behind it, that could get very dangerous at this point. So we have to pay attention through this very heavy populated area coming into Orleans, coming through Gatineau on the 50, Cantley, Perkins, Masson-Angers. It is all coming down the river, even to the south of Ottawa, Navan, Edwards, Metcalfe, Russell, Embrun, Limoges. Right now, you need to be out indoors because these winds are picking up, and that's what we were talking about. We had no idea what's what's going to happen with these storm collisions, and sometimes crazy stuff happens. And just seeing those winds right now, obviously that's the case. I'm going to take a look at the storm to the south here, and then we will take a look at things back to the west, because that is also coming this way. So very strong winds down to Morrisburg, 80 kilometers, 93 kilometers an hour in here. So all of this is turning into 96 kilometers an hour I'm seeing here south of Williamsburg. So those winds are continuing to increase, coming into Morrisburg and across the St. Lawrence Seaway. I hope nobody's out on a boat there. Not as windy in Iroquois, but you can see that bright pink area. That's your strong winds, folks. So I'm zooming out here. Right now, that's our area of concern for Eastern Ontario through Ottawa, Western Quebec, right along that Ottawa River. I'm going to take a look back here to Orillia and Barrie. There's a stronger storm coming through, not as bad. I'm going to take a look at wind velocities. What radar are we on here? We're on King City. So there are some strong winds associated with this, as well as the line is marching through. So around Angus, Innisfil, Barrie area, also up to Orillia, and this is moving eastward. And if this continues to march eastward, this could be round 2 for Eastern Ontario. So we have to see how this is developing, but this is all severe warned all the way down to Hamilton. So you need to take this seriously. I'm going to see if Exeter radar is back online. It's not, so we don't have any data from that radar. I'm going to look from Buffalo. That's too bad that Exeter is down. That's so problematic. Anyways, let me just walk you through it. So down to London, Woodstock, all of this is looks like it's wind driven. So there's a lot of wind packed into this, more precipitation and stuff down by London, but that's far from the radar, so it looks different. But a Barrie area would be an area that's highlighted, an Orillia area, Innisfil, Angus, and then back. This is going to come through Newmarket, Markham, GTA, and it looks like that's going to be mostly winds. So please keep that in mind. And we also have storms up here by Huntsville as well. So lots going on right now, folks. So Eastern Ontario, definitely the center of problems. But right over the nation's capital here for Canada Day celebrations. Really strong winds in this. Again, if you are just tuning in, there's some 107 kilometers an hour through Vanier, Blackburn, Hamlet into Orleans, and it is moving quickly. This is an old scan. It is 6 minutes old. In the next one, we'll see whether the winds have picked up or if they've died down. So I'm going to look at some weather cams. I'm going to see if I can get... what have I got up there? I've got a bunch of them getting knocked offline, which is... didn't expect that one, but let's just take a look here. This may be, if they've still got power here. Oh my God. Okay, the camera's moving around right now. Probably, it is very windy in Orleans. I'm going to share it. The homeowner's moving the camera around. This is what's going through Orleans right now. So you can see there's absolutely nothing as far as sky visible. It's just a big gray mess, but the winds are just rocking and rolling through here. So this is, again, in the Orleans area. We also have another camera. I'm just going to take a look here, pull that one up. Still got power out there, but things are about to blow around all over the place. So I'll update you folks. Oh God, this is out the front. So you can see how dynamic this is. The winds haven't gotten there yet, but this is starting to blow stuff around. I would not be surprised if, oh goodness, I'm coming back to the radar right now. Get in shelter if you are anywhere near this is moving eastward. These are 122 kilometer-hour winds heading for Cumberland. It's going through Orleans. This is a very dangerous situation. These are straight line winds. We are approaching Category 1 hurricane winds. So again, around the whole Orleans area, if you are east of here along Masson-Angers, Rockland, Cumberland, Sarsfield, Navan, anywhere east of this is picking up. It's turning into a windbag. And what that is it's just picking up the wind and it's going to plow the road. So this is as bad, a situation as you can get with straight line winds. You can see where they're isolated here on the radar. I'm not mincing my words here. When we read 130 kilometer-hour winds above the surface and not far, you're well over 100 kilometers an hour. So this is going to move into Rockland, Cumberland, those places without power. That's problematic. Even Buckingham, Masson, Angers, I would be taking shelter, get inside. This is going to blow stuff around. It's going to knock trees over. I'm monitoring that camera in Orleans still just to see what's going on, but this is blowing a lot of stuff around. And here we go. This is what you're going to see. This is in Orleans right now, live. This is a strong wind gust coming through there. You can see the trees are struggling very hard to keep up with it. And it's those gusts that are dangerous because they will blow trees over. So batten down the hatches if you are anywhere east of Ottawa, east of Orleans, Navan, Sarsfield, Cumberland, anywhere in that area. There are some very strong wind gusts in this. Hopefully there's not a lot of damage, but this is getting serious at this point. So, oh God, I'm about to lose power here. Sorry. Thank God that reminded me. Sorry. Okay. My laptop almost died on me. Too many screens going on at the same time. I'm just watching that camera in Orleans. There's some very strong winds in that. Again, I'm going to I think it's probably going to go out here, but you can see what this is doing, blowing stuff around. There are, again, just very strong wind gusts in this, but this is not what you want to see on a radar screen. It is just continuing to pick up, obviously with extremely heavy rain in that as well. So that is the other issue, that is packing in a ton of rain all the way back to the west. So tons of lightning, tons of wind, but this is a straight line wind event. So again, lots of strong wind gusts in here. We're waiting for a scan at 5:11 p.m. If I'm missing comments, folks, I apologize, but we're registering 120 here. So that is going to cause damage as it goes through. And if it continues to intensify as it gets into Cumberland, big lightning strikes, just watching the camera here. So again, this is the worst of the worst as far as wind goes in a straight line. 120 plus as far as wind speeds. So we're going to see what the next scan shows. I hope it's subsiding, but we're still 4 minutes away. So by that time, this is going to be picking up speed. This will be in Cumberland, Masson, Angers, Rockland. It's on the doorstep. It's not far from you. So this is, again, a dangerous situation in terms of those straight line winds, trees coming down, the whole 9 yards. So let me just cycle this and you can see what has transpired here. Those winds were windy in Nepean, and people complaining about the winds back here at 80 kilometers an hour. These are 120, as you can see. That is the scan over the last 3 or 4 scans. And we've gone from 80 to 120. So that is just continuing to pick up. Thank you very much for subscribing to the Sunshine Club. Appreciate you becoming a member. So we're going to see what's going on. I'm sticking with this. I'm not going anywhere else because this is very dangerous right now. Obviously moving through a very populated area and heading eastward out of Ottawa. So this is getting very, very serious. The good news is right behind it, there's not much in terms of winds once it goes through. But the problem is you have to go through those winds. So I'm just continuing to monitor certain things here. Second round of wind coming through Orleans right now. Let me switch to that weather cam. So it was calm and quiet, and now the winds are starting to pick up in the Orleans area again. So this is live right now, 5:17 p.m. as you can see that. So again, please heed these winds. They've made it through most of it, but I want to see what's coming for, again, Cumberland is out. I don't have a camera there I can pull up for you folks. We do have one further. We have Lefebvre and we have L'Orignal. So if this continues to go that way, we'll probably be able to pull some cameras up there at this point. So again, a very strong wind event coming into Ottawa as those storms collided. You can see that on radar here, just how that happened west of Ottawa near Carp, Ottawa River, and then boom, it just exploded. So we're going to see what the next wind gusts look like and go from there. So again, we have that Orleans cam, and the Cumberland cam is down right now just because it's out of power. So let's take a look and we'll see what's happening. but very, very windy at this point through the city of Ottawa. On the east side, again, even along the 417, we're still talking 80-kilometer-hour winds along that 417, Carlsbad, Edwards. Those are strong enough. People in Nepean were complaining about that. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, this is getting bad, folks. They are spread out. There are very strong winds around, and I'm not doing that to kind of hype anything up. We are consistently seeing 115-kilometer-hour winds through Navan, Sarsfield, into Cumberland. This will be in Rockland in minutes. Thurso, Plaisance, Papineauville, Plantagenet, Curran. If you are anywhere east of this line, get indoors. It is going to blow stuff around. Right at Navan, 122. 123, somewhere in that, 124 even. So this is continuing to amplify because of that collision and those storms kind of, merging. Those winds basically merged, and we are now talking about a straight line damaging wind event. Again, right now it is currently here, but this is marching eastward very quickly. Anyone out in front of this, be in shelter. Do not be outside. Do not be in a tent. Do not be on water. This is heading in this general direction. There are even some winds moving it onto the Quebec side. So this just continues to increase. Right now, dangerous straight line winds. Lori, thank you for subscribing. You can see how this unfolded. So the storm slammed to the west of Ottawa, 4:47 p.m. This was the next scan through Nepean at 4:53. Lots of wind there, and people complaining about damage and stuff like that. And then this exploded going through Ottawa, then into Orleans. And then another scan here, and now we have this big wind bag going on. The winds, even on the Quebec side here to the north, are starting to arch out as well. So we are talking all the way around here. So all these winds are pushing up, and it's about to get windy. That's a very forested area. So again, not as bad as down here, but still windy. So heading up towards St. Pierre to Wakefield, 309. A lot of people up there cottaging. This is a bad situation unfolding as we move through. So again, heading eastward, I'm going to be concentrating on this because this is a life safety situation. I'm just looking here. The winds are just blowing out ahead of these storms. That's basically what's happening at this point. So let me just keep monitoring that. Very windy along the 401 corridor, about 80-kilometer-hour, but that has moved into upstate New York primarily. And then that's the only winds that I see that are concerning at this point. It's very easy to see where these winds are right now. And again, if you are anywhere out ahead of this, get to shelter, get inside. Stuff is going to start flying around with these kinds of winds here. So it's definitely a dangerous situation. And thankfully, we do have these weather cams that we can look at. I'm just looking here. It looks like Connor is trying to get out ahead of it. He's way behind. I don't know if he'll be successful, but he looks like he's trying to do that. And we'll see if he can get out ahead of it to give us an idea what it's like as far as that's concerned. So definitely you need to be taking shelter from this anywhere where you see all these orange arrows, and north of there I put them behind on the Quebec side just to show how the winds are blowing out. But again, that is moving northeast. These are very, very strong winds. These are the strongest winds I've seen in Eastern Ontario, going back to the Dericho that happened a number of years ago, and we all know what that did. So this is not a Dericho, so please don't misconstrue that. But this is a very strong wind event happening currently, and we'll see whether the winds start to subside. I hope on the next few scans I can say, hey, this is starting to die down. We're going to, lose our intensity there on this. But right now, huge winds in this. And we are 5:17 p.m., so about 5 minutes away from our next scan. So hopefully we'll see. We're 3 minutes away from our next scan. My apologies. So again, lots of wind packed into this storm right now as it's going through the east side of Ottawa. Denise, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate your support. What have we got here? Okay, people losing power. Things are blinking around here. So far, we're still good with power here in Kempville, but I know their power outages are going to skyrocket with this. So, again, be prepared. Once this moves through, you are going to more than likely be out of power if you aren't already out of power. Take your precautions, get water if you need to. If you're on a well, put it in the bathtub, those kinds of things. Make sure you're prepared for this. More than likely, the power is going to get knocked out here. We are waiting for another scan here. We should be about 6 minutes. I'm going to quickly take a look back here at what's going on by King City radar. Some stronger winds back there, but nothing compared to what we're dealing with right now in eastern Ontario. So I'm just glancing around. Severe storm over Aurelia, but that's heavy rain with some lightning, a little bit of wind in there, but that's basically it. Looking to the north here along Huntsville and along 11, just minor severe thunderstorms up that way. And I'm just going to take a look back to the west. Nothing coming from Sault Ste. Marie or North Bay. Yeah, we're all good there. This is our problem right now is Franktown radar, looking at those velocity scans. So the winds, look how far they've moved. So they are now further out. I'm going to see which radar sees this better right now. Right now, Franktown still sees it the best, so we're going to stick with that one. So let me delete the drawing. We now have the winds are tucked in east of Navan. We're still showing 123 kilometers an hour. So those bright pixels of skin tone colors even have Clarence Point 114 kilometers an hour, 96 kilometers an hour on the Quebec side, Buckingham 95. It's already blown through there. So again, these are traveling extremely fast and they're getting out ahead. So again, still very strong winds in there. I haven't seen it subside enough, but anybody that's seeing these bright pinks or even flesh tone colors, those are extremely strong winds. When we start getting over 100 kilometers an hour, we start seeing that skin tone color 122, 109, 117, and these are not far off the ground. So again, lots of wind on the surface. We watched it going through Orleans, and that was very early on with much lower wind velocities. So again, lots of rain behind this. That's the other thing. So let me just take a look at that. So east of Ottawa, you need to be in shelter. There's rain packed in throughout from basically Pakenham through Carp, Kinburn, Canada, Stittsville. Stittsville's actually in a little bit of a window here of less rain right now, but Canada, Bells Corners, Barhaven, Nepean, all the way through the airport, downtown Ottawa, Hull, Elmer, just all sorts of rain happening right now, as you can see. Laura, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. And Russell right now, heavy rain to the south of there, Morewood, and then heavy rain south of Finch, south of Chesterville, coming into South Stormont. Going to take a look at the wind. So very windy along the 401 near South Stormont back to Morrisburg into Iroquois. I would guesstimate about, I was going to say 70, 80 kilometer hour winds. So at the surface, a little bit less breezy, but 60, 70 kilometer hour winds probably on the surface somewhat. So again, we are concentrating on this area right up here to the east of Ottawa, going through Cumberland, Sarsfield, coming into Thurso, east of Buckingham on the 50. So Silver Creek, there's Mayo, Blanche Mills, all of that area there. And again, heading east towards Plantagenet, Curran. What else is out here? Pendleton, Bourget. It's already in Hammond and Cheney. Those are very strong winds. They are going to be way out here. So way out ahead, Riceville, Current, and Plantagenet, you need to be indoors. This is not going to be fun. Even down to Castleman, those winds will pick up and it's going to be 80 kilometers an hour or possibly more if this continues to increase. So just another windbag event and another straight line of wind event happening out of this. And that's why we're here live to walk you folks through it so you can get the information out to others. Please share the stream as well if so that others can see it. Hit that like button. That definitely helps the algorithm recognize that people are getting good information from us. So Fuzzy Rich, thank you very much. Wow. You sent 20 Canadian Weather Live memberships. So much, so many people are going to benefit from that. Thank you very much. A lot of new members in the Sunshine Club, so thank you to that. I definitely have not been able to check emails or anything. This has been kind of a busy stream at this point, and right now I am just focusing. I'm laser focused on this wind event at this point. So we will kind of, once things tone down, we can then start talking about things a little more. I'm zooming out here. They've moved the severe warnings around Toronto. They've moved them up to Peterborough, Markham, and that area as this line starts moving eastward. So we are going to have to monitor that as well, because eventually that could come into Ottawa. So downtown Ottawa, still a ton of rain in there, but again, our winds are the big issue right now. I really hope that that they start to subside on the next stream here. So yeah, Connor, you better have, he's trying to get out ahead of this. Connor, you better have afterburners on, but don't speed and get a ticket or do something crazy. We want to get the view, but it's not worth getting dangerous in bad weather. And I know you know that, but I'm just saying it. Just voicing reason, I guess. But what time is it? 5:23 p.m. We're about 2 minutes from our next scan. Again, this will already be through Thurso. It'll be through the Parc National de Plaisance, Wendover, all of those areas. If it's not there, it's going to be there very shortly. Valerie, thank you very much for sending the 200 stars. Louise, thank you for sending 99 stars. Really appreciate that. Jen _ again, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club as well. So all of that supports this platform and will allow us to improve things and get more weather cams out there. We are definitely looking for weather cameras on the Quebec side. If anybody is interested in hosting one out there, please give us an email. We would like to do that, but there are certain conditions that for that to happen. Winds are subsiding, so that's good. They're still strong, but they have gone down. So we're starting to see a lot more just pink rather than that skin flesh tone color, but we still have very strong winds that you still need to take seriously, kind of tucked into this area here. We're going to be seeing some 80 to 100 km/h readings in there. So there's 100 just over it, out ahead 100, but again, packed in here, 80 km/h winds, not far off the surface again. So hopefully this is a good sign. We're going to see what the next scan looks like. I'm going to actually switch over. This is moving so quickly. Let's take a look and see if Blainville sees it differently. It's still far away from that radar, but let's just take a look here. Franktown still solid there. So Blainville radar is north of Montreal, so it's still quite a ways away compared to Franktown, but we're kind of getting into that middle of the two, and at some point, obviously the radar to the east is going to have a better view of it. So again, just a lot of rain, wind, but throughout Ottawa area, through Gatineau, through Hull, still tons of rain ongoing, but the wind event that is happening east of Ottawa, that is going to cause lots of damage, I guarantee you, and we're just trying to keep up with that right now. Still tons of rain. There's more storms popping back to the west near Arnprior, coming down the river. We still have a ton of rain on the 417 here, back from Pakenham, all the way around to the 417 east of Almont, where the 417-7 split. Stittsville, Canada, Bell's Corners, lots of heavy rain. Nepean, Barhaven, into Manotick, Greeley. A little less at the airport, but still a lot of rain coming down in spots. Ottawa downtown, still lots of rain. Right now, not sure when this is going to all end. And then heading eastward along the 417. Corinne, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Tons of rain coming into Limoges, Russell, Embrun, Metcalfe, down to Morwood, and then we still have all of this down here from the original storm that started all this in Ottawa. It is going through South Stormont. It might get a bit into Cornwall, but this is moderate to light rain for the most part. Where we're seeing these bright, thank you, Louise, for the 200 stars. where you're seeing all this bright red and dark orange. That is heavy precipitation at this point. So just something we have to watch out for. Let's switch over here, and I'm looking at our velocities. 5:29 p.m. So we're 4 minutes into our 8-minute cycle. So again, lots of comments coming in. I can't answer, unfortunately. This is all heading eastward at this point for the most part. Let me just switch over and I'll play the cycle here so we can kind of see. That's not true. Some of the storms are moving south on that far end, but we're moving east, southeast at this point for the most part, but we have lots of storms through the area. So I'll just leave that running for a bit there. I'm gonna grab a snack. I've been going for how long are we going here? What time? 4 or 5 hours, I guess. Oh no, not even 4. I went 12 and a half yesterday, so we're a long ways off from that. Louise, thank you for another 200 stars. Really appreciate that. Maxim just saying that power in Orleans is coming back on in certain areas, so that's great news. Hey, here's a good one. Thank you for DRN1CKZ. A member of the Sunshine Club just gave us another donation saying, I was chasing south going down Ramseyville Road southbound. I can confirm there are down trees near Rideau River Road and Thunder Road. So there is going to be a lot of damage from these storms as they come through. A lot of power outages just from the lightning strikes and other stuff. You just need to be prepared. Burton, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. This is insane. 2 days of this in Ottawa and then 3 days out west prior to that. Radical, thank you very much for being a member as well. Okay. Just trying to keep up with a few other things here. So we'll get back to it here in a second. I'm hoping I have a new velocity scan, so bear with me for a second here. This is 5:29, so we're about to get our next scan here. So I'll look at both radars because we're starting to get away from Franktown, but it's still the closest radar at this point. And I'm hoping that the winds are dying down on this. Rockland getting slammed with these winds currently. Oh, there we go. So they are subsiding. Things are breaking up, it looks like. So that's fantastic. Still strong winds, but they have gone down. They're no longer what they were. And I'll highlight what's going on here. I'll show you what kind of north of the 417 is essentially where these winds are isolated at this point. So they would be kind of in this area right in here, just to the north of Castleman. But right now, they're probably only about 70 to 80 kilometers an hour on the surface, which is still strong, but it's not 120, what we were seeing earlier. So you can see how they've kind of spread out. And when the winds spread out, they can subside at times. Other times it can actually just mean that they're just continuing to intensify. But we're seeing some 90, 80 kilometer hour wind gusts still in there. So it's definitely windy. If you are out east of this, you need to still be, taking shelter out of an abundance of caution. It does look like it's dying down, but I'll zoom in here. So Plantagenet, Fournier, St. Isidore, all these locations east of there, Riceville, I've already mentioned. And then we're getting to Routier and St. Bernardin and areas east of there. So again, Plantagenet along Highway 17, I would be there. Jessop's Falls, Wendover, even into Alfred Station. These winds are coming that way. And even if they're 80 or 90 kilometers an hour, still going to do some damage. So that's the best I can give you at this point. So moving out this way. They are traveling roughly in this direction. They are subsiding, so that's the good news, and I'll show you that just in a moment here. And then going back this way. So let me zoom back out. I will step it up here, and as you can see here, this is where they got the strongest. That scan there, and this is what started it here over Orleans, heading through north of Navan and then through Navan itself, and you can see how they've marched out here over the last number of scans. So things are improving after the last 2 or 3 scans, so that is good, and we're going to keep ahead of that. So still windy, but out of an exercise of caution, I would say that you be in shelter if possible. Sorry, Eugene, thank you very much for sending the 100 stars. Really appreciate that. I'm going to zoom back out, and I'm taking a look back to the west to see what's going on there, because we have other storms heading this way. So Huntsville, there's a storm up that way. Bear with me for a second. Monitor's trying to time out on me. As well, east of Aurelia, but these storms don't look like they're too severe. There is a bit of wind in them, but moderate to moderate heavy rain. There's not a whole lot of red. When we see that red, that's what we're after, but we need to watch these, because as they come eastward, they may intensify. Down by Brantford, Hamilton, there's obviously a lot of rain packed in here. Let's look at from the Buffalo radar. So yes, right now over basically from Ingersoll, Woodstock, Paris, Brantford into Hamilton, we just have some heavy rain. I'm going to take a look at wind as well. That's far from the radar, so that's the other thing you need to understand. This is 7,000 feet off the ground. So you are 2.5 kilometers up almost, maybe 2 kilometers. So off the surface. So again, if they're registering 90 here at the surface, you're maybe 60 kilometers an hour, maybe 70 kilometers an hour roughly. However, we still have those heavy rains and a lot of lightning, and this is moving all eastward. So I'm going to show you that from the Buffalo radar, and you can see how that has progressed. Storms coming to the west of Georgetown and GTA kind of petered out a little bit, it looks like. And now we have 2 areas that are isolated to the north and 1 to the south, as this kind of splits the lake, Lake Ontario, essentially. So we'll see as this goes. Thank you very much, David, for the donation. Really appreciate that as well. So lots of wind and rain down here, but nothing compared to what's happening to Eastern Ontario. Not to downplay it or anything, just in terms of comparison of what is taking place. So you can see those storms marching through. So obviously, if you were out in front of these are severe warned, heading towards Caledonia, Grimsby, St. Catharines. This cluster is out over the lake, so do not be on the water would be my statement again today. Getting caught in this kind of storm would not be fun. It would actually be very dangerous. So switching back to King City radar. So these are also moving eastward, and then we're going to flip back to Eastern Ontario here. Okay, so we have 5:35, 6 minutes here. So I'm going to take a short break here. Thank our sponsor, Canadian Hail Repair and Auto Dentist. If you do have minor damages, especially if it's from hail, they do paintless dent repair. So they're a great sponsor of the platform, been with us for a very long time. So again, we thank them for, being on board. It helps us get this information out to you guys. So I'll be right back.
Auto Dentist, your local premier choice for all of your cosmetic automotive repairs. Specializing in hail damage repair, paintless dent repair, small damage paint repairs, and bumper cracks and scrapes. We have served Ottawa and surrounding areas for over 25 years. Come by for your free estimate at 151 Bentley Avenue, Unit 17 in Ottawa, or call us at 613-223-7077.
These guys are definitely the experts. They've been around for 25 years, as you've heard it. So I'll share their website here, autodentist.ca, based out of Eastern Ontario, but they do cover most of Canada. They will definitely be glad to help you out. Tim and Doug, both awesome guys, great team there. So again, they'll be able to help you guys out. Phone number for them is 613 223-7077. Again, thank you to them for sponsoring the stream and helping us get this information out to you guys. So we're waiting for another scan here. I'm hoping the winds die down. That just came out, so that's good. They have... let me switch over here. They're updating a lot of stuff, so we'll jump on that as well. So right now, we are seeing a lot less wind velocity, which is good, and this is even at elevation, so 80 kilometers an hour, so some gusts still high up above the surface. So again, down at the surface, I would think around 60 kilometers an hour. So this is subsiding, which is fantastic. So we obviously had a short period there where obviously the winds got insane. Coming right through Ottawa. So Nepean, basically through downtown Ottawa, then through Orleans, out to Cumberland. You can see those bright flesh tones, and then continuing eastward. Now it started to break up. Right around here, you still had strong winds, but the next scan, things were breaking up, and now we're in a much better position as far as things are concerned. It is still windy compared to normal, but it's not what we were seeing before. So that has moved east of Ottawa. It's out of that region. And now we have all this rain packed in kind of to the south of downtown. So this is along 417-7, Stittsville, a little bit in through heavy in Canada, actually, Barhaven, kind of North Gore and Richmond, Manotick, and then Riverside South. Just along the airport. I'm sure those operations are still down at the airport just because of what's going on. So I'll show you what's happening here with these storms around the Eastern Ontario area, and you can just see how it slammed that. I'm trying to figure out how I can describe this to you guys. I probably can use my hands and what took place west of Ottawa. And what caused these winds roughly in a very simplistic way. So what happened was those winds slammed into each other, and as you get this, you get forcing being shot out of that, essentially like a cannon. And that's what happened. All those winds got compressed. The only place they had to go was out ahead of it, essentially, in a very layman's way term of explaining it. But as those storms slammed into each other, it spit that wind out, and luckily that's why it's not sustaining. So that's what took place here. And obviously, you never know what happens with storms merging or slamming into each other. And I'm gonna put my snack away here and get back to everything. So. Okay, let's jump back here and we'll continue on with this. And again, Ottawa's still going to, I'm going to caution you that we still have potentially some more storms. Again, we are now only 5:46 p.m., 4 hours into this broadcast, or just under the 4 hours. And I'm worried about the line coming back from the west. That's basically what it is. To the north of Ottawa, let's just take a look what those storms are doing. Let me hit stop there. So we do have a strong thunderstorm northeast, obviously on the Quebec side. Lac St. Paul, St. Anne du Lac, it's to the east of there. Heavy precipitation and lightning. Just looking at winds in there. This is getting to the edge of the radar, so we're getting a lot of noise in there. I'm just trying to see which radar is closest. Blainville looks like north of Montreal might be good. So yeah, again, heavy precip, not seeing a ton of wind that's concerning in there. Again, we are far from the radar, so these storms are marching eastward. And I'm going to do something here just to clean up the view when we're this far out, just so that it's easier folks to understand what's going on. So I'll zoom in, and this is where the storms have transpired this afternoon in eastern Ontario and western Quebec. Mostly on the western Quebec side of things along the Ottawa River, they've kind of died out or weakened dramatically. We just currently have them along that 117 corridor up to the north, and then up through Maniwaki at this point. So Okay. Okay. Just checking in with a bunch of my chats. So, okay, doke. Connor is still out there racing somewhere along the lines. I still got his live stream going there. So that was kind of a bird's eye view of what's happening throughout Eastern Ontario and Western Quebec. We are monitoring those storms coming from the west through the GTA area and up north through that Highway 11 corridor to the east of Georgian Bay. And we'll see if that's going to be round two at this point. So right now, these are all still considered severe thunderstorms around the Ottawa area, but hopefully there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. But we do have another storm that's coming through the Arnprior area that seems to be the initiating point. You can see that they just start. Let me switch over to Franktown first of all and bring this up here. So another storm popping near Arnprior, and it's heading east again, which means it's going to head through between Arnprior and Ottawa. So we'll see if that'll be another round of storms coming through the Ottawa area. So right now we're in that what I call a conveyor belt of thunderstorms, and it's just constantly producing them and spitting them out. So major flooding here in Ottawa around the Pinecrest area. So Ottawa area today, again, if you don't need to be anywhere, I'd probably suggest staying home. At this point, it's going to be an afternoon and an evening with nothing but thunderstorms and flooding. We've got lots of, comments about flooding now with wind damage. So it's not a good day. And here I've got a comment from Kawartha Lakes. Uh-oh. No, I'm hoping I'm not choking on that. Heavy thunderstorm in Kawartha Lakes, and those are the ones we are monitoring for later here as well. So now that things have subsided a little bit on the east side of Ottawa with those winds, we're going to continue to monitor these storms as they move through the area. But here you can see those storms starting to make their way from the west again, and just that's the same kind of idea that we had earlier. They started to pop around Bancroft, got themselves consolidated, and then slammed into everything here in around the Kempville, Smith Falls, Winchester area. So again, we have a storm drifting from Ottawa to the south and back to the west. We have some more of these beans happening. So we're going to have to monitor that and see if we're going to just be doing, lather, rinse, repeat, or whatever it is. So anyways, Clarence Creek winds are absolutely crazy. Lightning, massive winds through all my chairs, off my deck. Oh God, I'm sorry to hear that. Definitely throwing things around. So Tom, is the storm still heading for Spencerville? Right now, none of this is heading for Spencerville way down here to the south. We just have a lot of storms happening. So I can't pinpoint anything at this point to the south until we see the dynamics of where this storm is going to decide to do. They've been mostly hanging around the Ottawa area. So that is the biggest issue, is just figuring out what the storms want to do this afternoon and evening. So it is drifting a little bit south again along that 416 corridor. And if it continues down that way, then it would obviously get into Spencerville south of Kempville, but we'll continue to walk you folks through it as that's the case here. So so I got a question here. I must have missed it, from Canada Chick, asking about what's causing this conveyor belt type of situation. And obviously there's a forcing mechanism near Arnprior area just to the west of there. But the warm temperatures and the available moisture, the dew points, there's just tons of energy available for storms. So they're happy to form there. It's their happy environment, and that's what's causing them to continue to form back there. You don't see it too often, but again, the parameters that were out there today, Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, are not normal. So that's that's what's a little bit different at this point. So again, tons of storms ongoing, and we'll continue to track them. So What else? Ottawa outages, at least 20,000 people out without power at this point. So, obviously, not a lot of fun afternoon here through the Ottawa area on Canada Day of all days. This was definitely one we were concerned with. The other thing here is rain, just moderate to mild rain running through Cornwall. Not a whole lot left there. So, to the south of Embrun, our heavier precipitation is tucked in along this line and kind of off to that direction. It is spreading out in multiple directions, but again, east southeast is essentially what we're seeing here. I did notice it extend down the 416 corridor, so it may actually be we may actually have two separate storms right now. They may try and split off right in here, so we'll keep an eye on that. And again, we still have this storm down by Arnprior, just looking at that, but very still elevated winds east of Ottawa. So just keep that in mind. It's not heavy winds or strong winds like we were seeing 120. This is about 60 to 80 kilometers an hour, but that will still blow stuff around, especially if it's light. So again, this is what's unfolded at this point, and we will advance it at the next one and take a look what's going on. So 547, we should have a new scan. Well, there it is. It literally popped up just as I'm saying it. So Arnprior storm slowly moving eastward again. Lots of rain in Arnprior, Goleta. Let's take our look at our winds. Not very windy, not a lot of rotating in there. Again, I reiterate this for anybody that's new on the stream. Rotation is normal with thunderstorms. So anybody that, tells you, oh, it's rotating and that's immediate reason to be in shelter, it's wrong. You need to know how high that rotation is off the ground on your radar scan. You need to know how tight that rotation is and also how strong that rotation is. There's three factors that come into play there, because I know that that's the thing that triggers a lot of people is, oh my God, there's rotation. Again, rotation is normal. So I try and kind of educate people on that to see what's going on. It's when you see consistent scans with rotation or a radar presentation as a storm chaser, we recognize them. Then it gets your attention. But okay, for Richmond, Stanley Corners, lots of rain in there. Mannion Corners as well, kind of to the west of the 417-7 split. Heavy precipitation moving into Northgower, Cars, and Osgood. That looks like it's propagating southward, so it'll probably come down the 416 into Kemptville again. And then Robin, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Precipitation to the east of Ottawa along the 417 in Russell, Embrun, Castleman area has definitely dissipated. You are now down to moderate to light rain. Again, east of Castleman, there are some winds there, but the rain portion is a lot less than it was. Our heavier rain is isolated into this area right here. And that's what's around there. Thank you for getting us through this stressful time, Tom. Michael, thank you very much for the donation. And again, that's why we're here. We know there are people that have a lot of anxiety with storms, but again, when we saw those winds starting to blow up, that's why we were getting the word out so people could get in shelter, put their stuff away before Mother Nature decided to relocate it into another township. That's the whole point of why we exist. We now have a line forming on the Quebec side, so I'm going to address that. But again, storm here around the Arnprior area. Very intense storm there last night, unfortunately. So they've just had no luck today with over the last 24 hours. Nikki, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. So a lot of heavy precipitation in there and lightning around the Arnprior area heading towards Ottawa again. We do have other scattered storms throughout, but we do have some precipitation kind of filling in through Otter Lake. And then just to the south of Maniwaki along the highway there. And then between Kazabazawa and up into Maniwaki is where this is kind of isolated. So Blue Sea Lake, Bouchette, Lac Kema, all of those areas, some heavier precipitation coming through with those dark reds. Clearly still a lot of lightning in it. And just going to take a look at something here. We have velocities in here, green with, this will be about 70, I would think, maybe. 69.8. I was pretty close. So off the surface, though, so that's about 5,000 feet, which is about a mile just under that. So 1.5 kilometers up. So at the surface, it's going to be less, maybe 50 kilometers an hour, somewhere in that neighborhood. Watching this here, right? This looks like radar noise, so because it's purple, which is not normal. Purple, what does it say? Yeah, 160. So this is what I'm talking about, radar noise. This pixel here is, I'd be absolutely shocked if these winds were there. This is 160 km/h winds. And again, that's what we call that, pixelation when you see those odd colors. It's corrupt data, so that's not actually there. I'm 99% sure of that. So, but we will check it on the next scan. So that's where all the rain is on the Quebec side, and this is moving eastward again. I'll show you that. So you can see how that's marching a little bit southeast at this point. Okay. Getting a question of whether any tornadoes will be produced out of these storms. So right now, the way it's unfolding, it's not likely, but the parameters are still there. So that's the easiest way I can answer it. If we knew tornadoes were happening an hour or two out, our warning system would be a lot better. It's impossible at this point to predict that. But right now, that's why I look at those velocity scans. So I'm looking at what direction the wind's moving in and how fast it's moving. Alexander Brusso, thank you very much for the donation. Connor and I really appreciate it. Dale, thanks for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Appreciate that as well. Back to the velocity. So we look at green radar scans are going away from the radar or towards the radar. Geez, I almost reversed that. I'm getting been talking so much for the last 4 days, or 5. This is the 5th. Red is moving away from radar, green is moving towards radar. So that's your direction. And the brighter the colors, as you guys saw on those velocity scans east of Ottawa through Orleans, the higher the wind speed. And so when we see really bright opposing colors, whether it's pinks and greens or blues next to each other with the opposite color, that's where we start to get concerned. So again, I look at it constantly just to see what's happening. And again, if there is something that rotates, we jump on it pretty quickly and just notify people to, hey, okay, we're paying attention to this particular area. I think we just had an update here. So David, thank you very much for being a member of the Sunshine Club. Let's take a look here. We're going to look at that velocity scan and see the 160 km/h winds are gone. So that was just dirty data or corrupted data. And that's why it's a little frustrating looking at velocity scans on Canadian radar because it pollutes it a lot. The storm moving south from Ottawa looks to be losing a little bit of its intensity as far as precipitation is concerned. So you can see here, this is at 5:35 p.m. about 25 minutes ago. Lots of red and orange. Same thing on this scan about 20 minutes ago. And now you're seeing that orange breaking up, the red breaking up, and we have a lot more yellow getting into the storm and, kind of breaking up that precipitation. So this is moving south. It is weakening at this point. But heavy rain between Richmond and Manotick, moderate to heavy in Cars, Osgood, Metcalfe, Greeley. But this is a good sign. Obviously, a very saturated area, still rain over the Ottawa airport. So there's going to be flooding and all sorts of things like that. So anyways, what else? Okay, I'm just going to message. Is that okay? Give me 1 sec here. Okay. Okay, so let me jump back into this. We're going to go back west here and take a look at what's going on from King City radar around the Toronto area. So lots of there's ignore the second Peterborough. That's a map box issue. They still haven't fixed it. We've kind of let them know that there's a problem there. I have no idea why they're showing two Peterboroughs. DJ Jose, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate that as well. So storms up by Bob Cajun and Fenelon Falls. Very heavy precipitation in that. Very prolific lightning as well. Some stronger winds in it. And wow, coming through Toronto, there is a pile of wind. Let me address this. So this is something similar to what is going on in Ottawa. So we now have through downtown Toronto, well, no, sorry, not downtown, to the east of Toronto, Markham, Ajax, we're seeing 70, 80 kilometer hour winds, 90 kilometer hour winds. So lots of winds packed in here. Let me just double check. And it's getting, it's less and less towards Peterborough, but very strong winds in this kind of arc. And I'll show you that right here. Kind of going out over the water. That's where our winds are. I'm going to play this back just to see how this is unfolded. Yeah, over the last few scans, the winds have picked up on this line as well. You can see that bright pink starting to happen. Did go through the Toronto area, Markham, Oshawa, and then moving through, but all the way basically down from Kawartha Lakes, Peterborough. You've got some strong winds, especially as you get closer to the lake. So if you are east of this, definitely pay attention because we do have, these are not far off the surface. They're only 1,900 feet off the surface, and we've got some 90 kilometer hour winds blowing through Oshawa, Ajax, and then this will be into Newcastle, Port Hope, Peterborough, up to the north. So again, this will move over the water as well. So anybody out there, you don't want to be there. That's why they have this squall warning out there. I'm curious, 50 knot winds, which is about almost 90 kilometers an hour roughly. So definitely take that to heart because you don't want to be caught out on the water in those kinds of winds at all. So a bit of a wind event unfolding here through this central Ontario Toronto area, and kind of moving eastward from there. And those are the storms that we're monitoring for Eastern Ontario as they move into the area as well. So lots of storms still back to the west here. These are just regular thunderstorms by Highway 7, 41, I should say, up north of Highway 7. These ones are severe warned for the heavy precipitation and wind near Kawartha Lakes, Fenelon Falls, and Peterborough, and also the precipitation that's happening there. So some rain just made basic showers making it into Montreal. Very, very light stuff. Nothing concerning there. That's just switching to the local radar. That's just very light rain that will water the garden, essentially. That's basically it at this point. So let's just take a look here. So again, north Kazabazwa to Messine, Blue Sea. Lots of rain going through that area. Going to take winds are not bad on that, which is good. So you can see these storms moving eastward or southeastward, I should say. And the storms around Ottawa, I'm going to watch what that Arm Prior storm is doing as it approaches closer. So, yeah, definitely one of the most active two-day stretch I've seen here for quite some time. Obviously, we had a very quiet spring. For the most part, we did get showers, but none of the severe stuff. Looks like rain here in Manotick Metcalfe, south of Ottawa. This does look like it is weakening, and it continues to do so as it's moving southeast. So this is, unless there's some winds in here, I'm just going to check because we've had so many today. This is sub-severe or non-severe at this point. These are just moderate to light showers. And again, the Arm Prior storm might be trying to break apart a little bit, so I'm just going to keep an eye on it. It does look like it's trying to, get lose its intensity a little. Right now, still lots of rain south of Arnprior, so through Pakenham, through Antrim, Kinburn, but looks over the next few scans it might weaken before it gets to Ottawa. On the Quebec side, pocket showers, little isolated showers, no real lightning. Cantley has one lightning bolt, heavy rain in Cantley at this point. But that line behind there moving southeast will probably cross to the east of Gatineau and Elmer and Hull and Ottawa. We'll see whether that's the case, kind of go through Buckingham area. But again, more storms may pop to the south, which will add to the line, to the southwest, I should say. So we'll see if that's the case. I'm going to take a look at these storms way up north of Montreal. There's some heavy rain in here. Let's see if the winds are strong. There are some stronger winds. It's farther away from the radar. Just going to take a look at that. 60 kilometers an hour, but we are a mile and change above, so close to 2 kilometers above the surface. So heavy rain with lots of lightning, as you can see on this storm again as it continues to. These are moving more southeast as well with that line. You can kind of see line stretching out. Plumber the Princess, thank you very much for your donation. Really appreciate that. And I'm going to draw the line. You can see that these storms are all marching together on the same front, essentially, or same line. So those are coming down. Depending if that line fills in, we'll see whether those how those will impact the region, essentially. The other thing is we're waiting for those storms back to the west to see what happens there. We still, I haven't looked at models, and I actually should check with Connor just to see what his thoughts are or what the models are showing. We did have a couple of models showing storms coming in from the west, heading southeast through through kind of northern Ontario Highway 17 corridor, and then heading east into southeast into Ottawa in the middle of the night. The worst time that can happen. Obviously, most people asleep and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just curious how, with what's happened today, how the models have unfolded. So Connor will probably take a look at that, and we'll update you folks if that still looks like a possibility. If it's still on the models, then I'm still going to talk about it as a possibility, because that's obviously sustained since early this morning. Is there an app for our site? No, we don't have an app for our site, but if you want to get the radar app that we use, it's called WeatherWise Pro. We're not sponsored by them, but we switched to them about 6 months ago, and it's been phenomenal. Thank you very much, Diana, for that $20 donation. Really appreciate it. So going back to the WeatherWise app, they have a free version. We're on the pro version, obviously, because we drill down into a ton of data and features. You don't need that as a regular user, so that's a great thing. As far as us having an app, we don't have one currently, but we are going to be working on one down the road. That comes down to budgets, obviously, and right now we are literally 1 year old, essentially, as far as a platform is concerned. But Connor and I have been weather nuts for most of our lives and storm chasing for about 12 years now, each of us in different ways. I've always been a go to the U.S. down to Tornado Alley for the last 12 years. Connor, I brought him down. We could travel down there together. I didn't bring him down, but we traveled down there together. And I told him that the storms down there would ruin Eastern Ontario for him, because it's just a completely different ball game over there. The storms that you get down in Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, Nebraska are just crazy. The one we had last night would be very close to what you would see kind of in that area. So very possible. I appreciate the donation. I can't translate the name, unfortunately, but thank you very much for the donation. It's very much appreciated. So what else? Okay, yeah, Janet's just saying the wind just made it to the Ontario Quebec border at Alexandria. Saint Justin de Newton in Quebec. So again, there are winds still packing into the area. It's just you can see the brightness here. So along the 417. Let me highlight that. We've got still 60. This is above the surface, so less down there, but it has come down drastically compared to what it was earlier, thankfully. So we all, like I said, we all know what that Derico did a number of years ago, and that traveled over 400 kilometers with winds sustained over 100 kilometers an hour, and it obviously created a lot of havoc around the Ottawa area and Eastern Ontario area. So Deb just asking about powers out in North Gore and cell service is terrible. Just drove into town to get cell service so I can get what you guys are predicting for this area. So right now we do have storms coming back to the west. I'm sorry to hear that your power's out, but hopefully hopefully you get it back soon. So we have storms coming from the west. We are not sure what they are going to do or how intense they are. Connor is actually looking at some models right now. And so we'll address that in a second. I'm going to take a look. So sorry, bear with me. I'm seeing a bunch of different comments. So again, right now we do have some minor storms moving through the Ottawa area. We do have, these are moderate at this point because again, the red is mostly disappearing out of these showers. And when we get to those oranges, light oranges, and down to yellow and green and blue, that's just regular storms. Obviously still lightning, but you'll notice the lightning is drastically reduced. And that's again a sign that you can tell when you're looking at radar. If all of a sudden you have no longer any lightning, that is a storm that is dying. If you have a pile of lightning, that is a storm that is still very active, very aggressive, and you need to pay attention to it. But I will highlight, look how many lightning strikes there are down here south of Ottawa now through Manotick. This is a dying set of storms that will slowly peter out. So as far as this evening, Connor, we're watching those storms to the west. If those aren't a problem, I think we will be okay this evening, but we will figure it out from there. So let me just take a look here. Just looking for something. Bear with me for a second because I'm just getting a notification. I wish I knew where this was. Okay, this will be around the Smith Falls area. Getting a question. I guess somebody on another platform has put out something about rotation, so I'm just trying to figure out where I can find it. It's apparently somewhere near Beckwith, but I don't, again, see anything that's rotating of any tightness. So, again, not sure what that's about, but we are seeing winds moving through with those storms. I'm going to highlight something here. We have red and green next to each other. So, okay, that's winds that are rotating, but what you need to understand is the dimensions or the distance on that. So I'm going to use this as an example. I don't know where this rotating wind is. This is 10 kilometers across. So when you have a tornado that's about to form, you're only talking hundreds of meters across in terms of really tight rotation, not even more than a half a kilometer, or let's say a kilometer. Let's give it a kilometer. This is the kind of thing that you have to understand when looking at radar to measure the distance of the winds that are rotating, how high they are off the ground, and how tightly they're rotating. I'm not saying this is the part, but I'm using that as an example for people that are looking at radar. This green and red is not an issue. I'm just looking around here. I don't see anything that's rotating that I would put out any concern with. Again, not sure what platform it is, but apparently somebody's been questioning us about rotation on storms. You'll notice Environment Canada hasn't put out any alerts for any rotation either. They do miss things. We miss things. I will freely admit we're not perfect, but I'll make sure that I try and get you guys the right information as things are going on. The other reason I'm not as concerned about it is the storms are dying. That's the thing. If the storms were this color, where's a good storm that's really bright? So if we had what we had earlier, this bright red, bright orange, that is a storm going bonkers. That's when those winds were happening. If there was rotation associated with that, I would pay attention to it. But when we have these colors in the storms and it's basically falling apart, you're dreaming in Technicolor would be the word that I would use to describe that situation. So again, these are just now minor storms. Rain will still make its way into Ottawa, but we are now getting to the lower end of things. So hopefully that's the end of the severe. The only part that I'm still seeing some decent precipitation on would be these storms to the north along the 309 on the Quebec side. We'll continue to watch if those do weaken or not. They are maintaining for the most part, but they look like they may be spreading out a little bit, which also weakens storms. So again, I will pay attention to it and we'll see if anything is happening there. We have some stronger storms back to the west here, Northbrook, Flint, and 41, but these are not severe warns, so they are non-severe thunderstorms, lots of lightning, heavy rain, no real rotation on them. And again, I will reiterate, I've said it a few times on here, rotation in thunderstorms is normal. It's not something that's out of the ordinary. So again, I try and teach people to understand radar, so when they get alerts or they get looking at radar, they can understand it for themselves, and the panic or doesn't have to, or the anxiety doesn't have to be there. Not the panic, but the anxiety doesn't need to be there. And that's why we're here, folks. So and if you don't want to learn it, that's fine. We're here for that. So anyways, again, just got questions being asked about that, so that's why I'm addressing it on here. I could not find anything, and there's nothing on this screen that would have me concerned in any way for that. So let's just take a look here. We've just got some heavier rain through Pakenham to the south of there, west of Mississippi Mills. Moderate to light rain along the 417 through Carp and Dunrobin, Canada. There's basically just light showers, Stittsville on the edge of it. Rain stretching basically from Franktown, where the radar is, just to the south of Ashton, through Munster, Richmond, and then up to Barhaven. Very minor rain east of Manotick. I would say moderate to light rain through Metcalfe, Kenmore. And then there's rain outside my house, which is what I thought I heard. I was wondering about that because it does sound like it's raining out there, so I'm just going to take a look. So I'm honestly hoping that the storms to the west are not an issue, and that we may be at the point that we will have still rain and thunderstorms, but it's not going to be anything extreme. It's not going to be anything dangerous as well. So Connor just listening to me talk on the stream about the rotation, and he says there's absolutely nothing going on. It's all outflow dominant, which is dying storms. So he's saying that whoever put the alert out doesn't really know what they're doing. But again, these are outflow dominant storms, which means they're dying. And you can clearly see that on the scan here. The only place we really have stronger storms is to the north on the Quebec side, but you can just see how this is coming apart. You don't have to look very hard. Look at this. This was intense, lots of rain, and it's all breaking apart and all just turning into garden variety showers. All I'm watching right now is to the west here to see what's going to happen there, and then to the north through Cottage Country, through Casabazua, Notre-Dame-de-l'Eau, all of those places north of Val-des-Bois and all that. I'm just watching that. Still considered severe. They are on the lowest end of possibly severe, but obviously thunderstorms moving through that area heading east, but not super concerning at this point. So anyways, question about Ottawa for tomorrow. There was a possibility for severe in this area for tomorrow. I have in no way been able to stay much further ahead than the day of, or the day, the evening, because it's just been on the live stream, then assess what's happening for the day in the morning and jump on the live stream. That's literally what I've been doing, leapfrogging the last few days. Wherever Connor's driving through, there's some tree shred. I can see that on the video currently. So some strong winds coming through that dirt road wherever he's located right now, which I can actually check. But again, tomorrow there was potential for severe weather. But I think the temperatures are going to be too hot, and there's not going to be, well, I was going to say there's not going to be enough moisture, but I guess we've got storms that have left a bunch of moisture, so we'll have to see. My best recommendation, and I haven't even had a chance to put this up, if you do follow us, you can go to our Facebook page. We post our outlooks in the morning or the evening of, if we have time. It just depends when we finish doing all this stuff. We put out alerts there and our thoughts on what's going to happen. So I recommend joining our Facebook page if you can. We do Outlook videos on YouTube as well, time permitting. So again, that's another option. I would just follow us and we will update you if anything is of concern tomorrow. We try to do our best to have information out as soon as possible, but we also want it to be as accurate as possible. I can say 7 days from now there's going to be severe thunderstorms, and it'll change 7 different times between now and then. So we try and balance that as much as possible. So that's why when you look at your app, it shows 5 days, 7 days, and it changes so many times because models are only so good, and they're not good at that good, let's put it that way. So anyways, this is where you can find us. You can also check out our merch store if anybody wants a shirt. We also have tank tops, stickers, even mugs, that kind of stuff. You get something nice out of it and help support us. But those are the locations that you can find us. So again, I would suggest following that so that we can give you guys the updates as far as things go. So let's take a look at things. Hopefully this is over with, and then Ottawa can still do. I just saw a comment about fireworks. Hopefully we can get fireworks off in the Ottawa area, because that's obviously a tradition here. So it would suck if that wasn't a possibility. So here we go. We've got. Let's take a look here. So we've got just minor showers here. I'm going to take a look if they've dropped any of these severe warnings. So let me refresh the whole entire software. No, we still have them here at this point. They have severe warned the storms to the west, so that's going to be interesting as that moves through. Just seeing more storms popping. It's the same scenario, but kind of on a lower volume level, I would say. We have storms popping around Franktown, Merrickville, near Kempville, just to the north of Smith Falls, as these other storms are making their way in, creating some more forcing, and that's what's causing these storms to fire. So, just looking for Ottawa here. Again, the west side of Ottawa, we're going to see rain. It might make it all the way into downtown to Parliament Hill, but it won't be very intense rain. It's going to be kind of moderate to light rain, depending how much that skirts it as well. So what else? So asking about Cornwall, any chance of lightning? I'm going to try and click on this before it walks away from me, because there's so many comments coming in. Right now, we still have storms in the area. If it's at 8 o'clock, that's only an hour and a half from now. The lightning on these storms has subsided because they are dying. But again, I speak about the storms coming back from the west, which is, if you've been here since the beginning, those storms came back from the west and slammed into all the storms dropping from the north. It caused the storm to the south of Ottawa to get really windy and bad as it went down towards the Seaway. It also caused those very heavy winds as the storms from Quebec slammed into those storms from the west. We have a little bit of a repeat scenario happening here. All these storms back to the west, traveling just north of that Highway 7 corridor, are coming towards us. The thing that is different here is the storms in the Ottawa area are much weaker now. So I don't think they will ramp up the way the last storms did. So that's kind of my synopsis on that. I don't think there'll be lightning at the concert, but right now it looks reasonably good that there won't be lightning. That's what I will say. But we just had these storms pop right here by Smith Falls. They are moving eastward, going to come through Kempville. And guess what's directly in a line from there? Cornwall. So again, it depends what those storms do. So there's just so many dynamics at play. I don't want to mislead people or just give them false hope. Connor's got a nice view on his stream, at least. He's looking at some structure on that storm. What time is it? It's 6:30. I should be grabbing my dinner. Wow. Speaking of structure, I'm going to share this. This is outside the studios. This is just a dying storm. So it just looks really nice. Those clouds on the horizon, nothing dangerous. There is some rain in that, but that's literally just what's popping around the Kempville area. So doesn't seem to be any lightning on it. These are just showers, but I'll swing back to Connor there. He's got a nice view, like I said. I'm going to hang on for my dinner and see if I can hold off, because I'm hoping that, honestly, I'm hoping that we can call the stream and then it's just going to be regular garden variety showers with maybe a little bit of lightning. But if it's not, I'm here to cover it. And I want to bring something up here. This is satellite imagery of Eastern Ontario and Southern Ontario. And I want you to notice in the bottom left corner, that line that came over Lake Huron. You can see that little tail or dangly bit. That is a boundary that's just crashing through there. And you notice how the storms, as that came across, what the? They have tornado warned a storm, folks, here on the or on the northern side of Quebec. So that's what that beeping sound is. Let me come right back to radar. I'm just going to look at it here. There is some rotation in there, but let me see whether that's noise or whether that's... so this is to the north of Montreal. This is north of Saint-Donat. It is over Réserve Phonique Rouge Matawin, roughly. This is getting way north. And Blainville radar is the only one that sees this, so I'm a little caught off guard. So bear with me for a second. I'm just going to see... There's some mixing in there for sure, but I'm not 100% sure about that. That just looks like... That looks like radar noise, so I'm not 100% sure about the rotation on this, because you've got all this pixelation in there with these extra colors, and that's generally polluted data. It does look like there's a bit of rotation, so this is... I'm going to highlight it for you folks. We're just going to switch over to this. Out of an abundance of caution, I would say that the radar scan doesn't look right to me on the reflectivity. There's definitely some rotation in here. It is moving in this general direction. We'll continue to monitor it. My spidey senses are not jumping up and down about this, but again, Environment Canada putting out a warning, so it needs to be taken seriously somewhat as far as the situation's concerned. Oh, there, just boom. We got our next scan here, and that looks much worse for rotation than it did before. So, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm just taking a look, making sure I'm not missing anything. And the storm itself doesn't look like anything. It's again, we've got mostly orange, mostly yellow. That is not a storm that is picking up intensity. This is a storm that's dying. Look at the reds, the dark oranges, and the oranges in this, and then watch what's happening. Disappearing, disappearing, and now we're down to just a little bit. I'm a little baffled by this one, folks. I am going to be honest about that. And it's very broad too. So if we look at where we can see our clear reds right here and our clear greens, let's measure how far across that is. And this is one of the tools I use to figure out how tight the rotation is and how strong it is. So this is 12, 13 kilometers across. I honestly don't see it. But again, out of an abundance of caution, this is an area of rotation, but it does not look like anything that's too concerning at this point. I'm just switching back to reflectivity. I mean, you can see where it's located on the storm. This doesn't look right to me, unfortunately, folks. If it was in a storm that looked like this with this dark red and all that, I would buy it a lot more. This is a weak storm, bottom line. So I mean, take that for what it is. But hopefully, I mean, there's a bunch of people that might be jumping in here for the tornado warning. So I'll stick with this for a while just so people can understand. Again, I'm not concerned about the rotation on this storm that was just tornado warned. I see a lot of pollution or radar noise in there, which makes it difficult for people to read it 100%. I get that. I'm just going to look here. I'm going to back this up. I just want to see what's going on. I'm trying to understand the dynamics that are happening here. So it's ingesting another storm that was out in front of it. It rammed into it, and that kind of killed it. I think that was just two storms merging together, which sometimes can cause, crazy little things to happen. I'm going to say I'm skeptical about it, but this is where our rotation would be. Just in this area right here. It's very broad across. It is going to be moving southeast. So in this general direction, obviously somewhat rural area. So if you are in front of this, I would recommend that you have a plan in place or at least be in shelter. But again, I am somewhat skeptical of it. It just does not look right to me in any way. And I've seen again a lot of tornado signatures in my lifetime, but I have missed some 100%. This just does not look right to me. I just see that absorbed another storm with had some rotation in it, but there's again a lot of radar polluting in here, or a lot of data getting polluted in this, and maybe out of an abundance of caution, they've tornado warned this just to be safe. They get the same data as we do, as far as I know, so that makes it difficult, whoever's on the desk, to read that kind of stuff. So this is again to the north. Let me just show you. This is north, west of Montreal, north of Grenville, way up there. We are in Mont Tremblant National Park. When I zoom into this, you can see that there. Lac La Joie is to the south from there, and this is over Lac en Croix. And you can see how dirty this looks. I don't trust it, but we'll keep up. We'll see what the next scan looks like, and then we'll take it from there. But to me, it just looks like a storm that's dying. So I'm just kind of looking at things from there. Okay. Just checking some comments to see if anybody has that. But that's where we're looking at right now. We still have a line of storms to the north here. And I'm going to take a look at their velocities. Is that noise? Let's take a look from Franktown. I'm just switching radars here, and that's the difference. That's a close radar. Nothing going on there other than there's very heavy rain at Val des Bois, and then along that leading edge of it. So tornado warning for up here. Again, it was for rotation. Let me see what the rotation looks like from a farther away radar. It'll obviously read further up. There's nothing up there, but let me see here. I'm just going to continue. We are, yeah. Again, I'm going to say I'm skeptical. Let's put it that way. I'm going to switch over to the other closer radar, and this does not look like a storm that. Again, it looks much weaker than it was, and now it's almost like it killed it off. 6:29 p.m. was the last scan, so we're about a minute away from the next one. So we'll see if this picks up into any way. For intensity, it is moving again southeast, and this is the tornado warning from Environment Canada, so we'll double check it and go from there. There we go. That looks even weaker at this point. All the reds are gone and it's down to orange. Yeah, there's nothing happening on this storm, folks. There's nothing to worry about this. Obviously, just an abundance of caution at this point is what they did that for. So, again, the tornado warning storm up here to the north, nothing to worry about at this point. And it's weakening. So again, I will walk people through my thought process there, just so they understand. So when we were seeing this storm, lots of red, bunch of dark oranges, lots of lightning, and then look at the lightning dissipate on it, and look where all the reds and oranges and all that went. It's now down to yellows and green. This is a dying storm. So I'm not concerned about this at all, to be 100% honest about it. So just letting people know who may be checking in on that tornado warning. Webkin saying, good French pronunciation. Yeah, I thank you. I've taken 12 or 13 years of French immersion. I just don't know. I don't speak the French terminology for weather properly. That's why I don't do it in French. Eventually, I would like to have somebody that does, French and can be on the stream because we want to cover. Again, we're trying to cover Canada, so eventually that will be a thing. So let me just take a look. Um, and that tornado associated with the alert is no longer expected in the area. So they've dropped that tornado warning. So again, it was just some kind of out of abundance of caution. I'm just getting a comment from Connor about those winds back to the west here by Peterborough. So I'm going to take a look at that. We are just covering a lot of area right now. So let me take a look at velocities. This is starting. So over the water here, we have some strong winds going into Buffalo, but our concern is right here on the front of the winds coming through Highway 7. I'm going to see how far off the ground this is. So the good news, there are strong winds in here. They're reading 111 kilometers an hour. And here's going to be the difference between Ottawa and what we are seeing right now. This is 7,600 feet off the ground. That is 1.5 miles. So it's 2.5 kilometers off the ground straight up. So at the surface, it's still going to be windy. I would suspect maybe 80 kilometers an hour. Let's say 70 to 80 kilometers an hour out front of this. So still windy, but it's not 100-kilometer-hour winds. We still have to take it seriously. So I'm just looking at that as it's moving forward. So that's along the Highway 7 corridor. It is going to be very windy as this stuff is moving through. I'm going to check which radar. It's seeing King City's closer at this point. So we obviously have the Ottawa Franktown radar getting closer to it as well. So we will monitor that as that moves through. I'm just going to take a look here from Franktown. And again, we have these storms moving from the west coming in. The storms around here are mostly just pop-up showers, barely any lightning. You can see how that's all completely broken apart. And did they all swing right? Okay, so they're all starting to drift eastward, so they're not going to slam into each other because I'm watching those storms dropping from the north, from Ottawa and from Arnprior, and they are moving. The forcing mechanism from the west is pushing that now all eastward. So I think they won't slam into each other. Some may, but they're going to be minor, and they're not that big giant storm that just got plowed into from the west as we had happen earlier. So this is probably good. And we're probably going to see some isolated storms here. And they just put the severe thunderstorm warning out for this, but let's just take a look at the thoughts here. So thunderstorm warning, Environment Canada tracking severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. The cut and paste thunderstorm warning at this point. Just going to see what the winds are doing. Let's take a look at that first. Again, rotation is normal. This is normal within a storm. I'm not concerned. That is not a rotational couplet. And actually, while we're on that subject, Connor is working on a video for our YouTube channel so you can understand radar. We're working, so I'm going to help him with some of those things as well, I'm sure. But we are putting out a video so you can understand radar, especially Canadian radar, and which is different than U.S. radar. So we're going to kind of walk through that and have a video out on our platform so we can show people how to do it. So I'm glad my gut instinct on that tornado warning to the northeast or to the north of Montreal was right. I just didn't trust the velocity scan to be dangerous. So that's good news. So I'm actually going to give me a sec here. I'm going to see if Connor can take a call. I want to chat with him and just discuss what models are showing and what his thoughts are. So I'm going to take a look at that for a second here. And then if I do that, I'll just take a quick call with Connor and then I'll jump back on. But I'm just going to try and see what's going on. Yeah, he's got time for a call. So bear with me for a second here. I'm going to give him a shout. I'm just going to mute my mic. I'll play the cycle here. I'll be right back. I'm just going to discuss what we think is going to happen because he's seen the latest models and I have not. So I just want to discuss what the possibilities are and then kind of update you folks on that from there. So give me about a minute or two or a couple minutes at least. and then we'll reconvene, as they say. So I'll be right back. Okay, so back here, just trying to figure out what's going on with Connor there, make sure we're up to speed with everything. So the outlook is actually pretty good. What are they doing? All these severe thunderstorm warnings flashing everywhere. There's one after the other. I'm just seeing what they're doing here. Let me bring up our radar. They're still in existence. So the outlook on the models for the round of storms that we talked about on the stream as soon as we started the stream, the ones coming overnight don't look like they're going to happen at this point. With all the storms that have moved through, that is not looking like a possibility. So that is good news. These storms here are just minor thunderstorms. So these storms, I should highlight what I'm talking about here. The storms south of Ottawa and the ones coming from the west look like they're not going to be too bad at this point. Definitely around the Ottawa area to the south, these ones are just dying out storms for the most part. They may pulse up a little. You may have some heavy rain, but it is nothing of any caliber like what we saw throughout yesterday and today. As far as those early round of storms, those were significantly larger, significantly stronger. These are definitely thunderstorms. So I'm going to watch these for the next few scans with you folks. We're going to keep an eye on them. If something starts to get organized, I'm going to stay up with it and let you know what's going on. I'm just watching this area with just trying to figure out what's going on here. So I'll pay attention to that a little bit. We've got a bit of rotation there, but not really bright on the one side. I'm just looking through reflectivity. So again, it may be positive news for Eastern Ontario and into Western Quebec. The lines to the north here of Ottawa that are all these boxes are flashing on right now. Those definitely have some weather in them, but they are not too concerning at this point as well. So let's just stick with it for now, but things are on the downtrend for most of this. And then we'll watch the storms from the west as they're coming through. The winds are definitely going to be picking up along that line as it moves through Highway 7 corridor. These storms coming basically along that corridor and heading east. So we'll stick with this for a little bit longer. If there's anything, if this all downtrends or it's just status quo, then obviously we're going to be good for the night. If something were to happen late, for example, let's say we stop the stream for whatever reason. I stop it at 7 or 8 o'clock and then something starts rolling at midnight. We will go live again. I will jump on. I've done it before. I've called a stream and suddenly something weird happened. and I jumped on and just provided the coverage again. So for now, we're good. We're just watching these storms, but things seem to be downtrending on the severe side of things. We're just waiting for all of this to make its way into Eastern Ontario back from the west. So you can kind of see the line progressing here from northeast to the south. Let me drag that down and I'll show you what I mean. There's kind of a line of storms essentially like this. So we're going to watch as that progresses eastward. We're going to see how it interacts with the storms around the Ottawa area and then around the Eastern Ontario area. And we'll see if this is going to be an issue. If it's not, then that's good news. And then again, for the stuff overnight, that looks to be coming off the models at this point. So that's one of those things that we're kind of going to be paying attention to. So Connor, yeah, I was going to say I was watching this on the stream. Connor, give me a sec. I did notice the what I was saying. The velocities right here, they're not. This is the red and green opposite each other. I need to watch it for a few more scans to see if this tightens up or brightens up in any way. See, and it's gone on that scan. That's the area I was just watching. So again, rotation is normal in storms. It's just seeing whether it tightens up or not. So let me just take a look where this storm is. It's gone there. I'm going to take a look at reflectivity. I'm going to take a look back here. Just switching back and forth, just assessing this to make sure I'm right on what my thoughts are. No, that's not what I wanted. Right there. Okay, that's 2 screens back. Let's switch to velocity. So this is where it becomes difficult with Canadian radar. All this pixelation right in the center of your screen, this confetti, Christmas confetti. My question mark in my head right now is this confetti or is that actual radar data? And that's the struggle right now. It's in the storm in kind of somewhat the right spot. I'm still questioning at this point. But that's why I'm staring at it for so long, folks, because I don't want to make the wrong call and let you guys, steer you in the wrong direction either way. So I'm going to watch this for one more scan. So we'll see whether that updates, but I am paying attention to that rotation in that storm as it's coming along. These storms are amalgamating again, so you can see the size of this storm back on Highway 7 coming towards Perth. There's another cell out in front. Everything here south of Ottawa, look how small it is for the most part. There's some heavier rain here by Appleton and east of Almont, but these are just regular thunderstorms. There's no lightning basically anywhere around other than the odd lightning bolt here or there. So these are just regular showers at this point. Ottawa currently is clear. There are a few cells back to the west. I'm going to take a look at that. They are moving southeast, so we'll have to track whether those intensify and head back down the Ottawa River. And we obviously have all of this precipitation near Montpellier, Lac-Simon, Duhamel, and in those areas there. So those, again, are regular thunderstorms for the most part. I'm just checking here. We may have a bit of hail. I'm just double checking. So I just switched to the Montreal radar, not showing hail. So that's why I switch back and forth between radars, because I can corroborate information back and forth. So very heavy rain in these. It's very narrow. Few lightning bolts obviously associated with that. So there is some intensity with those storms. And what we're watching is down here to the southwest of Ottawa. Again, lightning is your easy cheat code to see whether something is happening. Notice all the lightning in these storms. These are picking up intensity. So I'm going to monitor that one. I'll walk you guys through that one. These ones southwest of Ottawa aren't too bad right now. Into Carleton Place, we might get a bit of heavy rain. So not as concerned about that. Out towards Montreal, regular rain showers in the far eastern portion of Ontario, western Quebec, and again, garden variety showers. That is basically all we're looking at this point. and I'll just continue updating you folks on this one as it moves eastward along that Highway 7 corridor. And hopefully this is downtrending and we are getting to the point where we'll be out of that window for severe weather. I want nothing more than to give you guys good news that the crap is over with, to be totally honest with you. So again, east of here, everything in that Montreal area right now, basic showers at this point. Obviously, there is a line here to the north in Montpellier. Lac-Simon has a little bit more intensity to it. You can see it on the Blainville radar. It is moving eastward, so showers or stronger showers could make their way into Montreal, but traditionally throughout the day, these lines have died as they've gotten near Montebello and kind of between Montebello and Grenville, Hawkesbury area. North of there, they've kind of died as they've gone down that way. That doesn't mean they're going to this time, but that's kind of what's been happening this afternoon. Okay, so I'm just looking at some weather cams here. Let's take a look. Still good there. Connor has a view here, and I'm probably going to be there too late, but let me take a look here. So it's not as obvious on the camera, but Connor was mentioning that when he got out of the car, all of that corn is laying flat basically. So when the storms came through with those big winds, it laid out even corn that is only maybe a foot and a half tall, foot tall. So there's a lot of areas that took damage, just even crops even took damage with those stronger wind gusts and stuff like that. So just wanted to highlight that before Connor left. So again, we're going to watch this storm here, 6:47 p.m. One more minute till the next scan here. I'm going to take a look at it. This is where we had that circulation happen the other day, yesterday, literally, that went down from Highway 7 and went towards Kingston. So that's why I'm paying a little extra attention to this, because literally yesterday we had a circulation move through that area that caused damage. The only thing that has me hesitant is this pixelation of Christmas confetti that is right to the east of the circulation. So I just want to make sure I point you guys in the right direction. And we're good. There's no rotation there, so I'm not concerned about that. We have very mild winds in terms of rotation, so nothing to be concerned about. There are strong winds in this storm in the sense that there's some straight line winds. So above the surface, about 76 kilometers an hour, maybe just edging into 80. So that, again, on the surface, this is what do we say, 2,400 feet. So on the surface, maybe 65 to 75 kilometers an hour. Still windy, but not as bad as what we saw and not as concerning as what we saw. So just watching this area too, there's a bright spot. Again, we get into all this noise in the velocity scan, so I just try and dissect what's going on. And I'm just watching this moving through. It's a new storm, so it should be rotating with that updraft as it's going. So I'm going to monitor that one a little bit, but again, not jumping out at me. It has my attention, but it's not something that I'm going to raise any alarm bells on. So we'll keep an eye on that and watch this large cluster essentially moving eastward. The rest of the storms, again, extremely minor at this point. I'm just watching this develop as this is kind of getting big at this point, heading eastward towards Perth, coming into Smith Falls. It'll probably come into Kemptville, so we're going to see what the winds are like. There are some strong pockets of wind in there. I'm just going to see what happens if this storm slams into the one in front of it from behind. So we'll pay attention to that and we'll go from there. So that's essentially the area of concern at this point. And then the storms kind of northeast of Ottawa have, heavier precipitation in them, but nothing too bad. So we have pop-up storms throughout eastern Ontario. The vast majority are not anything to be concerned about. The one I am focusing on, or the area I'm focusing on here, is near Caladar. So kind of along that Highway 7 corridor and north of there, this cluster that seems to be getting organized. You can see all that lightning on it as well. That's always a, hey, look at me kind of thing on severe weather. And the storm that popped just to the west of Perth, That has heavy precipitation on it, a lot of lightning on it as well for such a tiny storm. So those are the two that I'm really paying attention to. Everything else here in Ottawa is just what I call garden variety showers, some heavier than others, but nothing severe as far as I can see anywhere in this area. Smith Falls, Merrittville, Kemptville. Actually, that storm is coming into Kemptville, I think, right now. I can show you what that rain looks like on my camera. So this is another one of our weather cams as usual outside my studio. The rain that you're seeing on the radar, which is yellow, you can barely tell it's raining on here. You kind of have to really look for those raindrops. So again, just regular showers that we're all used to. That's nothing to be concerned about. There's no, well, there's one lightning bolt. I'm lying. There's one here to the northwest. But again, nothing severe compared to what we've been seeing all day today, and then obviously all day yesterday was the other portion. So I'm liking where things are going. Connor actually sent in some good photos of that corn, so let me share that with you. I showed it on the stream, but this is the kind of dam, and this is at the surface, so right to the surface itself. So you can see on this how the corn is flattened out, and that corn, like I said, less 1.5 feet tall maybe. So you can see it's blown down in a lot of areas there. So obviously some crop damage happening as well. Just going to take a look here. And then what time is that? That's 10 minutes ago. Okay, so what else have we got here? Going to keep up with this, and I think we're good at this point. So yeah, they've updated. So here's the problem. When so I'm seeing some comments. I'm going to address this actually right away. Orange thunderstorm warning issued in Carleton Place. The problem is that when they change the size of the box and they reduce the size of the box, it goes out as a new thunderstorm warning or a repeat thunderstorm warning. It shows color orange. They've just put this out and saying that they're tracking a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging wind gusts. There are storms coming from the west. These are packing some heavy rain and possibly some winds in it. So that is the cluster that we're paying attention to. But the problem with our warning system that we have, whenever the box gets changed, shrunk, expanded, a new warning goes out and people get them repetitively. I don't think any of this qualifies as orange, to be 100% with you. This would be moderate at best, yellow for a severe thunderstorm warning. They just haven't changed the parameters since this morning because those were the max values for today as far as forecasts were concerned. But these specific storms, I don't think would qualify as orange in terms of their what they're going to do. If it continues to strengthen, then maybe we get to that threshold. But right now, it's not something that I'm again gonna be too worried about. We're getting our new scan here in 1 minute roughly, so I'll update you guys as that's all progressing along. We do again have a little bit of rain here just to the east, or well, it's now over Munster, and there's our latest scan. So let's take a look. That rotation disappeared, so that's good news. There are strong winds associated with this along Highway 7. Again, those brighter colors, 88 kilometers an hour, that's 2,000 feet off the ground, so starting getting a little closer to the surface. So windy along Highway 7 with these storms as they continue to move eastward. And then obviously very heavy rain, lots of prolific lightning in it. So this is the storm that has our attention just from a severe perspective. And then there's this little one out front that is just kind of marching along. It'll probably get ingested into that other storm. We'll see whether that's the case. And this is all basically moving eastward at this point. So there's your trajectory. It should cross that Highway 7, come through Smith Falls, come across 416 to the south of Kemptville. And then the rest of the storms in the area, again, are somewhat inconsequential. So that's our area of concern at this point. And I'll walk you guys through that. So it's definitely getting somewhat organized. I will say that. So V-Baller Lefty, always good to see you in the chat. What an afternoon. Power back on in Canada Lakes about 30 minutes ago. So much rain that I was surprised to see a couple sewers on my street had backed up. Rain now very light. Yes, thank you again. Around the Ottawa area on the Quebec side, and essentially just pop-up showers. Montpellier, that's looks like it's dying a little bit. Heading towards Montreal, which is what's traditionally happened this afternoon, especially if we switch to the Blainville radar. So I'm going to just watch that as it's coming. And you can see most of the red is coming out of that. So those storms are going to weaken as they move into Quebec. And they will probably get into Montreal, but they're going to be regular rain showers at this point, with maybe a bit of lightning on it, but the lightning is also going down as well. So the highlight area for me, just looking at all of this that's happening, we've got it circled on there, and I'm going to pay attention to it because that is getting a little bit organized and coming into the Perth area. So let's take a look here. So we're still on that right now. So there is, I'm getting a question, is Ottawa done with storms? So there are still storms in the area, folks, but as far as severe high-end storms, yes, we are pretty much done at this point. There may be showers that move through the area. You may have a minor non-severe thunderstorm move through the area. That is it at this point. If anything, so that's where we're looking at things, looking at models, looking at data. I had a phone call with Connor. That's our thought process at this point. The only thing of concern in the region at this point that jumps out that's outside of anything normal for showers and thunderstorms is this one right here, over Highway 7, just to the northeast of Caladar, and we're going to continue to monitor it as it moves forward. Outside of that, the rest of it is, you might have a thunderstorm, yeah, but it's all minor stuff. There's nothing dangerous out there at this point. We've compared to what we've seen throughout the day at all. This is all low end stuff, nothing to worry about at this point. So, which is thank goodness. The biggest thing is that, again, models are not showing those storms moving through overnight, which is great. I didn't want to have bad storms moving through any of this region in the middle of the night because everybody's sleeping, and then it's impossible to get those warnings, or less likely, I should say, not impossible, but less likely that you're going to get your warnings. So let's just take a look here through Montreal. There's garden variety showers to the southwest. Those are watering lawns and stuff like that. The stuff moving through from the north of Ottawa or northeast of Ottawa, moving east into Montreal and north of there, it is weakening as it's going into that area. So those storms look to be dying off at this point. So that's an update from that area. I'm going to look to the north and just see if I've got anything coming back. They have pulled back. The other thing I was going to show you here, severe thunderstorm watches were all the way to Sault Ste. Marie. Environment Canada has pulled them all back. Models changed, and they were showing storms up there late at night. They are not happening now. That is, again, what I've been talking about. Those storms overnight don't look to be happening at this point. Again, if something were crazy to happen, I would jump on stream and start walking you through it if there's stuff of concern. If it happens at 4 a.m. and they start, well, no, again, that's not realistic. These would be happening before that, very late at night. But yeah, definitely, I'm glad that things are dropping down. So. Just getting a comment here from Tammy saying that winds are high winds, pouring rain, lightning, and house shaking, thunder. And that was in Sterling, Ontario. We have lots of beaches down. Stay safe, all. Yeah, 100%. Today is not a day I would be out in front of any storm whatsoever. This is our latest scan, so let me take a look at it. And this is why they're updating that big block. Is for these two storms that are right here on Highway 7 corridor. So I would not want to be driving that right now, just because of all the of what's going on right now. So bear with me for 1 second. Let's get back to our radar and do our draw. Get rid of that. And then let's look at velocities. So there are some very strong winds along Highway 7 continuing. These are 80 kilometers an hour right along, a little bit more than that, and they're getting closer to the surface. We're only 1,600 feet off the ground. So basically, very windy on Highway 7. So this is west of Maberly, and it's moving along that corridor, but it's crossing it somewhat as well. So moving along Highway 7 corridor, Maberly, Sharbot Lake, and just to the west of Sharbot Lake, basically, you see all these brights. And let's just see if they are moving in an easterly direction. So you can see how that's moving. It's going to cross Highway 7 and head across here, but surface winds would be probably 70 kilometers an hour at this point. And then let's look at reflectivity. So strong rainstorm and thunderstorm, I should say, to the west of Perth and over Perth at this point. And then the big cluster that's in behind it that's stretching out kind of back to the west along Highway 7. I'm going to actually take a look from King City radar just to see what that's showing. So the storms are cutting off basically, where's this Marmara? So just Marmara and northeastward at this point along Highway 7 corridors where this strong thunderstorm is. Heavy rain in that, lots of lightning, and obviously some heavy wind gusts on the leading edge of that in the 80 kilometer hour range. So let me just take a look. Oh, there's a line down here at Belleville that I'm missing as well, but that's, let me see. Oh. So just getting a report that there's some damage down here with the storm down by Belleville. So let me switch over to that. That is, let me see, from Franktown. So some damage is occurring here on the Belleville storm. I'm just looking from both radars, just trying to see what they each one is seeing. It doesn't even want to give me King City. There we go. It's way outside of King City, but getting reports from Andrew that there are some damages of tree branches and stuff like that around the Belleville area as the storm is marching eastward. So again, this is the part of that cluster. Let me just flip back to Franktown. So that's that line. We do have a lot of precipitation along that Highway 7 corridor, but out to the water, this area here, if you are east, it is still kind of windy in there and obviously causing some damages there. So we'll watch that as well. It's kind of getting out of the range of both radars, but just getting that update from Andrew. So thank you very much for that. Always good to have eyes in the back of your head. So what else? Okay. With me for a second here. I just saw something about React Canada. You're talking tornado in Saint Michel de Saint and Tornade of Montreal. There is no tornado warning anywhere, and there are no storms that are anywhere remotely close to being tornado warned. Please don't put stuff in the chat that is not correct, folks. That just uh, causes people to panic. There is no tornado warning anywhere, and there's no storm that is worth tornado warning at this point that I can see. So please don't do that. It just makes things difficult for everybody, and there's no reason for it. So we will be the ones to tell you if there's things that are tornado warned, and that's what we're here for. So again, let's keep it realistic. I've looked. I know what I'm doing, guys. Like, it's not something. This is my first rodeo here, folks. So there's no tornado happening in an area. Again, storms are dying on the Montreal side of things. We've been seeing that constantly throughout the day. So yeah, nothing happening that's anything remotely close So your velocity scan that you're talking about up here, this is why you have to look at more than one thing. This is a dying thunderstorm that is barely raining at this point. So folks, you need to understand how to look at radar. This is a dying thunderstorm. And so it just looking at reds and greens is not how you find out rotation. That is the most basic thing. I've said it 15 times on the stream here. How high is it? How tight is it? How much wind speed is it? And where is it in the storm? That is not a tornado happening up there. So we'll just stick with that and we'll go from there. So I'm watching these storms back to the southwest of Ottawa along Highway 7, tons of precipitation and wind in there. And there's a line again moving here. It's not as visible to radar because it is much further away coming through the Belleville area. So we'll keep an eye on that as it moves through. I'm going to take a look at wind velocities in here. Definitely very windy around the Tweed area at this point. So let's take a look here. Some very strong winds from our Franktown radar. I'm going to double check from the other radar just to make sure. King City showing again those same winds, but we are 11,000 feet above the surface, folks. So again, when you're looking at all this radar data, you've got to understand what you're looking at. So this is 4,000 feet, which is much closer. So that is very windy here along Highway 7 at Madoc, Tweed. Definitely some strong straight line winds happening along Highway 7 right now. And they are moving further eastward on Highway 7. But this is definitely a very strong area of straight line winds happening right now. This is moving eastward along 41, or towards 41, I should say, and into 15. So let me just pull this off, go from there, and then continue to monitor that. So this storm is packing a bit of a punch as far as winds are concerned. Obviously, very heavy precipitation now through the Perth area and along Highway 7. So let's take a look. Okay. So that's our biggest concern. The storms around Kempville, again, just minor thunderstorms, nothing of any huge consequence there. Just a bunch of rain in small pockets, a few lightning strikes. Ottawa currently is completely clear. We do have some storms back to the west, but no lightning strikes on that currently. And then we have just these spotty showers to the north, which are, again, moderate, heavy to light rain. And then down by the Montreal area, we've got just garden variety showers, and all of this is slowly starting to die off. And again, we were talking, everything up to the north. We do have a radar that is down up to the north here. That was Casma. Oh, is it back up and running? Oh, that would be amazing if it was. Let me just see here. It was down for the longest. No, it's still off. That's a scan from, well, maybe it worked for a bit, but it looks like it's down again. So anyways, yeah, so that's where we're at. Just looking at this giant storm, basically along Highway 7 near Perth and all that. So, yeah, that's basically it. Getting a question here, I'm going to answer. Give me 1 second. Why are most of the warnings orange? Like, what reason? What they did is they went with a high risk for today for the area. So probably in their software, I don't know what Environment Canada has on their end, but the highest parameters were orange. And when they do a severe warning for a storm, it goes under that orange because that was the high for today. So it just goes by default as being orange, even though the storm itself may not meet orange parameters. That's what they're putting out. So it's just for the risk for today. But again, it's very obvious where our big storm is right now. All of this congealed over the last little bit, and it's again just marching kind of eastward along Highway 7. There are some strong winds in it again down by the Tweed area. I'm going to check to see if the last velocity scan, the next one, updates whether we're still seeing those strong winds in there. We do have some additional stronger winds as well out front here, but these are only about 80 kilometers an hour. This is obviously getting quite a bit of wind back here at probably close to 100 kilometers an hour. Let me just see here. Yeah, 110. It's 5,000 feet off the ground, which is a mile. So down at the surface, you're going to be below 100 kilometers an hour, but still very windy, obviously. So that is the area that we are paying attention to for winds. And this is the area that's for reflectivity. So yeah, see, everybody's jumping in here. Campville got an orange thunderstorm warning. And again, it's just because the parameters. I'll see if I can still pull it up. There's the outlook for today from Environment Canada. It was orange or high. So any warnings that go out in this area, because the default for today was orange, will stay up in that orange threshold. I'm assuming I don't do the software on the Environment Canada side, but that's my professional opinion on that. It's just because it falls within that orange zone, as you can see when I bring it up here. It doesn't mean the storm meets those orange parameters, but that's how the system works. So let me kill off that outlook and we'll go back to things. So they just default to orange. I'm going to see back here whether this went out as orange or not. That's that big box. Yeah, see, the thunderstorm warnings back to the west are yellow. So again, it's more than likely it has to do with that kind of outlook for the high for the day, and it just defaults to that when they put a thunderstorm warning out. I don't know if they can change it. I don't know how that works, but that's what's going on. I've seen a lot of questions about that. So good question here. So Shauna Vaughn, God, will be mentioning anything tonight about tomorrow in terms of the potential for any strong storms. We do have severe potential that was in the area, Eastern Ontario. Let me pull up what Environment Canada had. I haven't looked at models. We will look at that a bit later. Give me 1 second here. I have a velocity scan that's kind of got my attention, and the storm that has my attention. As it's slamming into the storm, this is our latest scan, 7:17 p.m. There are some strong winds in this that are getting close to each other in terms of velocities. So I just want to watch this, what's going on. And I'm going to highlight the area, so bear with me. We're talking about right in here, and I'll tell you why this has my attention. If we scan back here, go a couple scans, you can see the storm is slamming into the back of the other storm. Sometimes that can be called a nudger, and it causes the other storm to kind of go a little bonkers. The reason I'm staring at it is we have some very strong winds up here by Highway 7 and some opposite rotating winds down to the south. They are still far apart. That is one of the keys you have to look at, is how far apart this is. This is still 7 kilometers apart. If this that gap starts to get closer to each other and those colors starting to brighten up, I'm going to pay attention to it and I'm going to bring it to your attention. Again, there is actually a skill set to reading these radars and understanding them properly. Again, just red and green does not mean, oh God, we've got a problem. And unfortunately, there are platforms that put that out there, and it's technically misinformation. They just either don't know it or they are doing it because they want clicks and likes. I don't know which of the two it is, but again, there is a understanding to the radar as to, you know, a lot of parameters that we look at before we jump onto things. So I'm paying attention to this storm. It has kind of moved mostly over the Highway 7 corridor. It is moving eastward again. So it is now going to move through the Smith Falls area, catch the probably go into Merrickville, and then cut through the 416, and it'll go through all these areas, West Portland, Delta, Athens, and in those areas there. So we're just going to take a look back here. I wanted to see what the winds look like by Tweed. They are still elevated here back in the Tweed area. So again, 110 kilometers above the surface. So it's going to be sub 100, but this is absolutely going to be windy on the surface in this pocket of wind that we still see back here. So let me highlight that. Definitely some very strong winds in this area. So again, moving eastward for the most part. I'll back it up here and we can take a look at that. So you can see how they're just kind of marching eastward. They have weakened a little bit. Because we're starting to read closer to the surface. So as we get lower in that storm, those wind speeds hopefully will go down, which is a good thing for everybody in line of this east. So again, those are stronger winds, but they are way above the surface. They'll be under 100, but that's still windy out front of this. So you need to take precaution with this pocket of strong winds. We have some additional ones along Highway 7, but these are 80 kilometers an hour. So on the surface, I would expect probably in the 60-kilometer-hour range, roughly. And I'm again watching that area kind of to the west or southwest of Perth. And we'll see if that does anything when this storm when we get our next scan here, when those two storms are kind of matching up. So we're about 5 minutes into an 8-minute scan, and we'll kind of keep an eye on that as things move forward here. So heavy winds back here near the Tweed area, moving eastward. So again, through Puzzle Lake Provincial Park. So that's not a good thing, especially with those strong winds. I'm just going to check something here. Okay, just taking a look at something here. Okay, I'm caught up on my comments with my moderators, just making sure we've got everything good. Okay. We're just going to wait for our next scan. And again, most of the storms around Ottawa area are very minor. Just had a lightning strike somewhere close to Kempville because the house is shaking a little bit. But mostly, just small showers. Some of them are going to be heavier in precipitation, but the winds are not a problem with the other spotty storms that are around the Ottawa area and very scattered on the Quebec side to the north of Ottawa. Very little lightning on that. And again, if we look at Blainville, all of this is starting to fall apart. And that's what's been happening all day. Those storms moving east on that area have weakened and they dying off as that's happening. So we're just going to track this storm and we'll see where it's going to head. If it continues the way it's looking right now, if nothing else pops, it should track to that portion right by the seaway. And then you obviously fill in along the seaway here is where the impacts from this storm would be roughly. So we're going to keep an eye on that. There's our latest scan. There's some strong winds in here, folks. Okay, I'm just going to reset our drawing. Take a look at that. So south of Caladar currently, definitely that pocket of strong winds going for Puzzle Lake Park. It's getting very windy in there. If you are in that park, I would get to shelter. You do not want to be in a tent. If a tree gets blown down, that's not going to help you. These are 100 kilometers an hour, but they are 4,000 feet off the ground. So you are probably in the neighborhood of roughly a kilometer straight up, but down on the surface, it'll probably be somewhere in the 80-kilometer-hour range. So give me a sec. There's apparently, so I'm watching that at this point. Give me 1 minute here. I'm going to switch through a couple of things. Yeah, I'm going to skip that for now. Strong winds along 7 right here, which is Charlotte Lake. A very strong pocket of winds again. These are 83 kilometers an hour, 84 roughly, so 88 near the highway. This is along Highway 7, and they are only about 1,600 feet off the ground. So I would expect 70 to 75 kilometers an hour on the surface. Well, let's say around 70. That's basically what we're looking at there, and I'm watching what's happening right here in terms of southwest of Perth as these two storms are kind of merging or slamming into each other. We still have some red winds across from green, but again, it's broad and it's far apart. So I'm not as worried about it at this point. We will keep an eye on that and go from there. So this is a very big rainmaker and obviously quite a bit of wind where you see these bright areas. So Puzzle Lake Provincial Park, you need to be in shelter. If you're in a tent, you do not want to be exposed like that. And then again, along here at 7, which is just north of Charlotte Lake, kind of northeast. very strong winds as well in there. So you want to be in shelter if you're camping around the Charlotte Lake area. And we have a bit of a stronger wind presence here just to the west of Perth. So we're going to keep a we're going to keep an eye on that and go from there. Also obviously associated with a ton of rain as this kind of drifts eastward and heads towards the seaway. And then eventually goes off to upstate New York. That looks to be the current trajectory at this point. So again, watching some things here. There's like storms up here west of Maniwaki. They have heavy rain in them. I'm going to look at some velocity scans. Just take a look at that. So heavy rain. These are moving eastward as well. Quite a bit of lightning on them, but they are small storms. And again, this is west of Maniwaki on the 105. Okay, so let's wait for our next scan here, 7:23 p.m. So we're about 3-4 minutes away from that. Connor looks like he's racing ahead. There was a shelf cloud that just went through on my camera at my house, but I wanted to talk about those winds. So unfortunately, I couldn't share that with you folks as it was happening. JC family, thank you for that. Appreciate the donation. There's a small storm here that is maybe coming towards Kemptville. So let me just take a look. So this is coming towards Kemptville to the north. It's on my camera right now. You can see this to the northwest. Heavy rain. There's a few lightning bolts going through North Gower, but that is just heavy rain at this point. The winds are not strong in it. I'm looking at my camera and I'll share it with you, JC family, just so you can see what to expect. This is the beauty of it. There's no wind. There'll be rain in behind there. There's definitely rain coming in and the wind might pick up a little bit here, but it's not, there's a lightning bolt that we just saw. So that's awesome. So there'll be some wind associated. It's not going to stay calm, but it's nothing to get too excited about. So that's where that's coming here. And that's why you're hearing all that lightning and thunder, because I'm hearing it as well. So, but again, nothing severe. In the sense that it's, throwing any hail or 90-kilometer-hour winds. Severe in Canada, just so folks understand, I'm just seeing if we have had an update. You need 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts. You need 3-centimeter hail and 50 millimeters of rain. That's technically our standards for severe thunderstorms. The storm coming to Kemptville right now definitely would not... like I said, I don't see any wind. It's just starting to get a little breezy here, just looking at the camera. But where we do have wind and where it's justifiably severe warned is these pockets of 100-kilometer-hour winds. Again, Charlotte Lake and back by Puzzle Park, Puzzle Lake Provincial Park? Sorry about that. So I'm monitoring the camera for this storm coming into Kemptville. That lightning strike was very close to my house. So again, lightning coming in with some bit of wind and a bunch of rain coming through. That's basically it at this point. So, okay. What else have we got here? Andrea, glad to hear that. Thank you very much. Again, anybody who's new to the channel, I appreciate you guys subscribing to the channel. Anybody who's sent donations, Connor and I thank you very much. We've got a lot of work to do after we get out of this busy period and doing some stuff with upgrading things. So again, all the support has been amazing. Let me update you on the status of this storm. So I'm going to get rid of the drawing and let's take a look at velocity. So winds have subsided a little bit. They are still tucked in around that Puzzle Lake Provincial Park, still over 100 kilometers an hour, but this is 3,500 feet off the ground. So I would suspect you're a little over a kilometer basically in the sky roughly. So on surface it would be under 100. I'd say 70 to 80 kilometers an hour, maybe 85. So not fun to be in a provincial park with those kinds of winds, but that is obviously this bright area that you're seeing right in here. This is drifting eastward. They have reduced somewhat, so that is a good sign. As far as those winds are concerned, same thing by Charlotte Lake. The pocket of winds has reduced. And they are also coming down in speed, 70, 80 kilometers an hour at 1,400 feet. So this would be about 65 on the surface, roughly. So that is a good sign as well. And then our winds that we had really close to each other here, the brightness has gone down on them. They are still close, but they are broad and they are not concerning at this point. So just obviously very heavy rain in that. There's torrential downpour would be a good way to describe it. And it is moving out east again, sticking kind of south. So let me show you where this is moving right now. So we've got this kind of tracking in this general direction roughly. So you can expect it to be kind of in this area moving through there. So if you are anywhere in that box, obviously this storm is coming your way. It may be even a little bit lower. Actually, I should have drawn that line, maybe Gananoque, just north of Kingston. There are some storms coming into Kingston from the Napanee side. I'm just going to look at our winds. The winds are not strong there. So these are just going to be more rain showers moving that way. And I've been watching my camera here, and the rain coming in is there's barely any wind. The lightning is probably the most intense part of it at this point. So let me swing back up. Let's take a look. A couple of cells popping here by arm prior again. They don't look super intense. Let me just see how that's moving. They are widening out, so hopefully that's a good thing, and weakening. Ottawa right now, no showers at this point. North, it's just scattered regular showers. Well, we'll call them thunder showers because there are a few lightning bolts on them, but nothing intense at that point. And then through Montreal, just to the south, very light showers. And then the line that was coming towards Montreal is completely coming apart. We're now into mostly orange, light orange, yellow, and green and blue. So all dying off at this point. So again, all signs of all good signs for the area, whether you're in Ontario or Quebec. I'm just going to look back here to see if there's anything else. Just to give us an idea, but this looks to be the end of it, which would be really good for everybody. Again, I hope that Ottawa can get their fireworks off. They have shrunk back the severe watch even further. We are now along Highway 11. So you can see those light yellow boxes with the thin yellow lines. Those are the watches. The dark yellow lines are your warnings. So they are walking that back as this line is moving through. So that is obviously the last of it based on my discussions with Connor, based what I'm seeing on Environment Canada. We are getting to the end of it, and this is the last of the real severe weather would be right here along Highway 7 eastward towards the 401 corridor. So we'll take a look at that and see what's going on from there. So silly question. Why does my question comment have a waving hand? I wish I could answer that for you. I'm not sure, Kathy, but maybe you're clicking something. I have no idea. Not sure why it's doing that. Let me see here. Just taking a look. Ooh, that was a good lightning strike. That was real close to my place. Okay. Um, okay, what are we doing here? Uh, Oh, okay. This is good news. Not good news. This is good information. The main Canada Day fireworks show in Ottawa was canceled hours ago, and the one in Canada has been rescheduled to Thursday night. So obviously, they aren't going to get the fireworks off. Uh, Definitely disappointing in that regards, but I totally understand the call because those storms were just parked over there, and it almost didn't look like there was any end in sight. So obviously, it's definitely an issue as far as not getting to complete them, but it was the right call. For storms just continuously repeating in the same area. But you can see right now that for the most part, we just have minor showers. We've just gotten our last update here, so let me take a look. Let me delete our drawing here and just look at how this is changing out right now. So let's look at velocities. Still a lot of wind packed in back here by Puzzle Lake Provincial Park. That's not going to be fun. There's going to be some damage in there. 80-kilometer-hour winds, 90, 100. But this is only, you're about 3,000, again, a kilometer up. So it is getting a little bit closer to the surface the further east we move. So very strong winds here along that 38. This was an area that got damaged yesterday in that storm that went down to Kingston. Marlene, thank you very much for your donation. Very much appreciated. So that is a pocket of strong winds heading towards Highway 38. Again, same area as roughly as yesterday. It is moving eastward at this point. Here's the other concern right now, and I'm going to switch over to reflectivity. On the front edge of this, there are winds that are picking up. So we're seeing some winds developing here, moving eastward in this pocket, and I'll kind of give you an idea of what's going on. And we'll take a look at that. So, whoops, wrong button. These are about 60, 70 kilometers an hour right now off the surface. We've got even over 70, so winds are starting to pick up on this. So heading into Delta, Athens, Brockville, you definitely want to pay attention to this as it's moving through. I'll show you what the rain looks like in Kempville right now with this storm. Just a heavy, heavy downpour. Oh, whoops, I didn't want to zoom in that much. So that's, oh, I didn't go full screen on it, but here we go. So that's the heavy downpour right now in Kempville, and that's what it looks like when you're in those red pixels or those dark red pixels, just a heavy, heavy downpour. But notice there's no basic wind. It's very mild, if anything at all, so just another soaking at this point. Just repetitive. This is moving south, has a bunch of lightning bolts on it that have been striking outside of the studio, but nothing to be concerned about other than you've got a bunch of rain coming through. So let's jump back onto things here and look at the rest of it. So yeah, that's our areas of wind, and we're looking pretty good, folks. Nothing to be concerned about here for rotation, and just a whole pile of rain in that storm. And again, it's going to continue eastward, so I'll show you that. And you're seeing right now, it got really intense, all that orange. It's still continuing here. And what I'm noticing is that in the center, in this area right here, you're starting to see the oranges go away and there's a lot more yellow. And watch the scans here. Pile of yellow and even more. So this is coming apart, or it's kind of losing the precipitation on it. Still a strong storm, lots of lightning on it, lots of rain in the areas, but that is another indicator of a storm that is going to lose a bit of intensity as it is moving eastward, which is good news for the people that are in line with it. Just expect some areas of strong winds based on the areas we have highlighted, and also strong precipitation in the in strong rain in the storm itself. So brain is starting to short circuit, folks. Got a question if I've eaten yet. I've been actually snacking on a healthy snack. So I do have a dinner downstairs, but I'm thinking in the next 40 minutes to an hour we're done with this. But I have been snacking, so thank you for keeping an eye out for me, folks. I really appreciate that. Because I do forget at times, but it just reminded me to have a little snack. So Lena just commenting on the road in Smith Falls and barely any visibility, and that's just to the south right here. This is that very heavy precipitation stretching from Perth, but that's all it is. It's very heavy rain. Stronger winds on the leading edge of this, as you can see that. Hopefully they don't pick up more, but if they do, we will warn you of it. We have 2 more minutes before our next scan, and then Puzzle Lake Park has a bunch of strong winds still associated on the back end of this. So you can see where that sits within the storm system. Obviously very heavy rain. I suspect we're going to hear about some damages in that area as well. So we'll see. And I'll update you. That's the whole point. Only problem with my healthy snack is it's very dry. It's these harvest snaps. I like them. They're like bagged veggie snacks, but it's again, I guess reasonable anyways. But they're very dry, and that doesn't help my because of my voice that I've been talking so much over the last number of days. Uh, so while we're waiting for a scan here, we've got 1 minute. We'll come up with that, and then we'll go from there. So. Uh, Getting a nice storm in Kingston now. That's after yesterday. I would be surprised. I would think most people don't want one. Yeah. Oh my God. Sorry. Just probably going to stay away from the stack right now. Yeah, there is some moderate to moderate heavy rain moving into Kingston right now. There's our latest scan that just jumped in. So let me switch over here. Oof. I don't like that. Uh-oh. I was concerned about that while I'm choking. Sorry. Um, just, oh God. Okay, they've tornado warned this storm, and it's because it's picking up rotation on the front edge. And I can't talk. Let me highlight right here. That's a bad drawing. I'm choking and trying to get this right. This is definitely a circulation. Very tight in regards to that. I'm just going to look where it is on the storm, and that's a hook forming. So this is what we look for when a tornado is trying to form. So this is definitely serious. Charleston Lake, east of there, Athens, Delta. I do think I have a camera out there, so bear with me for 1 second. If you are east of that circle, you need to be in your shelter. You need to be underground, if possible, in a basement. If you don't have that option, you need to take an interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I do have a camera for that storm that's approaching, so we're going to get it up here if it's going to have a view. So again, take this seriously. This is definitely a circulation. Again, be in a basement. If you don't have that choice, be an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And I'm just going to take a look here. I've got a view of this storm on one of our cameras, so I'm going to try and get that up and going here. So heading towards Charleston Lake along Highway 3, that is a hook trying to form on the storm. If I switch over to velocities, let's give me a sec here. Sorry. I mean, we can see that rotation. These winds have definitely picked up here. This is very strong. And as this was pushing out, it's trying to produce. So that's basically what's going on. We still have strong winds back to the west. I will address those later. This is the circulation that we are dealing with. And it is a very indicative circulation on rotation here. So it is moving eastward. If you are out anywhere in front of this, you want to be in your shelter. Again, basement as interior room if you don't have a basement. Bathroom is a good option. Get in the bathtub because it's metal and it will protect you. So better than just being on your own there. So I'm just pulling up our other camera, taking a look at it. I'm going to have a look at the storm. This is going to be a very good use for it. It's on a bit of an angle, but I'm just looking to see where it is. It's looking out. And I'm going to switch back and forth. So they are updating this. I'm taking a look at it. We have a live camera shot of it. I'm looking right here. This is crooked just the way it's installed on the tower, but in the center of your image would be roughly where that circulation would be. It's still far off. So I'm just going to move it a little bit here. And we'll see if that, I'm going to keep an eye on it and see if anything is in there. Right now, obviously, I don't see anything, but that is the area of concern. So we will watch this as it moves away. It is right now where you're seeing that tornado warning heading eastward, and be in front of it if you are anywhere. Charleston Lake seems to be the most obvious. Lyndhurst, it's right over top of you, so you need to be in your basement now. Also, if you don't have that basement, the interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And bathroom makes a very good option if you don't have that basement. Get in the bathtub and put something over top of you. So this is people are going to be jumping in here. This is a legitimate circulation that just formed very quickly south of Delta. It is heading east towards Charleston Lake and towards the 401. So it is going to hopefully stay north of Mallory Town. But again, out of an abundance of caution, Charleston Lake Provincial Park, you need to be to shelter. If you are out there camping, get to shelter immediately. You do not have the time to dolly around as far as this is concerned. Get to shelter. So we are watching it on the camera. I don't have anything obvious yet. If something shows up on that weather cam, I'll definitely put it up on the screen. Let me just take a look here. I'm going to share it with you. This is a little, obviously it's crooked. It's just the way it is mounted on that tower. But if we look kind of center right, that is where the circulation would be on this storm. So it is still far away at this point. Right now, that camera is 22 kilometers away from the circulation. So that's why, we still can't see anything. It's very gray in there, but that's where that circulation would be. And this camera may prove to be invaluable as far as being able to give you guys information as to what's coming. So I'm just going to check something here. And I'm just going to adjust the camera. I'm going to move it farther right, even though it's going to be even more crooked. I'm just going to take a look here. Be at the end. Oh, no. We went back the other way. Come on. It's kind of fighting me here, so just going to tap it here. Okay, there we go. I've got the camera. We're going to watch this, and this is the storm. Again, I've kind of turned it around here. So we've got the view looking back at that storm. I'm waiting for an update here. The rotation has moved southeast. That is absolutely bizarre. So give me 1 second. It is not moving in the easterly direction that it was. There is now rotation down here to the bottom. This is, let me just take a look here. Going for outlet. There's some strong winds in here. You need to be in shelter, and this is why we always warn people that anywhere in this area, you need to be in your shelter. So again, moving southeast at this point, and that's just the interaction with the storm here. You can see how it's shot southeast, which is kind of bizarre, but it's kind of going down that Highway 3. We have some very strong wind readings on that couplet, 117 kilometers an hour roughly in here. So definitely some strong winds associated with it, but it is heading southeast, so our camera won't see it. If anything's in there, I don't think, but I'll continue to watch it to see if I can pick up on anything visually, but it is a good 20 kilometers away, so that does make it a little difficult in that regard. So again, our couplet is here. It is moving southeast, not what I was expecting. So you can see that because storms were moving eastward, and then it just shot straight southeast. So they are updating that tornado warning. I'm just watching my camera. Bear with me for a second. I'm trying to see if that's something on it. There's a tree, of course, in the way. So let me update the tornado warning here. Just saying they're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, damaging wind gusts, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. This is north east of Gananoque. It is along Highway 3. And again, this would be right over top of Charleston Lake Campground. Anybody around in these areas, you need to be in shelter. And again, hopefully a basement. I'm going to show you how this has moved. It moved back from the northwest to the southeast somewhat. So it's dropping southeast rather than heading east at this point. So that's the two frames that have brought out this tornado warning. There's definitely a very strong circulation there. I'm looking on my camera right now. We do not have anything visually, so I'll bring that up just to show you folks. There is a lot of rain in this, so it could be buried in behind there, but there's nothing visually on this camera right now. So this is, again, far away. This is probably 20 kilometers away from the actual storm. We are mounted up fairly high. But I'm just going to tilt the camera to the left and just take a look to see if we've got anything that I can get there. Just going to take a look on that leading edge as this marches through. You can see that this is a very dynamic storm, lots of lightning in there. Obviously, that blue coloration indicates some very heavy precipitation. I'm just trying to assess what's coming, and it is moving very quickly. You can see that, how it's starting to populate on the camera there. So again, this is near Outlet on Highway 3, but I don't see anything on the far left that would be our, area where we have our circulation. This is going to be a strong storm as it does come through. So just going to show you folks what we're dealing there. The Mallorytown weather camera, that's where it's mounted. And you can see that it's kind of looking somewhat at that circulation, but still pretty far away from it. So far, I don't see anything concerning in that, but it could be buried. It's, again, 20 kilometers. That's basically where it's at right now. So the circulation was moving southeast. So if you're out in front of this, be in shelter. And again, if you can't get into your basement, get to an interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And bathroom is a good option in a bathtub because they're metal and they will take more abuse in the worst case scenario. So again, just watching my camera. This is a very strong storm. Obviously, we've been showing that. I'm going to wait for our next scan here. We are 2 minutes away from it, but this is the weather cam we have right in front of it. You can see that blue look to it. That usually indicates there's some hail in the storm. So again, strong storm heading towards here. And this is a live camera from just to the north of Mallorytown. This is near Graham Lake is where we have this camera, and you can see what this thing looks like. So so far nothing on the camera that I can see that gets out at me, but it is 20 kilometers away, so hard to tell. But this thing is moving very fast. Sorry, wrong scan there. And then let's move back to this. Connor looks to be racing towards it. I'm not 100% sure if, he's heading down that way, but there's no chance. I love his enthusiasm, but this thing is moving way too quickly. But we'll see if Connor can make it. Maybe he'll pull off a miracle, but here is the view from that. Oh, oops, let me switch back. Wrong thing. There we go. This is the camera, and look how fast this is marching. I'm going to turn that camera and try and track it. So you can see this moving. Again, I do not see anything on the ground, but I cannot confirm because it is far away. So it is, again, tornado warned. It has updated here. So let me bring it back. This is our latest scan right now. Let me delete that. It has broadened out, which is a good news. So you've got some strong winds in here, but your greens and reds or bright pinks, they're far apart at this point, or much farther apart. I will measure the distance for you roughly across. It's about 5 or 6 kilometers. So it's about to get very windy on this camera. So I'm a little less concerned about the rotation here. There are strong winds in this. Hopefully my weather cam hangs on tight because this is about to get very windy. But this is a live view of the storm as it's moving through. And again, we're looking back down. It would be on the far portion of this storm. So again, can't confirm anything as far as rotation, but you're going to see how windy it's about to get here. And hopefully the camera is still here at this point. This is coming towards Mallorytown on the 401. And it is crossing over just to the south of there, and it is moving very quickly, folks. So I think I just saw... Oh, Sean is saying that Connor passed a sign for Mallorytown. Yes. So again, the camera's down. I'm not surprised at that because that's a strong storm coming through, and that would probably knock out the internet or whatever the case may be. So anyways, right now I'm not as concerned about the circulation coming down across Highway 2 into Lansdowne and then across the 401. It is moving very, very fast at this point. The winds back to the west have subsided, which is good news. but this is still packing strong winds in behind it, even without that rotation that we're dealing with. Again, it was 6 kilometers across on the last scan, so I'm not as concerned about the rotation at this point. So it's going to have some strong winds with it, which obviously straight line winds can cause damage as well. But you're not as concerned about the rotation side of things at this point. We are 7:53 p.m. 4 minutes ago this scan took place. We've got another 4 minutes there, and we'll see whether this rotation has subsided. I'm going to walk this back so people who are jumping in. You can see here back to south of Delta, that bright blue and pink, that is definitely a circulation that was trying to get organized. It may have done something at that point, then it shot southeast, and now it's kind of moved more eastward. So again, that's a good indication with this scan that the couplet is shrinking down and broadening out. So I guess you're not getting as many strong winds in there. So Rick says to check his stream, so bear with me for a second. I don't know where I'm going to look where Rick is right now. Oh, Rick is in that storm. So that's the rain that is in behind this thing as well. So Rick trying to get us some footage from inside that storm. But that's kind of crazy. There's a big time wind, big time rain. So unfortunately, not the best scenario, but again, I am turning the temperature down. The rotation on that couplet has subsided compared to what we saw again earlier 2 frames ago. That was where it right near Lower Beverly Lake, just to the south of there between Morton and Lyndhurst. That definitely was a strong couplet signature. Still maintained it somewhat here, and now it's kind of breaking up, but there are still strong straight line wind in this, so you do need to kind of heed that. And if you are outside camping, you can see what Rick is driving through right now on the stream. It is torrential downpour. Hopefully his wiper, I was going to say, I hope his wipers didn't just stop, but maybe he just did that to show you how much it's raining. Visibility and an absolute premium as you're driving through this. So again, we've got our live chasers on the ground. Connor's trying to get to it. He says he's closing in, so I'll keep an eye on Connor's stream as we get this. So kind of this storm is just trying to give us its last effort before it leaves Canada at this point, because it is heading to upstate New York from there. So we'll continue to watch what's going on, but that is what spawned the tornado warning at this point. So we're just paying attention to that area. And it's 7:53 p.m. 6 minutes ago was that scan. I am just looking back up to the Ottawa area, and there's nothing of concern. So yeah, this storm is just trying to give us its last ditch effort before it leaves Ontario and heads across to New York. So very heavy wind in this, very rainy as well. So we're just watching our 2 chasers. They're very close to it, both of them. So we'll take a look and we'll see whether either one of them can get there. But if you are along the seaway here, just prepare to batten down the hatches as this comes through. Just a lot of rain going on and a lot of wind. So apparently Rick is saying the wind is so strong in there, anytime he gets into an opening, it's blowing his vehicle over to the east. So it's definitely a pretty strong storm. And again, we saw it come through on our camera there, which was phenomenal. Connor is going to get a view here in a second. Hopefully his stream comes back, and we'll see if we can get a view of it as it's coming through along that 401 corridor. I'm just waiting for a scan to update here. We're about 1 minute or less out from an update. So let's just take a look at this. So heading down to the 401 again, this is, oh, did it just update as I did that? That is 7:53. So no, it's still in there, but you can see how this is marching down. So it's going to come into Brockville all the way along that 401 corridor. It's already into Gananoque at this point, and I'm just sticking with things. There is our latest scan. The rotation is completely essentially gone, but we do have straight line winds in this. So I'm going to show you folks what that is. This is our latest scan. We've got 80 kilometer-hour winds, 90 back there north of Mallory Town. Right now we're seeing 100 kilometers an hour right off the surface there. So this is packing a good punch as it's coming through. It's a last ditch effort for this storm to try and give us something. Connor's got a view of it on his screen. His data isn't the best. It's cutting out. He's just cutting it out. So is Rick in the storm. But we'll see if we can get Connor here. Just going to see if I can get that to come up. You can see that shelf. This is as that storm is coming through. It's all outflowy now, which means it's kind of weakening in the sense that the core of the storm is collapsing. So let me bring that back up. Strong winds, strong straight line winds in this, kind of around the Athens area between Athens, Glenbuel, and our Mallorytown camera. I probably am going to bet that that thing is still down, but let me see if I can pull that up so we can see what's going on. I'll try and get that. But again, some very strong winds in this. 100 kilometers an hour, not far off the ground, 1,600 feet off the ground. So you are probably 400 to 500 meters off the ground at that point, but still around Mallorytown, 94 kilometers, 93 kilometers an hour. So this is packing a punch wind-wise and with a ton of rain with it. So coming across Mallorytown, across the 401, Rockport, Gananoque, you guys have a ton of rain in behind this as well. So this thing is just marching across and coming through. I'm going to see also, actually, I have another camera that I can pull up. We haven't even used this one today. So let me just take a look at it. Strong winds at this point. And that's our biggest concern at this point. So let me switch to velocities so you can see where those winds are going. I'll show you that right here. So you can see that marching and it's bowing out at this point. So this is going to be a problem for upstate New York. I'm going to bring up one of our other cameras. This one here is mounted way up in the sky. So bear with me for a second, switching apps, just so I can pan it around and have a look at it. This was one of our cameras that was really popular last night. So let's bring this one up and turn it. So this is the Gigi's Tree Care Weather Cam. Let me bring that up and we're going to pan it over. And this is at Johnstown, looking back at Brockville. So you can see that St. Lawrence Seaway. Obviously a lot of bugs flying around it, but you can see that storm coming through the Brockville area. It's eventually going to come right at this camera. So you can see, if you see where my mouse is, there's a line, essentially this big shelf that is stretching all the way across and then down to the St. Lawrence Seaway. St. Lawrence Seaway is back here on the left. This is mounted on top of a grain elevator, so it does shake when that grain elevator motor is on. That's what's going on there, but this is our camera at Johnstown. So it will pan back to its home position. I'm going to bring that one back up here shortly, but we'll get back right to our wind profiles. And take a look here. I'm just trying to see. Connor Stream is still kind of giving him a hard time. Let me see. This is 7:59 p.m., so 6 minutes ago. Waiting for a new scan to come up here. So I'll monitor that camera and we'll bring that one back into play at Prescott or Johnstown, and we'll update you guys with that photo there. So just very, very windy right now. The tornado warning aspect is done or over with. That's no longer an issue. There was a tight circulation, but it only lasted for a short amount of time. Don't know if anything touched down on the ground. Not sure about that, but again, that is over and done with, and we are now just dealing with straight line winds at this point. Thank you, the Fiona. Appreciate the donation and all the support you've given us. So that's awesome. What else? Oh, Connor just sent me a photo. This is, what time is it? 7:59. We have a minute here. I'm going to pull this up from Connor. He's got, his live stream isn't it's kind of glitchy at this point. This is what came through, and we saw it on our camera from the side, but let me share that with you guys. This is from Connor out there along the 401. You can see this absolute monster shelf coming through. Another ground scraping storm just on the end of the day, trying to, make its presence known. Connor getting in front of it. He's gotten probably 200 photos in the last of 24 to 48 hours, well, not even 48 hours, like 36 hours at this point. So anyways, we're waiting for one more scan. There it is. Mallorytown and Brockville 401, you guys need to be. This is another straight line wind event like what happened east of Ottawa. We have 106 kilometers an hour. This is north of Woodbridge, just where the 401 and the 2 kind of meet. There's 107 kilometers an hour embedded in there off the surface. So again, to the west of Brockville, you can see that in the top right corner. These winds are blowing out and they are coming across. So this will not be fun on the 401. This is going to maybe blow some trucks over because they're going to be hit broadside. So be careful if you're driving on the 401. Definitely not one of those things that you want to be. Okay, so the Mallorytown camera won't come back at this point, so we'll give up on that one. I'm just going to take a look here. It's Alexandria Bay. Oh, there's a dock cam. I just don't know if I can share that if I have permission. Uh, I'm not sure if I want to share that, but okay, we're going to keep up with this. Connor still motoring along. 100 plus kilometer hour winds that are blasting across the 401, and they're going to go over the seaway. If you are anywhere on the seaway, you do not want to be there right now. That's a very dangerous place to be. Let me pull up our camera. It just bug just flew into it and the camera cut out. Not sure what's going on there. Bear with me for a second. I've never seen that before. Okay, let's go back to the Gigi's tree care weather cam. We're going to swing it around. You can see that shelf moving towards it. So let's see if I can spin that and give you guys a better view of it. So this is looking north, basically back up the 416 across the 401. And let's pan this over and we'll take a look as this approaches. So this is now reaching out. This is a crazy huge storm. It'll be interesting to see this camera ride out the storm, just the way things are going right now. So looking back towards Brockville at this point at that giant shelf coming in our direction. Again, large storm, strong storm, lots of wind in it. This thing is not something to mess with if you are in front of it. Again, the Brockville side of things, west of there, these winds have picked up and they're blowing stuff across the 401. I guarantee you that right now. It is making its way out of Ontario into upstate New York, so it's going to continue on through there. Behind it, there are still some strong winds, but obviously you can see those flesh tone colors here between, let's see here, this is near 27 and 2. And then along where the 401 dips down to the south, so around Woodridge and Fernbank, those are very, very strong winds tucked in from Sealy, Lynn, and down to Fernbank. I bet you we're going to have a lot of power outages reported from there, just from these straight line winds at this point. Power is out in Mallorytown, getting that report. Not surprised to hear that. Again, instant night in Brockville and rain is starting. So this is exactly what it is that storm crosses over and those huge winds and heavy showers come through. I'm watching my camera here, the Gigi's tree care weather cam. It is absolutely a monster. It's coming this way. I'm curious whether this camera will survive this. It'll be interesting. It's going to shake like crazy. And again, you can just see that shelf as it's coming through. So we'll swing back to that. I'm looking at our winds. We're waiting another 2 or 3 minutes before we get our next update. But that bright pink area, or this flesh tone area, you can see how that exploded from one scan to the next. The winds were by Athens, and then just boom, we had this huge amount of wind associated with that. So that is definitely going to, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if transport trucks got blown over on their sides with the way this wind is coming through here. So I've seen that storm chasing too many times, to be honest with you. And if you look at Connor's camera, it is definitely nighttime in that shot right now where Connor is. So take shelter if you're in front of this. It is coming for the Seaway, and it's going to cross over into the U.S. You can see what's happening here on the GG's Tree Care weather cam. This is a very dark storm coming across. It's already reached over the St. Lawrence around the Brockville area, and we're waiting just for our next scan for these winds. But if you're in front of it, of course, the camera swings back. This is north towards the 401 and across up towards the 416. And then let me come back here and swing it back. If my app will connect. Oh, please don't tell me this is going to give me a hard time now. I'm trying to swing it back. Oh, there we go. It's just not showing me the feed. I can control it. So again, this is just looking at it as it's screaming as far as that's concerned. Right there, that is the line, and you're seeing it approach the camera here. Definitely going to be interesting as this rides it out. We just got our latest radar scan, so I'm going to bring that up. South of Brockville, we have over the Seaway, 120-kilometer-hour winds. So these winds are coming into the U.S., folks. If anybody's watching from across the Seaway in upstate New York, these winds are going to plow the road, as I say sometimes. So again, very strong winds, and there's more backed in behind here. Towards Maitland now, we have some strong winds, 120 kilometers an hour north of the 401, coming for Maitland. So this is back to the northeast of Brockville. So Brockville is about to get pummeled by some extremely strong winds. Again, we're seeing those amplified winds here. These are not far off the ground. Ethatalica, thank you very much for becoming a member. Really appreciate that. I'm going to bring back up our weather cam, and you can see this line as it's approaching. I don't know if I'm getting live footage here right now. I don't think I am. Let me do a refresh. Let me come back. Hopefully the cell tower is still up and running. So bear with me for 1 second. Let me see if I can get this to refresh. It says video connection lost. So hopefully the storm didn't knock out the tower, but no, we still got a view here. So that's good. Let me bring it right back up. This is going to be our exciting moment here as this moves through. Again, looking back to the left side of that screen, that is to Brockville. It is over that at this point, and there's some strong winds about to plow into all of this area here. Again, I'll bring it up on our radar app, and you can see where those bright winds are. Most of them south of Brockville have crossed over the Seaway. However, Maitland, you are under the gun at this point. It's already there at this point. It's moving very, very quickly. So again, 120 kilometers an hour in these flesh tone type colors as this storm is moving off over the Seaway and then heading into upstate New York. So again, this is right around the Maitland area. Even Brockville, you're going to still see some more wind. I'm sure we're getting reports as well. So getting Tina saying Brockville being pummeled right now. Thank you very much for the update. I'm sorry to hear that. And then just getting more and more reports from the Brockville. Wow, there was a lightning strike on the camera. My biggest concern with this camera is that one day it's going to take a lightning strike, but here's that storm coming. This is live footage again from the Johnstown Port of Johnstown. Master Feeds has helped us to put this camera up, sponsored by GG's Tree Care. So if you do end up with any damage from these storms with any kind of tree damage, reach out to GG's Tree Care. They are based out of North Gower. Phenomenal crew over there, and they will get you guys taken care of. I suspect they're very busy right now with the last 2 days of storms. So Devin, Tracy, and the crew over there will take care of you. We're just giving you guys live footage of this as this is approaching the camera, or the camera, and you can see what this looks like as it's approaching. So I'm curious what the camera is going to do in this. Hopefully it stays up and doesn't get damaged. That would suck if it got damaged, but at least we're getting you guys these live shots of this as it's marching across here right now. So it's definitely You can tell the cell service is struggling a little bit because this works on a cellular communicator. Just with that storm blowing through, it's definitely going to affect the quality of the image, but at least we're seeing what's going on. We got those lightning strikes in there. And again, right in Maitland, 401 along the Brockville area, those winds are 100-kilometer-hour plus winds at this point. So let's flip back to this camera and see what happens here. I'm really curious whether I don't know what kind of bugs they are. They almost look like June bugs or something like that, but they're definitely liking to be in front of our camera there. So hopefully it doesn't freak people out. They haven't been there before, but there's big lights there. So that's why these bugs are hanging out. There's a huge light right above this camera. So no power in Brockville being reported. I'm going to hold you to that. If you need to replace a camera, I will chip in to help. That's awesome. Anyways, you can see this approaching. I'm just keeping an eye on it, but this is just marching along. This is an amazing view. Hopefully the winds won't be too bad here. And again, we are at the Port of Johnstown. Just looking back towards Brockville, up the Seaway, and obviously towards the 401. That big white building on the horizon is the giant Tiger warehouse, if you're familiar with the area. And you can see how this thing is just coming in. We won't be able to see it. It'll be over top here shortly. So I'm just going to see if I've still got some connection to it. Please tell me you're still there. That looks like it just froze. Really? Right when it's coming. Give me 1 second here. JC family, thank you very much. Anything for Kempville right now? No, I don't think there's anything happening there. I've just lost the signal for that camera, and I don't know why. I think it's timing out, to be honest with you. And I may have to fix that. So bear with me, bringing it right back up here. Again, that's the GG's Tree Care weather cam, trying to survive this giant shelf. And I'll show you, I'll do a side view. You can see the shelf right there stretching out. And the winds are with this. So just to the west of Ogdensburg. So Maitland right now showing, let me just take a look here. Probably 120 on the radar, 120 kilometers just to the northeast of Maitland at this point. I'm going to pan the camera around. We'll see whether how much this is going to shake. So we're under the shelf right now, and I'm going to watch these winds. I'm curious what this is going to do here. So I don't think it's as windy here. Just looking at the radar presentation, it's not. Back to the south, looking into the core of that towards Brockville, that's where those 120-kilometer-hour winds are right now. So, so far, so good. I don't see a lot of wind, but the radar is also not showing any heavy wind in this particular area. So, just going to see what happens here. It's starting to shake a little more than it was before, but we'll keep an eye on it here and see what happens as this blows through. So where that precipitation is to the left, that's where all those big winds are. So I'm going to get back and take a look for, I'm just going to leave it here for a second. Actually, I'll look on my radar app on my phone. Of course it turned, but right now it's moved over. So let me see here for Kempville. There is a bit of a storm moving into the Ottawa area. So we're going to look at that right now and out east of Ottawa, but these are just regular thunderstorms. I don't think they're, let me see here. So this camera is going to shake here a little bit. Just looking, another storm coming into Ottawa, so I'm going to address that here. The winds are going to come in. I'll come back to the camera. I'm going to jump on this. So these are the winds that we were talking about by Maitland. It is now over the Seaway and into New York. So you can see those winds are continuing to pick up. Obviously, a bunch of heavy rain associated with it. And I'm just going to swing back up and take a look here. We have a couple of thunderstorms. Well, actually, there's no lightning on this. So this is a rainstorm from Elmer to Carp. There's no lightning on that. Let me take a look at winds. No strong winds. We also have another storm popping to the north of the airport. Again, very minor. Thank you very much. I'm always starving. I'm in that club as well. And then east of Ottawa by Rockland, excuse me, Plantagenet, just again some moderate to moderate heavy rain. Going to take no winds in there, thankfully. So just some more showers happening. And then if we go towards Montreal, let's take a look at that. These are just, you can see how weak those storms are close to Montreal. Just garden variety showers. I'm going to bring back up the Gigi's Tree Care weather cam, and you can see all the rain here. It's not shaking as badly as I thought, but the winds aren't as bad in this particular area. So that's always a good sign. But we'll switch back quickly to the radar as well. And I'm going to see for Kemptville right now, there's just minor storms around. There's not even any lightning. So Kemptville area south of Ottawa, these are just regular showers. Our big storm, as you can see, most of it has moved through Gananoque into upstate New York. And there's just this last trailing part here as far as where those winds are packed in north of Maitland. Big lightning strike right now on the camera, and it's definitely shaking a lot more. So you can see that side to side motion. So getting a little windy there. And this is the last of it down by the Seaway at this point. So let's just take a look here. But heavy rain, obviously. The camera's not shaking as bad as I thought it would. I thought it would shake a little more than this, but it's also not as windy where this is located. The winds are back towards Brockville, so that would be basically to the left side of your screen or left center of the screen, and that's where it would be located at this point. So just heavy downpour, obviously, as this moves through. And what else is going on here? And Connor, I'm going to see if I've got his live stream. He's still coming down. He's in Brockville as well. So let's take a look here. And we'll jump in. So again, this is right in here is the last of our really heavy precipitation. Everything else has pretty much moved out. Octomedia, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that. So basically, that's the last of the heavy precipitation. Obviously, Steve, thanks for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Maitland area, very strong winds blowing through there. There's going to be damage in that area for sure. I would say between there and down to kind of Mallory Town, it would be a stretch of damage along the river if I was guessing on that. So that's the area that Connor, I think, will probably take a look at, but we'll keep an eye on it and go from there. And this is the last of the severe components. The rest of the stuff, again, around the Ottawa area, north of Ottawa, those are regular showers, the regular thunderstorms, I should say. And Meg, thank you for becoming a member as well. I really appreciate it. So that's what we're looking at right now, and heavy rain through Bell's Corners, Bayshore, Britannia, 1 or 2 lightning strikes in there along the 417 through Westboro, moderate heavy, and then again near the airport, some moderate heavy. So this is going to be the trend somewhat, that there may be some pop-up showers that continue to happen through the evening, but right now looks pretty clear back to the west at this point. So we may be good on that front. I'm just going to double check, and there doesn't seem to be any more storms for the most part. But again, we could see some pop-up storms that happen overnight. If there's anything that is dangerous or severe that's going to be a problem, we would restart the stream at that point. But I think we're still good here. In the next half an hour, this is all going to be over and done with. So just watching things here. And let's take a look. Connor's driving through Brockville area. And again, just going to go see what happened here down by the Seaway. I think he's going to make his way there. But we're going to go from there and see what's happening. Sorry to hear that. I'm hearing about water in a basement, and now there's more torrential downpour. That's frustrating. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully there's not much more rain behind all of this once this is all done. Again, for the most part, we are done with the severe aspect today. There may be some thunderstorms and minor ones, but again, we are pretty much done with the craziness for the day. If something did go crazy later on this evening, I always look at radar, so I would monitor it and kind of go from there. So, yeah, just watching here. Our weather cam survived, so that's the good news. It didn't shake as bad as I thought it would, but definitely a very torrential downpour now there by Prescott and Johnstown, obviously on this tower cam. So anyways, let's get back to the rest of it. Thank you for the donation. How's your voice not sore? Such a trooper. Big ups for all the info. Man, much appreciated. Lost power in Canada for over 2 hours and flooding here. Thank you very much for the kind words, and I'm honestly surprised I still have a voice. I'm not gonna lie there. I was concerned when we were talking about this stretch of 5 days here, so we're gonna wait for one more scan here. And take a look when that comes in. We're at 8:23. We've got about 4 minutes to go on that. So I'm going to do one last shout out to our sponsor, Canadian Hail Repair and Auto Dentist. Again, if you do have any hail damage or minor damage to your vehicle, they're a great team to help you guys out. I'll be back in like 40 seconds.
Auto Dentist, your local premier choice for all of your cosmetic automotive repairs. Specializing in hail damage repair, paintless dent repair, small damage paint repairs, and bumper cracks and scrapes. We have served Ottawa and surrounding areas for over 25 years. Come by for your free estimate at 151 Bentley Avenue, Unit 17 in Ottawa, or call us at 613-223-7077.
So again, awesome team there. They're based out of Eastern Ontario, but they'll help you out almost anywhere in Canada. Hail repair and obviously minor cosmetic repair. I'll share their website here, autodentist.ca, and basically any paintless dent repair, micro paint refinishing, automotive cosmetic repairs. You can reach out to Doug or Tim. They are an awesome group. 613-223-7077. Again, we are proud to be partnered up with them and having them on board with us here, helping us get this information out to people. So thank you to them. And again, we'll continue with our coverage here. We're almost towards the end at this point. I'm going to do basically a wrap up once we have all this kind of weather that has moved out. Veronica posting a photo of this coming into Cardinal area, one of our moderators. So let me share that as well while we wait for an update here. So this is again Veronica from the Cardinal area. You can see the photo there. Beautiful shelf cloud. Unfortunately, some areas packing a ton of wind. These always garner a ton of photos when people see these approaching. So again, thanks, Veronica. We can almost see the Gigi's Tree Care webcam. I see the bridge on the very far side of this image. So small world. Okay, what else have we got here? Just monitoring that. Okay, we're waiting for a scan. Connor's in Brockville right now. I believe I'm going to just double check exactly where he is because we've got that tracking device. He's probably going to go do dinner with Rick. And Rick was saying that maybe he's, oh crap, I misunderstood. Rick was at Blockhouse, I believe. I thought it was Connor. Now I'm seeing Rick down in the out by the water in the marina there. So they're both in Brockville right now. We are just waiting for this latest scan to come in. Again, you can see that it has mostly left the country and is somebody else's problem. So this is what transpired here over the last hour and a bit. And so again, we're just left with one small chunk left in Canada. And then we have minor storms around Ottawa, obviously some heavy downpours. And then I'm just going to look around the Montreal area, just regular showers on the Montreal side of things. So this looks like it's going to be close to the end of everything as far as severe is concerned. So 8:29, that just updated. So this is the last of the rain north of Johnstown through Prescott. Obviously, the orange down to yellow to green and blue is obviously moderate to light rain, I should say. Let's take a look what our winds look like, and the winds have moved over the water. So we are out of the wind issue. We are basically at this point. Let me just kill this off 1 second, just so it's less busy on our screen when we're looking at this. The severe thunderstorm watches have been retracted all the way back from North Bay. We are now just into Renfrew and back to Peterborough as this is moving out of the area. Those severe thunderstorm watches are going to be pulled back. Obviously, the severe warnings are going to expire. I assume that tornado warning is gone as well. I'm going to refresh. So that is gone off the map. I just did a refresh there. So that is all that is left at this point. And again, you may get some showers throughout the evening. You may have a little bit of thunder and lightning, but overall, we are done with the severe component for today. We are looking at tomorrow. There was severe potential tomorrow. I have to talk to Connor. It's 8:30 p.m. I haven't even had dinner yet, so we will probably post an update on our Facebook page tomorrow morning as far as outlook for the region. And if we're going to be if we're going to be doing a live stream, we'll show you guys where we're doing that. So you can email us anytime, even if we're not on stream. If it's weather related, you have questions, whatever the case may be. Facebook page, Canadian Weather Live, obviously. We post our outlooks, we post write-ups up there, so that's a great page. We're still growing our Instagram and our X right now. But you can find us on there as well, and then our merch store as well. So again, thank you to everybody who has subscribed today, who has become a member today. Connor and I really appreciate it. So that's kind of a rundown of where things are at. I'll show you the loop. This is what it looked like, and you can see that we are now in a far better place. Again, you may have a little bit of lightning and a little bit of thunder, but overall, showers of any severe magnitude are pretty much over. If you have subscribed to the channel, make sure to turn on notifications. If we do go live, you will get that alert. So I would jump back onto the stream and make sure that everything's okay. But for now, we are good. And again, I'm just going to wait one more scan here, and then we will probably wrap up the stream. I'm going to go have some dinner, and I might actually get to bed before midnight tonight, which hasn't happened. That's 4 days in a row I've been in bed way past midnight. So again, we'll look at tomorrow. We'll see what's going on. There's actually 2 areas that are potential. There's a storm potential out west, and what I mean by out west, I'm talking the prairies. We also have storm potential here, so we're going to look at all that. If we have to cover both areas, we will cover both areas. That's the way we do things. So thank you for all the kind words in there. So I'm just getting a comment here. Neighbors' fences on either side of us collapsed, and there's a tree in my lane. Is there any more weather coming, or is it fine to clear it now? Depending where you're located, but as you can see on the map, most of the weather has moved out of the area. I'm not expecting any strong winds or anything like that. So the flaky, you should be okay. Again, most of it has moved out of the area at this point. There are just some residual showers that are going to slowly make their way out of eastern Ontario, but those are, as far as I'm concerned, non-severe. So again, this is kind of wrapping up. We're at the end of the day. So Wiesel saying this man deserves a sponsorship for a stand-up desk. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Tom, all Tom Rocks, and thanks, Connor, and thanks, mods. Yes, thank you to my moderators. Again, we would not be able to do this without them, so I appreciate the team that I have. Rick always storm chases and moderates and does a whole bunch of things, so you can see his live stream there. There's Connor and Zoe, obviously making a quick pit stop on that end. We are going to work on some upgrades on the channel. We're going to look at Starlinks for Connor at first and getting some more cameras from him. So that's all coming down the pipe. We are constantly working on more upgrades as far as that goes. So I'm just going to wait here. What's our time on our scan? Just let me take a look here. We are 8:36. We should have a new scan here. I'm just going to wait for this to kind of basically move out of the area, and it should be over with. And Rick and Connor are hanging out at the same gas station. And Rick is sporting his fancy Canadian Weather Live shirt. So that's always cool to see. Let me just see here. 8. Yeah, so we should have a scan any second, and I'm just going to see that bulk. There's Rick waving on the live stream as well. So Rick is, again, one of our awesome moderators. Melissa, Veronica, Leanne, thank you again. We could not do it without you guys. So especially over the last 2 days, it has been crazy. I thought we had thunder and lightning just outside of Kempville right now. It's actually people launching fireworks, and it's not even dark yet, which is bizarre. But I'm hearing firecrackers and then all that kind of stuff. Okay, so the edge of the storm is just kind of left here. Let me see. Velocities are out of the country. We have just moderate to light rain for the Prescott, Johnstown, and Cardinal area. In the next 10 to 15 minutes, that's completely going to be cleared out. Ottawa does have rain showers in it again, but these are just rain showers. Obviously, some of them more intense than others. So with some lightning, I'm not seeing any strong winds in there. There's barely anything rotating around in the mixing because that's normal. So again, this looks pretty solid at this point. And it is drifting eastward. So you can see that on our radar scan. So I'm going to show you the last of it here. And I'll draw a line where you can see the end of this for the region. So let me pull that up. And we are talking down here, everything to the west of no concern. I'm actually not concerned about any of it, but there's obviously a little bit more precipitation here in the Ottawa area, and this is all moving in this general direction, even on the Quebec side. So that's basically going to be all she wrote. And like I said, I'll be able to grab some dinner here and enjoy a bit of relaxing, and I'll get into bed before midnight. So thank you to everybody who has thank you to our sponsors. Yes. Thank you to anybody who's subscribed to the channel. Thank you to anybody who's become a member and anybody who donated. We appreciate all the support we've seen over the last 36 hours. It's incredible. We've been working very hard over the last year to get this platform established, and these last 36 hours has kind of been a catalyst to get us more known around the region. And so it'll be it's amazing that we're starting to see the fruits of our labor. So again, thank you to everybody. Happy Canada Day. If you do get to see fireworks, awesome. And enjoy yourselves. And we're going to wrap this up. Have a good night, everybody. And we will talk tomorrow morning on our Facebook page about what's potentially coming for the region, and follow it from there. So thank you. Good night, as they say, and we'll catch you on the next live stream.